Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Naruto had all-night harem with Lusty Mage Girl, Episode 2. Join Patreon for early access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Master, she called. The blackout is ending 7 minutes and 27 seconds earlier than we expected. One by one of the buildings starting to get electricity back. It only took a second before the entire academy district filled with light. As Naruto turned his head, he saw Evangeline suddenly getting struck by some sort of electricity that came out from nowhere, much to everyone's surprise. What happened? He shouted as Chachimaru rushed forward. It was then everyone starting to notice something different about him. Once the blackout is over, the Ceylon Master's power was restored, she explained. Without magic, Master is just. The blonde vampire waited as she slowly fell from the bridge and headed to the lake. She was too weak to resist and fly. Waiting for the impact, she saw Chachimaru heading toward her. Her eyes felt heavy as her mind started to make her reminisce about something. This is just like before, she thought. In her memory, she remembers about the first time he met with the man she's been searching all this time, the Thousand Master. The time when the man rescuing and treating her. The time when she's always following him around until the time she was being cursed by him. Also, when the time she was being forced to stay at the school. Well, don't worry, I'll be back when you graduate. That man patted her head and smiled. Try living in the light for a change. If you do, the time will come when your curse will be lifted. The memory ended as she drifted to the real world. Yes, just like him. She slowly closed her eyes. Just like, wake up, Evangeline. Evangeline shot her eyes open and saw the blonde teacher, Naruto, in front of her. She noticed he was different than before. He grabbed her hand before twisting their position until she was in his arms as they both fall into the lake. Luckily, he managed to transfer his chakra to his feet, preventing them from descending to the bottom of the lake. Water around them splashed because of the impact. Well, that's so close. He flashed his foxy grin. Wah! Evangeline blushed, finding herself covered by Naruto's cloak. What happened to your face? She asked about his red eyes and thickened whiskers. Look here, Eva-chan, he spoke. I understand how painful you are being cursed being alone, even your move was limited. Evangeline watched as he slowly returned to his normal state. Truthfully, I didn't know how, but please be patient, alright? He winked. We'll solve this together even it takes a century. Once he said that, Evangeline blushed brightly. Why you? She gritted her teeth before went closer to him and pinched his cheeks hardly. Idiot whiskers. That time you'll probably be dead already. Why I should waste my time like that? She pinched his cheeks more hardly. Naruto's sweat dropped. He was amazed by the energy that still left inside her little body. Screw that, whiskers. Didn't I tell you to stay the hell out of my way? I can finish you right here right now. Sheesh, I just saving your life here. His sweat dropped. Didn't I tell you before I will interfere if it was very important to me? Clearly you were very important to me. He smiled as Evangeline blushed even more. Besides, didn't I tell you earlier that I'm just trying to save my students, right? He asked. Of course, you're also one of my students. No matter how much it's threatening me, that doesn't stop me from saving you and the others. He laughed. Besides, I'm just doing my job here. Evangeline let go of his cheeks and crossed her arms over her chest. Fine, whatever, whiskers. She looked away with a huff. He laughed as he jumped off and landed on the bridge as everyone came closer to them. Naruto slowly dropped her as she got to her feet. She kicked him in the shin before Negi and Asuna talked to her. I don't believe she can't swim. What kind of vampire is she? Naruto watched as Evangeline suddenly pinched Negi's cheeks. That was Master, Chachimaru said. Naruto finally noticed she was standing beside him all the time. Thank you, Naruto-sensei, for saving my master. She bowed as Naruto waved his hand, disagreed by that. Meh, I'm just doing my job here. He smiled. Besides, I would do the same if it was you. He looked at her face. You should smile often, Cha-cha-chan. Just like me. he proclaimed, moving his lips with his both index finger before laughing. He didn't notice the robot was smiling. Shut it, Whiskers. Evangeline smirked as Naruto stopped laughing. She was already wearing her clothes. Take your cloak back. She threw his cloak back. You all better now. He looked at her, catching his cloak and slung it over his shoulder before chuckling. He can't swim. Evangeline heard that, blushed brightly and kicked his shin hardly. Don't underestimate me, the undead mage, the gospel of darkness, the... Sure, whatever your highness. He patted her head. Next time I teach you how to swim, all right. He hid behind Chachimaru, avoiding the blonde vampire who was trying to strangle him. Does that mean it was Negi's victory today? He asked at Negi, Asuna and Chamo who were coming to their side. Yeah, she promised she will stop doing bad things from now on and start attending my classes. Negi laughed, proudly claimed. I didn't say I promise. Evangeline kicked Naruto's shin before pinched Negi's cheeks. Naruto's sweat dropped, coming closer to Asuna, Chamo and Chachimaru as Evangeline and Negi sort that matter out. Damn, this is third time already. My leg is going to break sooner or later. He sat on the road. Brushing his leg, he watched Negi, laughing as Evangeline continued pinching his cheeks. What a sight, he chuckled. Does this mean they've made up? Asuna asked and sweat dropped. Who knows, was Chachimaru's only answer. It's hard to say since she'd lost her powers, Naruto said, still sat on the road. Let's leave it to them to solve this out. Meanwhile, he licked his lips, pulling out a bar of chocolate. All this fight is making me hungry. Listen up, boy, I haven't given up yet. You'd better watch your back when the moon is full. Currently blushing, Evangeline walked away from Negi before snatching the chocolate bar from Naruto's hand as he was just about to eat it and walked away. That was mine. I've prepared one for you. Hey wait, Naruto got up and chased her. Asuna's sweat dropped, watching their antics. Master is happy, Chachimaru said before walked away. Asuna raised her eyebrows, looking at Negi who was clearly happy. She smiled and ruffled his hair before they both walked away as well. Naruto whistled as he walked across the river by bridge. He slung his bags behind his shoulder as he walked toward his destination, the Wooden Co. Age belonged to Evangeline and Chachimaru. As he was about to arrive, he remembered about what has happened that morning and the reason why he come all the way to this place. It was a beautiful morning. The sky was clearer as the weather was not too hot. The wind blew slowly and gave a fresh air. It was a perfect day for everyone. Well, except for this particular blonde teacher and blonde vampire. As they are now in the principal's office. They're both furiously looking at the principal who was sweating horribly. You better have a good explanation about this old man. Naruto whispered at that principal. She'd pissed off right now. He looked at Evangeline who was gritting her teeth before slamming her fist on the table hardly. This is insane. She pointed her finger at Naruto. Why I should let Whiskers stay with me? In my own house. Ho 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 ho. Did you forget what you did that day? The principal, Kanemon, stroked his beard and laughed. I knew what happened during blackout and your plants are surprise. You caused injuries to 4 of the students, damage to the building and the cost it took to cover all of your mistakes. Surely, you could at least let him stay with you. He logged. Head seeing the blonde vampire stammering. Besides, I was told Naruto-kun had saved your life that day. Surely you owed him a debt. He looked at Naruto. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? When you say like that, Naruto stroked his chin. She did owe me a debt. What? Evangeline came closer and held his jacket as if she was threatening him. I never said thing like that. She blushed before let go of him. Screw that, Whiskers. I'm going to kill you both until there's nothing left of you in this world. Joking aside, did you have to do this, old man? Naruto asked. It is. There's a repo. RT about a few sightings of a man wore a cloak who was jumping on the roof to another by students. I believe that was you, correct? Kanemon asked as Naruto nodded. If you continue to stay with Negi, I'm afraid sooner or later everyone will know your real identity. I see. Naruto nodded. Alright, I understood. Kanemon finally told them to dismiss. Outside, Evangeline suddenly kicked his shin. Before walked away and leaving the teacher to hold his shin in pain. Naruto ended his daydream and walked to the front door. Placing his bags on the ground, he knocked the door 3 times. He waited for a while before the door opened. Revealed Chachimaru clad in maid uniform. "Hi Cha-Cha-chan." He waved his hand at her as Chachimaru bowed. "Good evening, Naruto-sensei. Master is expecting you. Please come inside." She gestured her hand for Naruto to come in. She is expecting me." Naruto grabbed his bags and came in. He saw the blonde vampire sat on the couch not so far from him. It looked like she was expecting him since she was looking at him right now, except that it's more like she was glaring dagger at him. "Yo, Eva-chan." He took a sit next to her, obviously about her threat. It was then she pinched his cheeks suddenly and blushed. "Why did you have saved me that day, Whiskers?" She pinched his cheeks harder. "Whatever, if you're going to stay here, you have to follow my rules, got it?" she said as Naruto nodded. "Sure your highness, but please let go of my cheeks first, will you?" Evangeline let go of his cheeks and crossed her arms over her chest. Naruto looked at her while holding his red cheeks. She hummed, clearly thinking about something. "Your highness, I like that name. It suits me as the undead mage, the gospel of darkness." She laughed as her pride overwhelming. It was then Chachimaru bowed at Naruto. "Naruto-sensei, let me show you your room master have prepared for you." She gestured her hand. Naruto nodded, turned his sight at Evangeline and flicked her forehead hardly. He got up and followed Chachimaru to his new room, leaving the blonde vampire holding her forehead in pain. Chachimaru opened the door and came inside the room, followed by him. Glancing around the room, he saw a single bed, a small cupboard. He saw, amazing turning around, they saw Evangeline standing outside, blushing slightly. I guess I do owed you a debt. However, she pointed her finger at Naruto. "You still have to follow all my rules, got it, Whiskers?" She looked and crossed her arms over her chest, hiding her reddened cheeks. Thanks Eva-chan." He patted her head, receiving another kick at his shin, but he avoided it. She looked away before walked away. "What's up with her anyway?" he asked Chachimaru. She spoke, getting his attention. "Thank you for saving master." She bowed. Naruto shook his head and waved his hand, disagreed by that. "Can I ask you something, Naruto-sensei?" she requested as Naruto nodded. "Why did you risk your life just to save someone?" "Well, how am I going to put this?" He crossed his arms over his chest. "Basically anyone would do that. When someone dear to you in danger, you didn't think anything else but think about wanting to save their life. I think that's the basic concept." Chachimaru nodded. "Just like you save master?" she asked as Naruto nodded. "Yeah, just like when I save you from Negi's magic." He smiled. Chachimaru nodded. "I see. Thank you for telling me, Naruto-sensei. Please, make yourself comfortable." She bowed as she got out, closing the door behind her. Smiling, he placed his bags and other belongings before jumping face first into the bed. He closed his eyes felt shouted, calling him suddenly. He shot his eyes wide open as he got up and got out from his room. He groaned on the way to Evangeline. He was sure have a nice day now. His fate and destiny must be playing with him right now. Yada, I'm done for this chapter. I hope everyone will enjoy this chapter. Demo. Sorry for the late update. Internet availability and all but I'm okay now. Also, I'm looking for pinpoint my mistakes, but to do that you have to PM me. Don't write it on review. There's not much question left for you in this chapter. How Naruto was going to survive in his new place. What are the rules he has to follow? Also, Naruto's secret identity was nearly exposed. As usual, there's maybe a lot of thing you didn't understand. Just be patient and enjoy this story. As the story progress, I think I will upload my fan art so that you will know about Naruto's new clothes and all. But that you have to wait for a while. Gotta find myself a scanner. More importantly, continue to vote for your favorite other 5 girls for Naruto. And boy, the result was way what I'd expected. For now, please enjoy this humble fanfic of mine. 3A's students, please support us. Yeah, of course. Ho 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 ho. Now on to the next chapter everyone. The trip to Kyoto. Cheers from 3A's students. Me alright, finally. I've been waiting for this vacation. Naruto, this is not ordinary trip though. Negi, that's right. We have to solve our problem, but we have to prepare first. Me, that was boring. Question mark. Weirdo. A trip to Kyoto. Is that all, Naruto-sensei? You asked. Naruto nodded before placing 3 different books on the table. You took the books and brought it along with her to the side of the table. He was now at the counter in Mahora Academy's library island. The library was not too crowded as the usual days since today was a public holiday. Normally, he would just sleep until noon, but the quiet atmosphere round his room and Evangeline's cottage were really surprising. He reluctantly got up from his bed and walked to the living room. It was empty while Chachimaru and Evangeline were nowhere to be seen. He got curious because of that, but then decided to just shrug it off. He remembered something important he has to do as he walked back to his room. Since it was holiday, he decided to dress in his casual clothes. That was a white shirt and a long black pant. After cleaning himself, he got out from the cottage. And so here he was now. Yeah, Naruto smiled as he let the librarian to do her job. After a while, Yu spoke suddenly. How long are you going to borrow these books? She asked. Naruto's sweat dropped while scratching his left cheek with his left index finger. I think just for a few days, he told. Yu nodded, continuing her work. After a while, Yu came to his side along with the books he wished to borrow. I'm done. I've extended the date just in case you want to read more, Yu told as her cheeks colored slightly. Naruto, who as usual did not notice it, took the books and placed it between his hand and waist. Make sure to take a good care of the books, she continued. All right, thank you for your assistance. He winked, beginning to walk away from the counter. See you later, Yu-chan. He waved his hand before finally got out from the building, leaving a blushed girl waving her hand. Okay, where to go next? He wondered while looking at the sky. The sky was clear blue and amber-colored, means that it was almost evening. The weather was surprisingly calm and perfect for this day. He let out a sigh, brushing his bangs away from covering his eyes. I'd better go back now. He walked away from the building and headed to the bridge. I'm pretty certain are back already, he guessed. After, Naruto-sensei. Welcome back. She bowed. Naruto smiled, doing the same. Chachimaru backed away after fixing her position as Naruto laughed. You don't have to be too polite, Cha-cha-chan. We live in the same house here, right? He asked. Chachimaru nodded before speaking. I understand, she said. Naruto laughed, not noticing she was smiling. She spoke, interrupting him. Master is waiting for you, she told while Naruto raised his eyebrows. Really? He asked. He come inside the cottage and saw the blonde vampire sat on the couch, currently drinking a cup of tea. He smiled while waving his hand. Hey Eva-chan, did you miss me? He asked jokingly. The blonde vampire, however, shot him knowing looks. His sweat dropped when noticed that before Neil. I've come back, Your Highness, he said while that vampire smirked. He got up, visibly frowned. Do I have to do that? That is a weird rule, you know. No, was her answer before she laughed, a mischievous aura radiated around her. Naruto's sweat dropped while making his way to the couch as Chachimaru walked away to the kitchen. It suits me as the undead mage. She laughed, pride overwhelming herself. Sure, whatever, princess. He bonked her head slightly hard with one of the books he borrowed and took a sit next to her. To his surprise, she didn't retort as she usually was. She was just laughing and stopped after a while. It was then he decided to ask her about that. You're surprisingly happy, Eva-chan. Did something happen today? He asked. He's alive. That brat told me he was alive, she told as Naruto shot her a weird look. You mean the Thousand Master guy you've been searching for? He guessed while Evangeline nodded. But you told me that guy is dead, he questioned. That's what I've assumed, but that brat told me he met that man 6 years ago. For almost 10 years, I thought he was dead, she told. Naruto smiled and got up, pumping his fist in the air. Then it's settled then, he told. Evangeline looked at him weirdly. I will meet and ask him to remove the curse from you. Then, we lived happily ever after, he claimed. Evangeline raised her eyebrows and blushed crimson at the word. Don't think it was that easy, Whiskers. She missed the kick she directed at Naruto's shin. That was 6 years ago. He could be anywhere. Naruto nodded before crossing his left arm over his chest while scratching his cheek with his right index finger, clearly thinking about something. However, as the undead mage, that just a petty problem. She smirked, getting Naruto's attention. What do you mean? He asked. Chachimaru finally got out from the kitchen with a tray and a cup of tea. She walked to the table in front of them and placed the cup of tea. She gestured at Naruto, which he gladly took it. She nodded before walks away to the kitchen. I already explained this at Negi. There was a house where he lived for a while. Evangeline explained. If the rumors of his death are false, then there might be some kind of clue there. That house was somewhere in Kyoto. I see. How far is Kyoto from here? He asked, returning back to his seat. The fastest way is to take the train. But you have to exchange trains a couple of times. Evangeline explained while Naruto nodded and sweat dropped. Damn, that seems far away. He shook his head before looking back at her. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask you this, he began. Negi and you've been talking a lot about this, Thousand Master. Is he famous or something? He asked while Evangeline smirked. He is very well renowned. To him, you're just a wet behind his ears. She laughed as Naruto groaned. Sheesh, that was mean, Eva-chan. He smirked. Then again, if I was a wet behind his ears, then you're just a dust to him. You know, since I was stronger and Negi's defeated you. He smiled before flicking Evangeline's forehead. She gritted her teeth, delivered a kick to his shin but missed anyway. He laughed and took one of the books he borrowed. Stupid Whiskers, she groaned before finally noticing the book he has been holding. What kind of book is that? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Meh, nothing unusual, he said without looking away from the book. He reached his pocket and pulled out something in rectangular shape. I've been trying to figure how to use this thing, he told while opening the book. This is what they called cell phone, right? He asked. He raised his eyebrows when hearing the blonde vampire laughed out loud. What's so funny? He asked. Did you leave in a cave, Whiskers? She wiped away her tears, finally returning to her normal state. Anyway, where did you get that? She asked and pointing her finger at the rectangular thing called cell phone. Well, I got this a few days ago. But I don't know how to use this thing, he laughed. Evangeline snatched away the cell phone and flipped it open with her finger. HMPH, I show you how to use this. I'm not going to repeat this, she said, much to his happiness. Naruto closed the book and moved closer to her. As he heard Evangeline explaining the functions of the cell phone, he failed to notice the blushes at the blonde vampire because of their closeness. As they continued, they didn't notice a pair of equally green eyes that has been watching them from far. Their time in that leisure day was spent just like that. Naruto whistled as he was now on the way to 3A's class. Back in the morning after he was getting ready to go to school, Evangeline came and tell him she was absent for that day along with Chachimaru. He nodded and tea out from the cottage and headed straight to the academy. And so here he was now. Along the way, he remembered about his talk with Evangeline yesterday. Even if I go to Kyoto, will we be able to find any clue at all? He wondered. Besides, I heard from a few students that place is famous with histories. I might find some clue about Konoha as well, maybe it was worth it. He smiled, now reaching in front of 3A's class. Everyone, on the next week, Class 3A. He heard Negi's voice. Smiling, he reached the front door and opened it. We'll be going on a trip to Kyoto and Nara. Upon entering the class, he saw the students cheered in happiness. Of all the luck to think I just mentioned the places since they were busy celebrating the announcement made by Negi, they barely noticed his presence. Few of students at the front who have noticed him quickly greeted him. Smiling, he greeted back. Good morning. What's going on here? He asked the student in front of him, Maki. Negi and the others finally noticed him. Negi and the rest of the students greeted and bowed at him. Good morning. You look like you're having fun, he told. Negi smiled and nodded. Of course, I'm too excited. Next week, we will be going on a trip to Kyoto and Nara. He laughed and waving his hands excitedly along with the Narutaki twin. Awa, I can't wait for the school trip. Is everyone prepared? Nay. Negi-sensei looks very happy about it. Maki giggled. Naruto smiled although sweat dropped at their childish antics. There are a lot of people at our school, so the destination is always chosen from a whole list of locations like Hawaii. The class president, Ayaka, explained. Since there are so many international students in our class, Naruto-sensei and Negi-sensei themselves is in Japan for the first time. The decision was for a cultural trip to Kyoto and Nara. She blushed and giggled when Negi shaking her hand happily. I see. Then this is a perfect opportunity for me, Naruto nodded, talking to himself. It was then he noticed the weird looks he received from his students. To learn about Japan's beautiful environment and culture, of course. He lied. The students accepted his answer, however. It was then Shina called him suddenly. Turning his sight at her, he saw she was pointing her finger at the door direction. Turning around, he saw Shizuna standing at the side of the door. Ah, good morning Shizuna-san. He greeted. Good morning Naruto-sensei. My, what a commotion. She said before continued. Ah, yes, the principal is calling you. Dedan got out from the class and headed straight to the principal's office. He knocks once before entering the office. He saw the principal sat on his usual place. He smiles while making his way toward that principal. Yo, old man, did you want to see me? Ho ho, indeed I am. But before that, how about your new place? The principal, Kaneman, asked. Well, it's okay. Cha-Cha-chan is fine and Eva-chan is bossy as usual. Naruto told, laughing a bit. Other than that, it's perfectly fine. Quote, ho ho ho, I see. I guess Negi has told you the news about the trip to Kyoto and Nara. Kaneman asked. Naruto nodded as he raised his eyebrows. I'm afraid I have to tell you this. I'm afraid you can't go to Kyoto and Nara. What? He shouted, causing the principal to cover his ears. So you're telling me that the trip has been cancelled? He shouted once more, causing the principal to sweat dropped. Damn it, how are you going to tell Negi about this? He was really excited about this trip. He will be really upset. He let out a sigh. Do you really have to cancel this trip? He asked, finally regained his composure. Please calm down yourself. It's not cancelled for sure yet. Kaneman explained while Naruto looked at him questionably. It's just that they don't want Negi to go. What do you mean by they? Naruto asked. Can you please stop with your riddles? You're just reminded me about the pervert golem I've met at the library, he said. Causing the old man to sweat dropped horribly. Kaneman coughed, quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead. How should I explain this? Kaneman began. It was the Kansai Magic Association. That's who they are. He explained. Kansai Magic Association. Naruto repeated the word as the principal nodded. Did they have anything to do with Negi or something? He asked while crossing his arms over his chest. It is. Actually, I was one of the directors of the Kanto Magic Association. Kaneman explained. The Kansai and Kanto Magic Associations have had a shaky relationship for a long time, he stated while Naruto nodded. Now, if I were to send in a teacher who was also a mage, they would undoubtedly voice their disapproval. That would be a mere suicide, Naruto continued as the principal nodded. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. All right, I will tell Negi about this. He opened his eyes while turning around. Wait, Naruto-kun. Please keep listening, Kaneman said suddenly as Naruto turning around to face him. Actually, I want to stop the feud with the mages in the west, he explained. So I'm going to send you as Negi's escort. Negi escort? Naruto asked while the principal nodded. What did I have to do? He asked, waiting for the principal answer. All you have to do is protect Negi while he is going to pass this letter to their boss. Kaneman took the letter on the table and showed it to him. You may be in danger along the way, but as they are also mages, I doubt they will get the students or any other normal involved. He placed both of his hands at the bridge of his nose. This will not be. Naruto placed his hands at his nape while thinking the principal's suggestion. Few minutes later, he came with, very well, oh, and one more thing, the principal spoke while Naruto raising his eyebrows. Kyoto is where my granddaughter Kanoka used to live, he said, much to Naruto's surprise. She hasn't found out about you and Negi yet, has she? No, not yet. Nah, Naruto told him while the principal nodded. It's just that her parents have different ideas. So please, don't let her find out about your identity. Naruto just nodded at that. Very well then, the school trip will proceed as we planned. I believe Negi would say the same thing if he was here. Alright, I'll call him. Naruto chuckled while turning around and headed to the front door. See you later, old man. He gave the principal thumbs up before opening the door and finally got out from the office. Naruto whistled as he was now on the way to 3A's class. Once arrived, he opened the door and saw Negi is still moving around excitedly while the students was laughing at him or busy chattering with each other about the trip. He coughed before waving his hand and motioned for the bespectacled teacher to come closer. Hey Negi, that old man is calling you, he told once Negi was closer. Negi nodded before got out from the class and closed the door. Naruto let out a sigh while walking toward the teacher desk. He did not notice pairs of eyes that have been watching him expectantly since he was arrived. When noticed, he couldn't help but blushed at the attention given at him. Well, what did you want to do now? He asked, crossing his arms over his chest while hoping doing that will somehow lessen the red color on his cheeks that seemed to have darkened. Kya, Naruto-sensei was so cute when blushing. Maki giggled as Naruto let out a sigh. He, I felt like wanting to caress you all of sudden, Naruto. Sensei, Shina said while a few other students nodded, wanting the same. The girls continued to make embarrassing comments until a voice stopping them immediately. That voice was coming from Fuka, the older sister of the twin. Nay Naruto-sensei, can you share with us your experience during blackout? She suggested as the rest of the students nodded. Naruto scratched his left cheek with his left index finger, obviously thinking about something since all of his students were looking at him excitedly. His sweat dropped as he was trying to find the right word to say it. Well, he began. It was really dark that night. The students except Asuna nodded, gesturing for him to continue. It was really wild, wet and tired. He spoke but stopped when he heard a cough. Looking in front of him, he saw almost all of the students were blushing brightly and looking at him disbelievingly. Asuna however just sweat dropped and blushed slightly. What is it? He asked, feeling slightly uneasy at the weird looks he received. Naruto-sensei. Maki got up from her chair and pointed her finger at him. You're a pervert, huh, was his only answer as he looked at his students questionably. I can't believe this. When it was blackout, you're meeting with a girl in a secret place. Yuna made a wild guess and speculation. Naruto looked at her weirdly, still unaware of the situation. And then, she shook her head furiously, blushing brightly. Kya, you're really gross, Naruto-sensei. I thought you were better than that. Huh, what are you talking about? Naruto asked, still confused about that. It was then the class president Ayaka got up suddenly and pointed her finger at him. Naruto-sensei, she called while glaring at him and gritted her teeth. To think you would do such. I'm a pervert, what the hell does that mean? He asked before finally realized what had happened. Wait, you got it all wrong. He waved his hands defensively. His word however made the situation worsen. Wrong, Shina said as if she was realizing something even though it was completely and clearly wrong. Then did you rape the girl? She said her wild speculation. The girls looked at him disbelievingly before backing away to the end corner of the class, while covering their body with their hands defensively. Asuna however didn't move away and just sweat dropped horribly at her friend's antic. Naruto-sensei, why you're dirty pervert? Misa shouted before noticing Asuna who was still sitting at her chair. Asuna, get away from him, she told. Asuna shook her head before got up from her chair. Sheesh, stop overreacting guys, she told them. However, she said the word in a wrong situation. Little she knew that she was just about to enter that wild scandal. Oh gracious, Ayaka said, pointing her finger at Asuna. Don't tell me you're that girl. I should have known you always adore Naruto Sensei all this time, Asuna-san. She accused, causing the orange-haired girl to blush brightly at the word. Wait, Aincho-san. You're mistaken. Asuna defended herself. She turned around to meet with Naruto who was sitting on the teacher desk. Do something, Naruto. As they their way out from this problem, they missed another wild speculation Misa just created. When they met, Naruto-sensei was about to rape her, but Asuna suddenly confessed her love for him. And then, she paused as Yuna shook her head furiously. She sweat dropped but continued anyway. Then it happens naturally. She stopped upon realizing something. Hey wait, I thought he was living with you, Konoka. She asked while Konoka nodded. Surely, you didn't see anything spicy. Konoka tilted her head while placing her index finger at her cheeks. I was sleeping so I didn't see anything at all, but it was noisy. And then I felt the bed was shaky for a while, she said. The girls who have been listening blushed brightly. Then, I heard the sound of the door being closed, she told as they nodded. I don't think Naruto-sensei will do such things. She giggled. You're too soft, Konoka. Misa scolded, placing her hand at her chin. But I think she was right, she said. But you're the one who has been accusing him, Fuka stated while the girl blushed slightly. Quote, well I mean he would not even dare to look at us at once. He will be blushing for sure, she stated. The girls nodded thinking the same. That's what I'm trying to say. You who have been quiet all the time since they'd backed away from him finally decided to speak. I don't think he was the kind of man to do such things. That's ludicrous, Kakizaki. The class president pointed her finger at Misa. This is your fault to begin with. You'll hold responsible for this accident, she stated, causing the girl to sweat dropped and waving her hand desperately. Don't be so mean. You can't put all the blames on me. She pointed her finger at Yuna who was then blushing slightly. How about her? She was the one been imagining those bad images. Her appeal however was left ignored. I hate why. Oh you guys. She cried as she led them toward Naruto was sitting cross-legged on the teacher desk while talking the angry orange-haired girl, Asuna. What is it? He asked, blushing slightly. Listen here, I want to apologize about what have happened, Misa began. Her voice however was softly so they did not hear it. However, on Yuna's side, we demand. Misa, she cried out and went panicked. All right, finally I was just about to give up. Naruto sweat dropped, continued to sit on the desk. It was blackout that night, so I was patrolling just in case someone is still around. Then, I heard a scream suddenly, he told, getting the girl's attention. Scream? Fuka asked while Naruto nodded. Awa, I'm scared. She holds her twin, Fumika's hand as they hug each other. Naruto noticed the scared looks of the girls displayed. Even though Asuna knew his story was a lie, but she just let him lie and continued the story. Hiding his smirks, he spoke. Yes, a scream. It was so loud until it LDB heard all around the academy district, yet so faint. What? When you said like that, I did hear something that night. Akira's sweat dropped, placing her hand under her chin. I think it was a scream, she confirmed her suspicion. The girls looked at her disbelievingly. Go on and continue the story, Naruto-sensei. She gestured, receiving glares from her already scared friends. All right, if that you wish. Naruto's face went serious immediately. I was searching around wildly and wondering where the voice comes from. He noticed the girls had moved closer to him and Asuna. Inwardly laughing, he continued. Somehow it had led me to one of the girls' baths. So, I came and asked for Asuna's help. The blonde teacher said as the girls nodded. I see. That's why Konoka said it was noisy in her room and the bed was shaky, huh? Misa repeated while Konoka nodded happily. The bed was shaky. Naruto's sweat dropped but quickly wiped it off before continued his story. Anyway, when we entered the girls' baths, it was then we saw it. Did you see a? Misa guessed while sweat dropped horribly. Don't say the word. Maki covered her ears with her hands while shook her head furiously. Because of the scariness, the girls moved even closer to him. Asuna's sweat dropped as she saw Naruto covered his mouth with his hand to prevent from burst out laughing. I'm afraid I have to, Maki-chan. It was dark so we didn't have a good look at that thing. He crossed his arms over his chest. But I think it was a girl since the uniform was just like you, he pointed his finger at Maki. E's school uniform while making scary face. Except that it was stained with blood. Blood. The younger of the twin, Fumika asked as Naruto nodded. However, They did not see he was fighting the urge to laugh since they are scared. "Awa, I'm so scared," she cried, hugging her twin tighter. "Meh, you don't have to get scared like that. Just after we saw her, she's just vanished." Naruto smiled, noticing the girls somewhat less excited. Inwardly laughing, he continued, "Only to find her floating above us and fly away." "Why, you must be bluffing, right?" Ayaka asked, sweat dropping at that. Naruto shook his head and let out a sigh. I wish it was my imagination. But it was true. He looked at Asuna, hiding a smile behind his serious expression. Asuna noticed that, just shrugged. "We are chasing her," as she kept floating. "Until she led us," he pointed his finger at the door. "Right in front your class before disappears." As soon as he said, all the girls automatically move closer until they're just a few inches away from him. Somewhat, he felt regret telling them that since he was clearly blushing at their closeness. Well, he coughed. "Since we found nothing, we decided to leave. But," he placed his hand at his chin, "I think I heard a faint giggles in this class when we are about to leave." As soon as he said that, they girls moved even closer to him. His blush increases as he felt their body brushed against him. Then the bell rang suddenly, marked the end of Negi's class. Feeling grateful at that, he got up and made his way out from those girls who were covering and stopping him from leaving. However, they're too late since he was already stands in front of the door. "Well, you should prepare for the next class." He winked at them before got out from the class. "Have a nice day, everyone." He closed as he heard they're asking Asuna about the story he just created. He walked away while laughing at his victory today. While making his ways to the teacher's lawn, he saw Negi, who was running out of the building. He wondered what had happened to Negi as he tried to chase him. "If I told him, he might punish Eva-san. I don't think she is a bad person," Negi said as Chamo moved to his shoulder. They are now outside the building in the Academy district. After having a discussion with the principal, he heads straight outside the building hastily with a plan in his mind. Chamo looked at him while letting out a sigh, feeling pity for the enemy. "This is just like you, Aniki. You're too damn kind," he said as Negi laughed. "Anyway, did you see a card appear when we used the provisional contract that day?" he asked while Negi pulled out a card. "That was a nice card." Turning around, they saw Naruto was standing behind them while glancing at the card all the time. Feeling embarrassed, Negi quickly hid the card behind his back. Naruto noticed that, just laughed while ruffling Negi's hair. "Hey, no need to get embarrassed out of suddenly. Show it to me." Negi reluctantly showed him the card. He kept glancing at the card thoroughly and saw Asuna's picture in it. She is portrayed differently while holding a long giant sword. "Well, that was interesting ways you portrayed her," he sweat dropped. "You don't get it, do you, Ni-san?" Chamo asked while Naruto raised his eyebrows. "This is the provisional contract." Naruto nodded while letting that white ermine pouring out all his knowledge about it. Feeling really lost, Naruto sweat dropped while raising his hand. "I think I get it now, Chamo," he groaned before looking at Negi. "So, that means you'd made a renewal contract with Asuna." "Huh," he guessed as that bespectacled teacher nodded. "Damn ying to this perverted ermine. He is going to turn you into pervert sooner or later." He holds Chamo with his hand and shows it at Negi before finally letting him go. "Anyway, I believe you've already receiving your task from that old man?" he asked. "That's right," Negi nodded. I don't know how is this going to turn out. But let's give it our best, all right." Naruto extended his hand at him. Smiling, Negi gladly took his hand and shook it rapidly. "What are you doing here, Naruto, Negi?" Turning around, they both saw Asuna and Konoka already clad in their casual clothes. Asuna came closer before noticing the card Negi was holding. "Hey, what is that?" She snatched the card from his hand, causing him to panic. Konoka moved closer to her and inspected the card together. Feeling not to interfere, Naruto moved away from them to settle this matter out. Chamo slid past them and sat on his shoulder. "Damn, Ni-san, you're leaving Aniki alone to tell An-san about that card." Chamo sweat dropped as Naruto laughing once they saw Asuna getting angry suddenly while Konoka just giggled. "Don't you want to make contract too? We'll gain many allies," that white ermine suggested, suddenly causing the blonde teacher to sweat dropped. I told you before, I'm not a mage, he whispered, carefully not letting Kanoka to hear their conversation. Besides, even if I'm a mage, I wouldn't make these provisional contract things. He pressed at Ermin's head. Because I'm not a pervert like you, it was the end. They saw Kanoka was heading toward them. Hey, Kanoka-chan, how can I help you? He asked, flashing his megawatt grin. Naruto-sensei, do you want to come shopping with us for the school trip? She asked. Smiling, he nodded. And so, he followed the group led by Kanoka to the school ground that held a special school trip sale that was recently set up. Since arrived, Kanoka has been helping Negi find suitable clothes to be brought on the trip. Sweat dropping, Naruto turned his sight at Asuna, who was looking for something not so far from him. She sure seems closer with Negi now, he began. Did something happen to her lately? He asked as Asuna shrugged. I don't know, she replied before looking at him while feeling annoyed. Why did you lie at them about that ghost story? You're almost scared them half to death. Now they're afraid going anywhere alone, she told, causing Naruto to laugh. I know, I'm sorry about that, I'll make sure to apologize. His sweats dropped before quickly wiped it away. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you this, he began. Is it really true that you likes to smooch kids? He laughed, avoiding the furious punch from the embarrassing girl. I see, it is true then, he laughed, running away from the girl who was beginning to chase him, but he stopped suddenly. Hey, where are Kanoka-chan and Negi? He asked. Asuna stopped running before looking around. Her surroundings that was not too crowded with students. Taking this chance, Naruto asked one of the students who were browsing the store about Negi. That student pointed her finger at the changing room while explaining she saw the bespectacled was heading towards it earlier. Smiling and thanking at the blushing students, he walks toward Asuna, who looking around. Yo, I think you should check one of the changing rooms, he told as Asuna raised her eyebrows. Then, why you didn't go and check it out? She asked. It is because this is a girls' school. I don't want to get accused again for being a pervert, Naruto explained before looking away, hiding his blushes. Asuna looked at him before let out a sigh and heading towards the changing rooms. Looking away from her, Naruto walks away to the food section. Looking at all types of foods, snacks and canned drinks stacked neatly in front of him, made him hungry greatly. He took a packet of potato chips and inspected it. I should buy this and some instant noodles for the trip. He inwardly chuckled. Man, it's been a while since I ate these. He walks to the counter but stopped immediately. He noticed one of the quietest girls in the class. Setsuna Sakurazaki, not so far from him. Hey Setsuna-chan. He waved his hand while walking toward her. Setsuna however stayed quiet until he was arrived in front of her. Good evening, Naruto-sensei. She spoke. Please don't call me like that. She looked around her to see the girls who jealously glanced at her closeness with the blonde teacher, threatening. You're so mean, Setsuna-chan. Naruto laughed, placing his hands at the nape of his neck. Anyway, what are you doing here? He asked. Obviously she was in the school trip sale and clearly she was looking for something, yet he can still ask that. How obliviously is he? At least that's what Setsuna was thinking. However, she answered with manners and properly. I was preparing for the trip, she said as Naruto nodded. Now, if you excuse me, she bowed. Getting ready to leave, Naruto bowed slightly as he watched Setsuna walking away. He noticed she was walking a bit faster than usual, but he decided to ignore that. Meh, she must have. He. It was nothing, Naruto-sensei. Kanoka giggled before grabbing Naruto's arm. Come on, let's look for your shirt next, she happily said, walking ahead and dragging him along. Looking back, he saw Negi was smiling and sweat dropped while Asuna just shrugged. Surprisingly, the white ermine, Chamo, was avoiding from him and sweating horribly. So, he decided to ask about this later. Little that white ermine knows that he was about to be grilled later. And then, they're screaming loudly. Naruto laughed loudly while holding his stomach. Evangeline couldn't help but finding herself smirking. Chachimaru, who was watching them from far, also couldn't help but smiling at his antics. Ha ha ha, I can't believe it. Now, Evangeline laughed. After a while, they're finally stopped. But still, I feel bad lying to them. That can't be helped, Whiskers. Evangeline laughed. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, Naruto began. Did you know we are going to a trip to Kyoto and Nara? He smiled. You really think we could find something there? I mean about this Thousand Master guy, he asked while Evangeline nodded slightly. So did I have to search around those places? Man, that's a pain in the butt, he said. Don't tell me you're already forgot your promi. Evangeline blushed, quickly corrected her. Sheesh, you're so cold, Eva-chan. He laughed slightly before turning his side to Chachimaru, who was already standing beside Evangeline. Anyway, are you coming for the trip? If you're coming, at least I have a traveling partner. We'll leave Eva-chan alone, of course, he said, receiving a hard kick to his shin. I'm sorry, Naruto-sensei. I'd rather be by Master's side as usual. Chachimaru bowed. I see. That's okay then. Naruto laughed, coming closer to Evangeline, who was still looking away. Until that time, I'll be on your side so that you won't get lonely when I was away, okay? He patted her head, gritting her teeth while blushing greatly. She launched a kick to his shin but missed anyway. Naruto laughed as he got up and headed to his room to sleep, leaving. In the morning, Naruto, finding himself boring and hungry after being harshly wake up by Evangeline, he decided to go to the cafeteria in the academy districts. After patting that blonde vampire head and winking at Chachimaru, he got out from the cottage. On the way, he let out a yawn and stretching his arms and body. When reaching around the dorm's ground, he saw a group of students clad in casual clothes heading the same direction as he is. He pulled out his cell phone and flipped it open. Ah, that's right, today is a school holiday. No wonder they not wearing their school uniforms. He laughed upon remembering that as he let the group to walk past him. After refusing that group of girls to go out for a date and getting away from those girls' grip, he continued his way to the cafeteria. When arrived, he saw only a few students since the others considering eating outside the academy. He bowed himself a hamburger and a bottle of water. Now I just need to eat. He smiled while looking around. Oi, Naruto. Looking at the source of that voice, he saw Asuna and Chama waving their hand at him. He smiled while heading toward them. Good morning, Asuna. Naruto winked at Asuna before looking at the white ermine. Yo, Chamo. He looks at them who were eating their foods. It was then he realized someone was missing from the group. Where are Negi and Kanoka? He asked while taking a seat next to her. There, Asuna began but interrupted by the ringing of her cell phone. Sighing, she pulled out her cell phone to answer it. What do you want, Kakizaki? She sweat dropped. Naruto leaned in to hear their conversation. It's amazing. It's incredible, Asuna. It feels like those TWO are going to quit school and run off to get married. Naruto and Asuna sweat dropped. Huh, they said they were going shopping today, she replied. No, it's date. A secret love date. Hya. Naruto sweat dropped even more at this. It was then he noticed a familiar blonde-haired girl was heading their way. Good morning, Ayaka. He greeted, causing Asuna to panic suddenly. She Lu. Ked at her back and saw Ayaka already standing behind her. Ooh, she screams, getting that class president attention. What's the matter, Asuna-san? Ayaka asked before looking at the blonde teacher who was just simply shook his head. Are you hiding something from me, Asuna-san? She asked. It was nothing, absolutely nothing, Ainsho-san. Don't worry about it. Asuna shook her head spurriedly while holding her cell phone away from Ayaka. Hey, did something happen over there? Did I just hear Ayaka and Naruto-sensei voices? Asuna's sweat dropped, quickly finding herself at loss of. Anyway, we're going to keep following them. I'll send you another photo, so just hold on over there. The call ended as her phone rang once again. Naruto and Ayaka leaned as Asuna flipping her phone. On the screen, Naruto saw a picture of Negi and Kanoka were drinking using the same glass while sitting closer to each other on the same table. To him, it was just a normal picture, but to he class president who was shaking, it was more than that. What the heck is this? Even this is a joke, there are limits. Ayaka shouted, rapidly hitting Asuna's back. I demand answers. She was now a attacking Naruto, but he easily avoided it. Much to her annoyance, she snatched Asuna's phone from her hand and called Misa. Hell, hold on a minute here. Ayaka shouted loudly. Naruto's sweat drew PPED while covering his ears with his hands. This is a direct order from the class president of 3A. There is, students, she said, her eyes was twitching. You will stop them right now by any means necessary. Got it, she hissed. Naruto shook his head and deciding not to interfere in this matter. He turned his sight at his foods instead. I'm really hungry right now. He opened the hamburger's cover. Itadakimasu. He brought it to his mouth. Stop that. Naruto closed his mouth, looking at the class president who was still furiously talking at the phone. Asuna just looking at her while the white ermine climbing her back. You will hold responsible for this. Make sure that those two do not become closer than necessary, got it? Naruto let out a sigh before returning his sight at his hamburger. It's getting cold already, whatever. He brought it to his mouth once again. That's it, I'm sending Naruto-sensei as your backup, Ayaka said, interrupting him immediately. Was Naruto's only response. Ayaka stands in front of him while pointing her finger at him. Naruto-sensei, I want you to follow them and stop them from doing anything unnecessary. She instructed as Naruto got up after placing his food aside. Did I have anything to do with this? He asked while the class president crossed her arms over her chest. He looks at her face and noticed it was shining darkly. Can I eat my breakfast first? He asked softly. Now, Ayaka hissed, causing him to stand still. Yes sir. I mean miss. He bowed before running ahead to whoever knew where he was going. Damn it, why did I have to this? He stopped after making sure he was far enough from Ayaka. Now where can I find them? I don't have a clue. He cried slightly. It was. Then his cell phone rang. He PPED'd and saw a new mail as coming along with a voicemail. He raised his eyebrows as he opened it. Don't slack off. That creepy voice came out along with Ayaka's scary face. Sweat dropping horribly, Naruto quickly ran off to the outside of the academy and headed outside the academy districts. It is because he'd finally remembered where was going to go next after reminiscing their conversation. Where the heck did she got my number? He sweat dropped as his cell phone rang. A new mail. He opened it. Someone was calling. He placed it near his ear. Hello, is this Naruto-sensei? Naruto stops walking. Yes, who is this? Finally, where are you right now? They're going to leave if you don't hurry. Naruto sweat dropped. Sheesh, you're going to hurt my ear sooner or later. Where are you right now? We're in front of a shop right now. Hurry up. He looks around and sweat dropped even more. There was more than a shop in this city, he said. However, he was replied by silence. He looked at his cell phone and saw the call had ended. This is a pain in the butt. He sweats dropped while placing his cell phone away. It was then someone grabs his hand, much to his surprise. That person, who was a man, dragged him a few meters away and stops in front of a furniture shop. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Naruto asked defensively. In front of him were the man earlier and two slightly dark-skinned girls who seemed to be high school students. His question was left unanswered since the man places his finger at Naruto's lips. Sheesh, Naruto-sensei, you're going to blow our disguise. That man said in a high-pitched voice though. Naruto's sweat dropped as he recognized that well-known voice. Why the hell did you roar like that, Madoka-chan? He asked before Madoka placing both of her hand at his mouth. HMPHFT. Naruto-sensei, you should get disguise as well. One of the disguised girls, Shina, suggested while the other girl, Misa, kept looking around. MPHH. Madoka removed her hands from his mouth. Never mind about that. Naruto's sweat dropped while crossing his arms over his chest. What's going on here? Your class president surely was furious about this, he asked at them. Misa smiles while pointing her finger at the different direction they're standing right now. Take a look at that and tell us what you see, she said. Naruto nodded and reluctantly looked at whatever she was pointing. He glanced thoroughly at their targets. Those targets were Negi and Konoka, who was standing in front of a clothes shop. I see Negi and Konoka looking at the display's clothes. He looked away and shot them a weird looks. So, What was the real problem here? GHH, you're so oblivious, Naruto-sensei. Misa placed her hands at her waist while shaking her head left and right slightly. Don't you see, they're having a date. A lovey date, she said as the other girls nodded agreeing with her. This however made the blonde teacher to sweat dropped even more. A lovey date, he asked as they nodded. Naruto looks back at Negi and Konoka who were still at that shop before returning his sight at the girls. Really? That doesn't look like that to me. Sheesh, you're so oblivious, Naruto-sensei. No wonder you didn't have a girlfriend. Misa infuriated said. Don't you see Konoka is hitting on Negi-sensei? I mean she lives in the same room as Negi-sensei and you, right? She asked as Naruto nodded. And then when you and Asuna are busy being lovey-dovey with each other, Konoka started to act like a second mother, she deduced while Naruto's sweats dropped. And then that feeling grew to love. Then one night, she continued as the girl's face flushed scarlet. That seems weird, Naruto stated. Are you sure you're not a little bit exaggerated? It's the truth, Naruto-sensei. We age like a couple does. Shina said worriedly. If the authorities know about this, they're going to expel Negi-sensei. That's why we should interfere before that happens. I see. But I don't feel too good about this. Naruto nodded slightly, placing his hand at his chin. Few seconds later, he made his decision. Alright then, I will help you. But I'm just observing while you do your stuff. Yeah, alright, we got a supportive member now. The girls cheered. Naruto just shook his head and smiled at their antics. Okay now, we just have to get you disguise. The girls claimed while observing him. You look like a guy who can blend well in the crowd. But, what is it? Naruto asked while his cheeks colored slightly at the girls who were still glancing thoroughly at him. I think your whiskers like Mark is a spoiler. We should cover it up. Misa suggested as she pulled out something. What is that? He asked while looking at that thing. That thing looks like something that can cover your face except that it looks like a famous robot mask like the one he saw at the otaku shop days ago. His question was left unanswered since she had already worn it. At his face, he found himself immediately uncomfortable as the girls nodded as if that was a good disguise. This is a stupid disguise. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Shush, primary members' orders are absolute. You should trust us. Misa waved her hand, disagreed by that. You're completely invisible now. Look around, no one notices you. She said as the other girls nodded. Looking around, Naruto saw all of the nearby passengers giving him weird look but then just smiles at him. Naruto lowered his head and sweat dropped, getting the idea to just disappear right now. Nay, no one was noticing you, Naruto-sensei. Shina giggled. I think otherwise, Naruto simply said. Nobody notices his tears thanks to the mask. You did a good job, Naruto-sensei. You were promoted to 4th class supportive member right now. Misa gave him thumbs up and laughed. Yeah, thank you for the promotion. Naruto sarcastically said before crying slightly. Now can I take off this stupid mask right now? He asked even though it was more like he was begging. It was then he notices familiar figures heading their way. It was Negi and Konoka. He said softly to the other girls. Yikes. Let's go, Kugyo-kun. Shina leaving them while dragging Madoka along. Do your magic, Naruto-sensei. We're counting on you. Misa gave him another thumb up before leaving him. Just stand still, okay? She winked before disappearing between the crowd. Behind the robot mask, Naruto was sweating horribly. She didn't have to shout so loudly. He looked away and saw Negi and Konoka walking near to him. They air walking in front of him but then stopped suddenly. He saw Negi was sweat dropping while looking at him. Not just Negi, he was also sweat dropping horribly right now. Thanks to the mask, they didn't saw it. What is that man doing? Negi asked looking at the robot masked man that has been standing still until now. You didn't know, Negi-kun. Konoka giggled. This is what they called cosplay. Harajuku is really famous about this. She explained. I see. Your country sure is amazing, huh? They laughed, starting to walk away. Where should we go next, Konoka-san? Naruto heard their conversation before they're completely out from his sight. Minutes later, Misa, Madoka and Shina emerged between the crowds with a pile of stuff on Shina's arms. See, I told ya it'll work. Misa smiles while holding his shoulder. You did a good job, Naruto-sensei. Madoka smiled. Great. Naruto laughed. Now can I burn this stupid mask? He pointed at his mask before noticing what the girls were holding. What is that? He asked while pointing his finger at it. Is that a dumbbell? When this is finished, we're going to claim back our money at Ayaka. Shina cried. Anyway, for now let's focus on our mission. Let's go. Misa and Madoka both dragged Naruto along with them. Few minutes later, they arrived in front of. Okay, we have to make interruption, Misa said as the others nodded. It was then Naruto raised his right hand. What is it, Naruto-sensei? She asked. Can I skip from doing this? He asked. No, can't do, Naruto-sensei. It is because you're next, Shina said as Naruto's sweat dropped. Misa and Madoka pushed him until he was a few meters away from Negi and Konoka. After shooting the girls, what did you think about this, Konoka-san? Negi asked. Naruto saw he was holding something in his hands. Naruto came closer to them to get a better view. Turn out, that thing Negi was holding was the same kind of bells Asuna used to tie her hair. Awa, that's cute. This is perfect, Konoka said as Negi nodded while waving his hand at the shop assistant. Excuse me, I'll take that. Turning around, Negi and Konoka saw the robot masked man they saw earlier standing right behind them. Shocking by that, they moved a few meters away. It was then the shop assistant came to their side and looked like he was concerned about something. Excuse me, he began, getting their attention. I'm sorry about this, but that is the last one we have. He smiled and sweat dropped. I'm afraid one of you has to give up. Don't worry, we have wide variety of other accessories for your liking. But Negi and Naruto stuttered. Nay, robot masked san, Konoka spoke, getting Naruto attention. Did you going to buy it for someone? She asked. Naruto's sweat dropped but nodded though. Yes, it was really important, he said. Konoka smiled and winked at him before dragging Negi away from that accessories shop, leaving him and the shop assistant alone. Quote, because Ayaka going to be furious if I did not do so, he said as they got out from his sight. Hearing a cough, he turns his head at the shop assistant who was looking at him hopefully. Do you want to wrap this? He asked as Naruto nodded. He watched as the shop assistant getting inside the shop. Looking away, he saw Misa, Shina and Madoka. He crossed his arms over his chest as the girls coming closer to him. Hey, I think you're mistaken. They didn't look like a couple to me. It was more like student and teacher at all, he said before getting inside the shop. After a few minutes, he got tea from the shop along with a wrapped box in his hand. He raised his eyebrows when he noticed the furious looks the girls gave at him. Sheesh, you're a slowpoke, Naruto-sensei, Misa said as they running ahead. Naruto placed that box in his pocket before chasing them. Come on, they want to go somewhere quiet and take a rest. This is bad. He sweat dropped and continued chasing after them, noticing a few mails he received from the class president. How long do we have to this? Naruto asked as he cried slightly behind his mask. The other girls ignored him and continued watching their target. They are now in the bushes while spying on Negi and Konoka. After half day of spying, interrupting and chasing them, they're being led to the square. Negi and Konoka took a seat at the staircase, as is while Naruto and the girls hiding in the bushes. So now here they are. Finding himself boring watching them, he took a seat under a tree. He removed his mask aside while pulled out his cell phone. He flipped it open and saw a few mails coming from Ayaka a few hours ago. He sweat dropping, feeling his life could be in danger right now. He quickly brushed the thought away when he saw the girls squealed suddenly. Hey, what's going on? He asked at the blushing girl, Shina. Konoka was letting Negi-sensei sleep on her lap, she said as Misa smirks. Naruto raised his eyebrows, coming closer to Madoka who was still watching Negi and Konoka. Not so far from them, he saw Negi was indeed sleeping on Konoka's lap while she was patting his head. What's the problem here? Naruto asked, obliviously about that. Kukuku. They're progressing real fast. I'm so envious. Damn that Konoka. This isn't right, is it? Madoka said while sweat dropping. Misa, you can do that with your boyfriend, you idiot. If you want it, maybe you should try with Naruto-sensei. Misa annoyingly said to the now blushing girl, Madoka. Naruto, however, being really oblivious, just kept watching their target along with Shina. Don't you get it? It's more romantic to have a young man sleep on your lap. Well, this is boring. Naruto let out a yawn before lie down on the grass. Maybe you should just give up. I'm sure Ayaka will understand. His sweats dropped. Well, maybe not. He got up and continued watching their target. He saw Kanoka moved her finger away in gestures. It was then he saw her finger glowed suddenly, surprising him. She giggled before looking at Negi's face before slowly brought her face near his. Ooh ah, hold on. Wait, Kanoka. Naruto's sweat dropped and blushing at finding himself on the ground along with the girls. Damn it. He struggled to get up since the girls were on top of him. He decided to give up before turning his sight at his left side. He saw Kanoka was looking at them while sweat dropping. His sweat dropped horribly while laughing awkwardly. Ha 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 yo, he greeted as the girls began to move away from his body. Hey, hold it right there. He got up while turning his head aside. He saw Asuna and Ayaka furiously heading their way. He stretched his body as they walked past him. Era, Iancho and Asuna. Kanoka turned her sight at Naruto. Naruto-sensei, why are you all here? She asked. Don't play innocent, Kanoka-san. I know you were. Ayaka stopped talking suddenly while pointing her finger at Kanoka. Ooh, why you are letting Negi-sensei on her lap? I want to try that too. Kanoka, are you going to? Asuna asked before noticing the bespectacled teacher. Negi has wake up. He was blushing immediately when noticing everyone was looking at him. He shouted. Ni-san. Asuna-san. Why are you all here? He asked. I was wondering about that too. Naruto sweat dropping before crossing his arms over his chest. There's been a rumor about you and Kanoka, Madoka and Shina placed their hand at his mouth, preventing from speaking furthermore. MPHH. Negi-kun. Looks like they'd figured it out. Kanoka giggled while looking at the panicked bespectacled teacher. It looks like we don't have a choice. What is it you figure out? Ayaka asked, turning her sight at Naruto and the other girls. A hidden forbidden relationship between them. I can't allow this, she said, causing them to sweat drop. Sheesh, your imagination really is amazing, Ayaka. Naruto shook his head before receiving a punch to his arm from that furious class. President, you don't have to do that, you know. He cried slightly while brushing his pain arm. Ayaka just raised her eyebrows before looking away. It was then they saw Negi walking toward Asuna while rummaging through his small paper bag. It's 1 day early, but he pulled out a wrapped box tied with ribbon and handing it to Asuna, much to everyone's surprise. Here, Asuna-san, for the 21st of April, happy birthday. Wah. Asuna looked at them disbelievingly. Wah. Birthday. Misa, Madoka and Shina screamed. Naruto and Ayaka simultaneously said. I've been looking for a present with Kanoka-san since this morning. Negi explained. It took us a lot of time though. I learned a lot of thing today. He giggled. It was. We've also got presents for you, Asuna. The cheerleading group came to Asuna and handed her the gift before running away from the class president who was starting to chase them. Upon seeing that, Naruto reached into his pocket while walking to Asuna. This turns out to be a huge misunderstanding, huh? Anyway, he pulled out the thing he bought earlier and placed it on top of the pile of presents Asuna have carried on her arms. Happy birthday. He smiled and winked at her. Asuna began. Finally have the courage to speak. Thank you, Negi, Kanoka, Naruto, everyone, this is so sudden, she sniffled slightly. The tears started to form in her eyes, causing everyone to smile at that. I'm so happy. She closes her eyes as tears streaming down her face. Naruto smiled and placing his hand at her shoulder. Meh, don't sweat it. He gave thumbs up before moving his hand away and laughing. Asuna wiped away her tears before smiling as the cheerleading group and Ayaka arrived beside her. As Negi watching him, he finally notices something at the right side of Naruto's head. Is that a robot mask? Negi asked excitedly as if he has discovering something important. Then, you're that robot masked man. He shouted but not loud enough to be heard by others except Kanoka. She nodded while placing her finger at her lips. Negi nodded while covering his mouth with his hands. Did the man we saw at the shop is Ni-san after all? He asked as Kanoka nodded. Why is Ni-san cosplaying then? Actually, Naruto-kun was so shy, Kanoka stated and giggled. He wants to buy a present for Asuna. That's why he is embarrassed. She said as Negi nodded while taking a glance at Naruto. I understand now, Kanoka-san. I remember he said it was important. It's because Ni-san knew about Asuna-san's birthday earlier and planning to give her a present. He lowered his head while pumping his fist. His eyes sparkling. Naruto Ni-san was a real gentleman. What's it about me? Looking up, he saw Naruto was looking at him questionably. In result, he shook his head rapidly. Naruto just smiles before looking away to Asuna, Ayaka and the cheerleading group. Anyway, it's time to take off this stupid mask away. He removed that robot mask from his head and handed it to Misa. Nah, you can keep it. Naruto-sensei. She smiled, moving away slightly from Ayaka. Naruto reluctantly agreed to keep it even though it was against his judgment. Anyway, we've come all this way after all. So let's go to karaoke. She claimed, receiving cheers from Madoka and Shina. We'll have a birthday party for Asuna. Actually, I was planning to go back, Naruto said before ending himself being dragged by Madoka and Shina along the road. Don't be a spoil, Naruto-sensei. Misa laughed. All right, we're going all out. She continued to laugh as the others following her from behind since she was the leader for now. And so they made their way to their destination. Once inside and go their room, Naruto took a sit next to Asuna and Kanoka. Ayaka sat next to Negi while talking with each other. The cheerleading group was busy searching for the best songs to sing. Meanwhile, Kanoka and Asuna went to explain to Naruto about karaoke which he does not understand at all. He looks at them confusedly when they are sweat dropping suddenly. After a while, each of them begins to sing their chosen song. Misa sang a famous song and to make it short, she did well singing that song much to everyone's surprises. After that, it was Madoka and Shina sang a funny song. Everyone was laughing at the puns and antics they made. As for Ayaka, she chose a very romantic heart-beating song. That song was surprisingly suited with her voices which resulted in cheers by everyone. She blushed like a little girl while taking her seat back but this time she sit more closely to Negi. Naruto's weep dropped at that before paying his attention at the girl that was going to sing next. Actually, it was a group consists of Asuna and Kanoka. Naruto laughed while cheering for them loudly, causing Asuna to blush and Kanoka to giggle. They chose a cheerful and happy song. As they sang, Naruto was finding himself liking that song. After a while they finally finished singing that song, receiving cheers and claps from the others. Alright, that was nice Asuna, Kanoka. Misa gave them a clap before turning her head to the bespectacled teacher. Negi-sensei, you're next, she said making Negi blushed furiously. Yeah, go, Aniki. Chamo quietly cheered beside him. Negi shakily nodded before making his way to the front and taking the microphone at the end of the table. They cheered as soon as the song came out. He waited for the right moment before sing. He chose a pop-catchy song that really is suitable for his voice. When he finished, everyone gave him a loud cheer blush greatly. You're a real artist, Negi-sensei. Ayaka shouted. The blonde teacher nodded while eating his food. All right, this is getting better. Misa grabbed the microphone and it to him. Come on, Naruto-sensei. You're next, she said as Naruto immediately choked on his food. Kanoka helped him as he coughed. What the? He coughed before drinking a glass of water. He put the glass back at the table while catching his breath. Why you never say anything about I have to sing too, he said while sweating horribly. Besides, I don't have a good voice. I'll be a joke. Don't be a spoil, Naruto-sensei. Ayaka said, you don't have to worry about your voice. We're all in the same boat here. Shina said, besides, you can ask Misa here to teach you. Madoka told, just do it, you coward. Turning aside, Naruto shot a dark glare at the white ermine Chamo who was then sweating horribly. He saw Asuna, Negi and Kanoka nodding their head, gesturing for him to do it. He decided to just do it since there is no way to Others will stop from getting him to sing. You're so mean. He let out a sigh before crossing his arms over his chest. All right, let's do it. He gave them thumbs up. But in turn, you have to help me with this. No problem. What song do you want to sing? Misa asked. I don't know. Naruto's sweat dropped. Oh, how about something that suits Naruto-sensei personality? Shina suggested excitedly. How about a wild song? I don't think I'm a wild type. Naruto's sweat dropped even more. Okay then, how about a gangster song? Misa suggested. Do I look like one? How about we choose it randomly? Konoka suggested, opening the catalog that contains all the available songs. Just tell us the alphabet, the row and the number you have in mind. She said as Naruto nodded. Now, starting with the alphabet. I choose K. Naruto told as Konoka flipped the pages until it reaches K section. I think I want row 15 and number 15. He told as Konoka searching the row and number. You got it? He asked. Misa and Negi leaned in to see the result. Kimi ni Todoke marginal love. Negi read the word loudly. Not a bad choice though. I think this will do. Misa chose that song by using a remote. A second later, the song started to play while the lyrics shone up at the screen. Naruto, who was on pins and needles, read the lyrics and sang suddenly while creating his own rhythm. Fushigina, you have to wait for the cue. Naruto-sensei. And it was a wrong rhythm. Misa scolded. Naruto lowered his head to hide his blushes before nodding his head. He took a quick glance at the others who was busy laughing their butt off at him. He cursed as he felt his cheeks burned greatly of embarrassment. It's not like you could do any better. He said out of annoyance only to further increase their laughter. I'm a joke now. He looked away before paying attention at Misa, who was starting to sing. As she sang, Naruto made sure to follow the pace and rhythm of the song. After a while Misa stopped, gesturing for Naruto to continue. Bravely yet unconfirmed, he's starting to sing. Toki doki fuin ni naru. He began, getting their attention. Subite ga yumi no yuda. Dakeshimaru kimi wo sato hanasan yo. He got up as he felt he was slowly to understand the meaning of the lyrics. Itsumade mo zuto suaku sakai wo kido washurazu itai. Kana ni hakanaku yutsukushi. Bakura dake no rakuin ni fus. Awashi kono niwa wo dare mo kitsutsukanide. Nagaruru hoshi ni nego marginal love. He sang while walking to the front. They noticed he was closing his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Then they saw he got into a stance and moved his hands swiftly as if he was dancing. Dare yori mo kido I shitsuzukuru zuto kimi wo kanjidaru sakai no hate no rakuinda. Itsuka yumi ga awad mo omoi ha ikisuzukuru yo. Meguri eta kono basho matataku hoshi ni. Negai marginal love. He stopped moving while placing his hand near his chest and smiling. Kimi ni Todoke, marginal love. He hummed before the song stopped. Opening his eyes, he saw all of them were looking at him weirdly. Their attention at him made him blushing slightly. What is it? Did I mess up? Awa, you're so amazing, Ni-san. Negi clapped his hands excitedly. I don't know you can dance that good. It was impressing about our traditional dance. Ayaka nodding her head proudly. I was dancing. Naruto asked and seems confused about it. Kukuku, you're not so bad for someone new. I say you pass this test. Misa gave him thumbs up along with Madoka and Shina. I thought this was for fun. Naruto's sweat dropped. That was amazing, Naruto-sensei. Konoka giggled. I think Grandpa will be happy. Isn't that right, Asuna? She looked at Asuna, who was nodding her head. Why yeah, I guess so. Would someone please explain already? Naruto let out a sigh and lowered his body. I don't understand at all, he frowned. Misa laughed while patted his shoulder. Then she got up and came to the front with a microphone in her hand. Alright, let's do this. Round 2, she claimed as she started to sing, which causing Naruto to let out a long sigh. After a long weird misunderstanding day, he was tired of course. Here's nothing more he like rather than sleeping in his bed right now. But somehow it has changed now. Looking in front of him was Misa, who was singing before gesturing for Asuna to continue. He found himself laughing as Asuna stuttered. She blushed at that before punching his arms. She got up and came to the front, leaving him in pain. Looking aside, he saw Kanoka was winking at him. He raised his eyebrows, which making that girl giggled. On the other hand, Madoka and Sheena laughed at Asuna and Misa before coming to the front to join them. Ayaka used this opportunity to come even closer to Negi. Chamo's sweat dropped as Ayaka giggled like a little girl when she and Negi were talking. In that commotion, no one noticed that night was one of the calmest nights of their lives. Yura, I finally finished writing this chapter. I really hope everyone will enjoy this chapter. Since the internet is in my grasp right now, so you can expect for faster updates. Yeah, also, I will keep improving my writing. So please continue to support me. Now about this chapter, why Naruto is dancing. What did he realize? What did Kanoka and Asuna mean by that old perverted principal will be happy? The day for the trip is just behind the corner. And why is Kanoka suddenly like giggling and winking at Naruto? And Naruto received another identity as the robot masked man. There is too much question. He, don't sweat about it at all. Your question will be answered and you can finally understand this story as the story progress. I really hope for your patience. For the pairing poll, I will keep it until after the Kyoto arc. So please take your time to vote, alright. I'm really anxious about the result. Ho ha ho. Anyway, about the song Naruto sing, probably 1 in 1,000 people ever heard it. But if you and I can show you where to listen that song. Please visit my profile. As for now, I will give you the translation for the song. Let's do it. Hakase. Hakase, very well, Mr. Writer-san. Typing something at the keyboard. Alright everyone, this translation started at Tokidoki, so please ignores Fushijina. So here goes for the translation. Sometimes I feel uneasy like everything was a dream. Holding you closely, gently, never let you go no matter when in this never-ending world. I will never forget this fleeting beautiful dream. This court as matches so well with our playground with no desire to hurt anyone. A wish of endless love made to the shooting stars. It will definitely be a love than other love you feels. A playground at the ends of the world. Even when the dream ends, my feeling will still persist at a place where we meet. Just like the endless love wished under the shooting stars. I'll have the endless love for you. Hakase, that's it for the translation. Thank you for taking your time. Bows and walks away. Awa. The meaning of this song is deep. If you want to hear it, go to my profile. I think that's all for now. 3A's students, pleasius. Yeah, now onward to the next chapter. Let's go. The trip to Kyoto, day 1. Cheers from 3A students. Me, finally. I've been waiting for this trip. Grabbing the bags on the floor, let's go. Negi, let's go. Giggling. Naruto, yeah, but don't think this will be a walk in the park though. Me, Matt, you're worrying too much. Looking away, is that a frog? Looking away, is that a monkey? Naruto, what the hell? Negi, ua? Question mark. Idiot. Until next time. Yane. Trip to Kyoto, let's go. Naruto let out a heavy sigh before walking to the window near the door. Once arrived, he placed his hands at the moist glass while brought his face near to see the surroundings. It seems that the heavy rain had stopped. The pitch-dark sky was slightly decreasing his sight. He could see the leaves blown by the strong wind. He heard a faint sound of rivers flow after raining. It was so calm and pleasant, like music to his ears. It was a good and calm night for everyone. Oh, how much he wants to spend this night by sleeping. But of course that's not going to happen. Stop your daydream and continue your work, Whiskers. Startled by that loud voice, he turned around to see Evangeline, who was crossing her arms over her chest while looking at him expectantly. Sweat dropping, he reached the towel in the bucket at the floor before wiping the window while growling. Evangeline smirks at this before walking to her usual seat at the couch. The person, or to be exact the robot beside him who was brushing the floor, smiles at him. Turn out, Naruto and Chachimaru was carrying out the house chores as ordered by Evangeline. Naruto was wearing a black short sleeves shirt and a long black pant. In addition, he wore a white apron and a white bandana that covered almost of his hair. While Chachimaru was wearing her normal maid outfit. You're so mean, Eva-chan. Naruto cried while moving to another window and wipe it. I have to get ready for tomorrow. I don't want to be late, he said, gaining a laugh from the blonde vampire, Evangeline. Stop your whining, Whiskers. This is part of the rules you have to follow if you want to live here. Evangeline laughed loudly, proud at her victory this time. Naruto's sweat dropped before moving to another window, which is the last one. Sheesh, that was a mean landlord. He groaned softly before looking at Chachimaru, who has finished her job. Maybe we should teach that little master Cha-Cha-chan. He whispered, getting. Hey Eva-chan, I'm done. Naruto let out a yawn while passing the bucket to Chachimaru. Is that clean enough for you? He asked as Evangeline walks to the windows to inspect it. She kept touching the glass while talking to herself. Naruto just shook his head at her before walking to the couch. Do you want a cup of tea, Naruto-sensei? Chachimaru asked as soon as she arrived at his side. Meh, it's okay. I just want to sleep right now. Naruto laughed. Are you sure you don't want to come for the trip? It'll be fun leaving Eva-chan alone. He suggested while giggling evilly. It's okay, Naruto-sensei. I prefer to be by master's side. Chachimaru politely refused. Naruto nodded his head and laughed. It was then Evangeline came to their side while looking at them questionably. Chachimaru bowed at her before walks away. What are you talking about? She asked as Naruto shook his head. Whatever. That was not too bad. You'll make a good housekeeper, Whiskers. Evangeline commented on his work, which causing Naruto to growl. No thanks. I already have a job. He ruffled her hair before walking away. Good night. He waved his hand, happily walking to his room. The blonde vampire coughed, stopping him immediately. As if he knows something was about to happen, he turns around. Standing at the hallway was Evangeline, who was smirking while holding a mop and a bucket. This made Naruto fall on his butt while crying slightly. Come on, don't be so mean, he cried, causing the mean vampire to laugh her butt off. The robot maid only watched him with sympathy. It was a very pleasant day. The sky was clearer, as the rays of sunlight filtered its way through the window into Naruto's room. The calm wind brushes slightly the trees. The birds happily fly in the sky. The calm sound of rivers flow further increases the harmony. This is good day for one particular teenager, Naruto, who was still sleeping like. Naruto-sensei. Naruto turned sideways and moving a little in his bed with his eyes still shut. What is it, Cha-Cha-chan? He asked half-consciously. He slightly opened his eyes and finally noticed the bright surrounding. What time is it? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bucket landed on Naruto's head hardly. Chachimaru quickly rushed to his side as he rolled around his bed while holding his head in pain. What the hell? He got up defensively and looking around furiously. Standing not so far from him was the bucket's owner, Evangeline. It's about time you wake up, idiot, she said, smirking a bit. Naruto raised his eyebrows while Chachimaru bandaging his swollen head. Well yeah, who wouldn't? He said before receiving a kick at his shin. Well, I'm fully wake up now. Do you want anything, my dear princess? He asked while rubbing his shin. You're pathetic. She leaned at the wall while crossing her arms over her chest. Maybe you should look at your watch, Whiskers. She huffed, making Naruto raised his eyebrows. Without questioning the vampire, he picked up his wristwatch and looked at the time displayed. It was still early in the morning, right? I still have some time left before the trip, he asked before lie down on his bed. So what's the big deal here? He asked before yawning. Actually, as a teacher, you have to get there early, Chachimaru said as Naruto nodded slightly. Ah, what a pain. He sweat dropped before getting ready to get up. It was then he remembered something about him last night. Wait a minute, he said, getting the other two attentions. I remembered I was mopping the floor last night. How come I can be here? You're collapsed. We have to drag you all the way to your room, Chachimaru stoically said, causing him to sweat dropped. Ha ha ha, we should blame that puny landlord for being so heartless and selfish. He got up from his bed quickly to avoid the angry vampire who was hot on his heels. On the other side, Chachimaru, who thought she has something better to do, decided to leave the room. As she got out, she fails to notice the blonde was cornered and sweating horribly. Evangeline covered in dark aura as she become closer. That morning was normal as usual. Except this time, long piercing cries breaks the silence and forcefully awaken the forest inhabitants. Naruto tightened his necktie to his collar. He pulled down it a bit to make sure it was not too tight. After wearing his black jacket, he picked up a traveling bag and worn it on his back. He placed his medium-sized bag and slung it over his head and shoulder. Turning around, he looked at his big scroll under his bed. Feeling unnecessary, he decided to leave it here. Smiling and feeling enthusiastic, he pumped his fist in the air and shouted, "Ha ha ha, all right, bring it on, Thousand Master Guy." He laughed before making his way to the door. Once outside, he makes sure to close the door before walking to the living room. Once there, he saw Evangeline was sitting and drinking tea at her usual spot. Chachimaru, who just got out from the kitchen, finally noticed him. He showed her his megawatt smile before walking to Evangeline and sit beside her. "Did you forget something, Whiskers?" Evangeline asked. "You know what to do" question without putting away her cup of tea. Naruto, however, just laughed and ruffled her hair. "Meh, I don't want to." He draws away his hand from her head. Evangeline huffed and placed the cup on a tray. "Besides, I was going for a long trip here. At least forget that stupid rule for a while." He smiled at her. She just shot him. "Idiot, you better not forget about it. If that neggy brat said was true, we might find some clue about him," she said as Naruto nodded. "I know about that. Don't worry about it. I find him no matter what it takes." He gave her thumb up and looked away, trying to hide her slightly red cheeks. Naruto, however, noticed that and laughed. Feeling annoyed, she kicked his shin hardly. She laughed at her victory as he holds his leg in pain. "That's what you get when you mess with the undead mage." Still laughing, she began to get up before walking away. But then, her feet accidentally hit the table and causing her to fall face first to the floor. Naruto and Chachimaru rushed to her side and helped her. After helping her and thinking he was already late, Naruto finally decided to go to the train station to meet with the others. After patting Evangeline's head, he walked to the door and ready to leave. Naruto-sensei, turning around, he saw Chachimaru coming to his side with a lunchbox at her hand. "This is for you." She handed it to him. "Thank you, Cha-Cha-chan." Naruto smiled before reaching his pocket. He pulled out his cell phone and placed it at Chachimaru's hand. "I think you should take this. Just in case something happened when I'm gone." He laughed while looking at Evangeline, who was holding her forehead in pain. He opened the door and got out from the cottage. "Have a safe journey, Naruto-sensei." Chachimaru bowed. Naruto laughed and gave her thumbs up. Turning around and walking toward the bridge, he makes his way to the Academy District. A few minutes later he arrived. Looking around, he saw most of the students are busily preparing for the trips. Since most of the third-year students will be going to Kyoto and Nara, the other students will be going to the other place suggested by the teachers. At least that's what Naruto recalled. After declining a group of girls to follow them in their trip, and getting away from getting shoved in a big luggage bag, he decided to make his way to the train station. Naruto whistled while walking upstairs that connected to the pedestrian bridge and tree-lined walkways. He looked around as he walks across the road along with the other people. There are only a few cars can be seen. The numbers of pedestrians was more than the numbers of vehicles. The weight are puddles indicating it was raining last night. The rays of sunlight make it glitter greatly. As he was walking alongside the sidewalk, he heard a pleasant sound of crickets and frogs. "Wait a minute." Naruto stopped walking as he lets a man walk past him. "Frog." He slapped his forehead with his right hand, almost smiling. "That's it. I can't believe I nearly forgot that thing." He was now logging and pumping his fist in the air rapidly. The local peoples nearby looked at him weirdly. Also, a couple of tourists nearby caught Naruto picture with their camera, thinking he was doing some sort of local culture or so. After a while, Naruto finally stopped before crossing his arms over his chest and smirking. He, this is a good sign." He nodding to himself and began to walk. "I think I'm in the right path. I should check it out." He walked past the tourist, not noticing they were clapping their hand at him. He was too happy and too oblivious about his surrounding now. He let his legs raise him to wherever his legs lead him, since he was busy thinking about the new discovery he'd found. A few minutes later he arrived in front of a building. Near him in the alley, he failed to notice a few figures enjoying their time, or to be precise, solving their problem. Among the figures was a middle-aged man. He had a scar near his eyes that led to his cheek. He wore casual clothes and had bread-looking hair. Most noticeable thing about him was the bad butt-looking knife he held right now. The other figure was a girl that seems to be a mid-school student. She has a long blonde hair and a pretty face. Most noticeable things about her were a knife set near her neck and her model-like body. While the person that was holding the knife was middle-aged man, average height, wearing a leather jacket, a long black jean and a porcupine hair. Between them was, "You got some balls messing into other people's businesses." He smirked. "Not bad for a tomboy. Maybe we should play with you a little." "Let go of her," the ponytail-haired girl calmly said, gaining laughter from the men. "Niece, how about this, you put that whatever it is behind you away. Then maybe I can make it worth a while." The scarred man laughed while moving closer to her. "I always want to bet a fucking tomboy." He grabbed her arm but she quickly moved away and awarded him with a square punch in the face. The man stumbled but quick enough to balance himself. He spat out blood, eyes glaring dagger at her. The girl however responded with a smirk. "You son of a witch. You're going to regret it." He lunged forward and thrust his knife forward. "I'm gonna shove that stick up your butt." He slashed the knife at her body but she steadily avoided the attack without changing her stance. Her actions however make him almost stumble. Taking this chance, she placed her right hand at the tip of the stick while the other hand holding it firmly. As quick as lightning, the man already half faint in the garbage can and win a ticket to the VIP room in hospital. What the hell? The other man stuttered upon watching his friend emitting stars near his head. "You witch." He threw the crying girl away from his arms. That girl stumbled on her feet and crashed onto the wall. Rage overtaken himself, he rushed forward and slashed the knife brutally. His attacks however keep missing as the ponytail girl continually evaded it. He launched another aggressive attack as she was timing her action carefully. When the time was right, she slipped behind his back and tripped his feet. That porcupine-haired man crashed face first onto the wall, leaving him only a few teeth to munch his food later. This ponytail-haired girl stoically looked at both of the injured men before looking away. "It was your anger that defeated you," she said before moving away to the victim. The crash at the wall had slightly dirtied and torn her clothes. "Are you okay?" she asked, noticing a name tag at the victim's shirt. It has, "Kumi," written in it. Between the cry, Kumi nodded before getting to her feet. Just when the ponytail girl was just about to leave, she suddenly jumped and hugged her. Getting red, the ponytail-haired girl desperately trying to lose the grip that seems has tightened. While trying to get away she spotted a familiar figure near her. Little she knows that she shouldn't have called him Naruto-sensei. Naruto looked arrow-wound when he heard his name was called before spotting the figures near him. What he saw enough to make every perverted man giggled like, "This is too much." Naruto looked away and closed his eyes. He was fiercely battle with his mind, trying to get rid of the image out of his head. His face was redder than a crimson rose. "What the hell are you doing?" He opened his eyes but slightly covered it with his hands. "Setsuna." The red-faced Setsuna managed to shake away Kumi's hold. Without further ado, she gets her belongings on the ground and quickly run away. Naruto called her name before chasing her. A few seconds later, they were out of that voluptuous girl's sight. That girl looked at them from far while covering her torn shirt with her jacket. Sadness and disappointment could really be seen in her face, which confirms your suspicion about her natural interest. Back to the black-haired girl, Setsuna has stopped running along with the still red-faced Naruto. To avoid any wrong perception about her, she quickly tells the truth about what really happened as they walk. Naruto was nodding his head and crossing his arms over his chest along the way. "I see, so that's really happened." He laughed but then stopped. "But seriously, there seemed to be a lot of problem like that this day." He looked at Setsuna as their eyes met. "If you keep jumping into something dangerous like that, you will get yourself killed." He let out a long sigh. Setsuna just raised her eyebrows at him. "Well, never mind that. What is that thing you're holding?" He pointed at the black long thing behind her back. "This. Do you want to know, Naruto-sensei?" she asked. She raised her eyebrows when that blowy suddenly. No thanks. I get the picture." Naruto awkwardly laughed, secretly brushing away his inner thought. About whatever pervert thing that just passed his mind. That is the previous image of Setsuna and the other student, of course. Nice thought, kid. Shut up, Kyubi no baka. Setsuna just stoically looked at her teacher's face that kept changing expression. Looking away, she looked at the sky before finally noticing something. Naruto-sensei. She called, but it seemed that he didn't hear it. She came closer and shook his shoulder. That contact made him finally back from his inner thought world to the harsh reality. What is it? He asked. If we don't go now, we're going to be late, she explained as Naruto nodding his head. And so, they are resuming their walk to the train station. They came across a few students that were on the way to the other trip. After a while, they arrived 2 blocks away from the train station. As they arrived in front of the train station, they hear a new announcement coming in. The Junior Shinkansen, Asama 506 inches, will be departing shortly. Oh damn it, we're going to be late. Naruto began to run and climbing up the stairs, quickly followed by Setsuna. Later, they arrived not so far from the long bullet train. Naruto stopped near a souvenir shop to catch his breath as Setsuna walked past him. Glancing at the shop, he spotted a familiar figure. Rather than browsing the shop, she just stands there along with a bird on her hand. She was seat 31, Zazie Rainy Day. Without saying a word, Naruto grabbed her hand and led her to the train. Outside, after letting go of her hand, he let Setsuna and Zazie move inside first. He looked around and saw the other students from different classes were already inside the train. Looking in front of him, he watched the girls were talking to Negi. As soon as the girls leave to their seat, Naruto enters the train before the door behind him closed automatically. Negi and Asuna greeted him as he moved further inside. He ruffled Negi's hair and flicked Chamo's head hardly. He laughed when the white ermine cursed as they're moving to 3A students' side. All right everyone, the 15th annual school trip is about to begin, Shizuna explained before winking. Please make the most of these 5 days and 4 nights, okay? Okay. The girls cheered and laughed out of excitement. While they were enjoying themselves, a figure from far side of the windows couldn't stop admiring the train and the view of the surroundings. That person was none other than Naruto. Whoa, we're moving so fast. I can barely see anything in front. He pushed his face to the glass before backed away. Turning his sight aside, he saw Negi was GETTING crash by the waitress who was pushing a boxed lunches cart. Sheesh, this kid. His sweats dropped as he watched the other students help Negi got up to his feet. After a while, Negi come to his side along with Chamo. Naruto ni-san, Negi called. Can you check on them? I'm going to check out the surroundings, he asked. Naruto smiled and gave him thumbs up. Don't worry, I got this. Naruto walked away to check on the students. They were doing all sort of activities. Some was eating food, some was reading popular fashion magazines, some was playing with their cell phone, and this one particular activity really piqued his interest. What are you guys doing? He asked as he bent over the table. The Narutaki twins, Yuna, Haruna, Yu and Maki were facing each other. Each of them has cards at their hands and a deck at the table. Akko was leaning onto the chair behind Maki's back while telling her what to do. Fumika picks one of the cards at her older sister's hand randomly and placed it on the table. Fumika decision excellently managed to summon a fist that landed directly on top of her head. A strong hit that sent Fumika back to where she's belong. That is back to her seat. Yuna just shot Fumika a weird smile before turning her sight at Naruto. Hey Naruto-sensei. Her greeting was returned with a nod from Naruto. This is a trading card game. It's a game where you duel with magic. I see. I think I saw one of these at a shop long time ago. He nodded, stroking his chin at the same time. Yuna giggled as she scooted closer to him and slightly shows her card. Between you and me, I'm going to finish Haruna off with this, she whispered while pointing her finger at the last card of the left side. Naruto looked at it before sweat dropped immediately. The card was Entet, Lead, the Ultra Super Dynamic. The name goes on before finally almost reaching the last name. Ring to Hell. At the card, there was a picture of some sort of goblin with a ring at its index finger. It seemed panicked as if it was dragged to the lava below it. The effects of this card were removing all of opponent cards at the field and give. Well, what do you think? She asked. This card, it has a nice ring to it. Naruto let out a sigh, face faulted at the card. Yep, I'm going to win this duel now. Yuna threw the card in the air before catching it with her index and middle finger. Haruna. Sweat dropped as the atmosphere intense. I activate this. Come here, Chaco. Haruna smiled and flipping one of two faces down card at the table. It has a picture of a woman in white dress with a ring above her head while extending both of their hands as if she wants to save someone. He, you've fallen into my trap. Extra special delicious. Not this one too. Naruto face faulted once again. Beauty purification. As Haruna laughed at her victory while Yuna mourned for her defeat at this turn. This is not fair. Yuna pouted, noticing she was almost losing. Ah, I want those chocolates. She pinched her cheeks, eyes burning with passion. I'm gonna win this round. She brought the cards at her hands near her face that almost covered her face. She sweat dropped as her eyes pacing left and right at the cards. Feeling blank, she turned to her sensei with pleading eyes. Sweat dropping, Naruto leaned in to inspect the cards. It seems that all the cards left in her hands were spell cards. Ignoring all the long-named spell cards, he decided to place his bet on a simple card. Are you sure, Naruto-sensei? Yuna asked. Yeah, I have a good feeling about this. Beside, Haruna just raising her eyebrows when she saw Naruto was pointing at Yuna's cards. As if she'd understand something, Yuna nodded and blushed as she beginning to draw a card from her deck. Somehow, Haruna knew she was going to. I'm going cast spell of flames on you. Yuna placed the card faced up on the table. You lose 5 points. Since you don't have any life points left, she cheered as Haruna hung her head in defeat. This means I win. She laughed while extended her right hand at the now sulking bespectacled student. Naruto just smiled as Haruna reached out to her bag. Somehow he feels immediate, yet faint strange feeling at his body, but he decided to ignore it. It's probably because he still did not eat anything for today. I was killing you slowly with my horrible frog perdition. Card 2. Haruna cried, taking out a box out of her bag. Since you're getting Naruto-sensei helps, I'm going to give you 3 chocolates only. Yuna's sweat dropped before pouted. Those stupid frogs. She opened the box and reached out the. From that distance, Naruto noticed Haruna was stopping from getting her hand inside the box. Her face has become pale and she was sweating horribly. Haruna-chan, are you okay? Kya. Naruto covered his ears to prevent his eardrums from exploding because of the highly pitched voice. Meanwhile, Haruna harshly threw away the box. Before hitting the ground, the girls see a movement of something jumped out from the box and landed on Yuna's head. Her skin went immediately white as her eyes shakily looks at the object on top of her head. Once she has confidence earned that being as her mouth moved slightly, Naruto getting readied for another tremendous wave of girls' high-pitched voice that could even break a man's steel heart. He's not even has the chance to react at what? It's a frog. Yuna immediately brushed a frog leap away from her head, but it still did not move. On the other hand, Fumika heard a groggy sound in her bento. It's only a second E for a family of frog jumping out from the bento. Not just that, it seems that Shizuna's water bottle had become a pool for the frogs to hydrate themselves. They kept jumping out from the water bottle when she opened it. One can wonder how many are there in that bottle. Luckily she did not drink that water. Even worse, the frogs also came out from the girls' skirts. Seconds later, the ground is full of frogs, sticky and colorful groups of frog mobs. Not to mention, the numbers of those students who were panicked, fainted, traumatized and even scarred for life. The images of these slimy and big eyes amphibian brushed against their skin will permanently leaving a bad tingle down their spine. Oh, such nightmare. Back to the story, Naruto, who was still having a problem getting out the vibra tions from his ears, feels a hand at his shoulder coming from the back. Turning around, he saw the familiar orange-haired girl with Fumika at her arms. Along with her were Ayaka and Maki holding the now fainted Shizuna. Kufei and Yu managed to catch some of the frogs and placed them inside a bag. Negi was frantically catching the frogs with other students who managed to hold themselves from collapsing. Naruto crouched between the seas of frogs and picked up one of the frog by its body. What are all these frogs doing here? Negi picked a frog and put it in a plastic bag. Naruto moved to pick up a frog that has landed on Negi's head. I don't know. Can you check on the others? Naruto asked the student near him. We can handle this. The student nodded her head before getting away from them, leaving Negi to ponder to himself. Naruto took a closer look at the frog and inspected it. He reminisced and recalled the kind of frogs he knew, such as Gamabunta, Gamakichi and the others, while trying to match any physical or any similarities to the frog he was holding. While he was busy in his world, he failed to notice the frog's eyes seemed to have lightened a little bit. Quote, a voice stopped Naruto daydream immediately. He returned his sight at Negi. Huh, was his only respond. Knowing Naruto, Chamo decided to fill in the blank. We suspect this might be the work of the Kansai Magic Association. Chamo whispered to his ears. You mean the one we should be aware about? Maybe they're trying to distract us from. Naruto stopped, getting worried suddenly. Oh, you still has that old man's letter with you? He asked. Negi went into panic and frantically searched every pocket in his jacket. From the bottom pocket, he took out a sealed letter, much to their concern. Don't scare me like that, Aniki. Their celebration was cut off immediately when a white thing flashed in front of them and taking the letter out of Negi's hand before flew past them. Looking at their left side, the white thing turned out to be a bird with the letter at its beak. Chase that damn letter, Aniki. Negi get up to his feet immediately and begin to chase that bird along with Chamo. Naruto quickly get up to his feet to help him, but a scream from a girl stopped him immediately. Whoa, what's going on? He looked at the seat few meters away from him. Struggling on the chair was Maki, who was trying to remove a frog that seems to have taken a liking at her skirt. Luckily for him, you removed the frog before he could do it. We've managed to capture 108 of the frogs. Looking beside her, he not. Iced Ku-Fei was holding a bag full of frogs. The bag was swollen and it was only a matter of time before it was going to explode. What are we going to do, Naruto-sensei? She asked before grabbing a frog that was going to land on her head. I don't know. Naruto's sweat dropped, shoving another frog into the plastic bag. I guess we have to catch every single frog we could find. That's impossible. There's too many of them. You shoved another frog into the bag before falling to her knee because of exhaustion. Naruto nodded before wiping his sweat off his forehead. The plastic bag he was holding has swollen. The army of frogs keep generating from who knows where they come from. Naruto-kun, what should we do? Maki asked, holding a familiar figure on the ground. Shizuna-sensei has fainted, she cried as she kept slapping away frogs that was on the way to her face. Naruto moved aside so that Ku-Fei can catch the frog behind him before making his way toward the fainted woman. Where are the health committee officers? Don't tell me, he asked before finally noticing Asuna was holding the person he was looking for. That person was Ako Izumi, one of the health committee officers. I knew it, his sweat dropped. Naruto-sensei, Ku-Fei called. I think we almost catch all of them. She pointed out at their surroundings. She was right. The waves of frogs seemed to have lessened. Some students that ran away have returned to their seat. The chaotic commotion in the train has slightly calmed down a bit. Naruto got up and gave them thumbs up for their good job. Ku-Fei returned back, with thumbs up while showing him the bag she was holding. Somehow the condition of the bag sends a chill down to the girl's spine. The returned students have moved away about meters away from them, afraid of what might happen to them if they stay. What they saw is a really big and swollen bag. The bag emitting loud croaking noises while it was shaking like crazy. From outside, one can saw a large group of small, slimy, big eyes and colorful frogs that was waiting for their freedom. Using others' body, the frogs leapt inside the bag, causing the bag to swollen even more. Oh, just imagine it sending ugly images to your mind. At least that's what the girls are thinking. Ku-Fei-chan, how many did you catch? Naruto asked, backing away a bit. Ku-Fei placed a finger at her chin. I think it was around 400 inches. And then it happens. The wind blew calmly as the sun shines brightly. The field of grass sways as the wind plays around. The tree branches danced well with the wind rhythm. Love sparrow singing love songs on the tree. Squirrels playfully chase each other on the grass. A wide variety of flowers colored the green field like it was a rainbow on the ground. Butterflies flew around the flowers while impressing themselves. It was a sight that can even tame a fierce tiger. How lovely! In the heavenly atmosphere stands a woman figure clad in a white dress and a hay hat on her head. She stands in the middle of the sea of flowers while breathing the fresh air. She then kneels before plucking a white jasmine. She smells the sweet scent of the flower while fixing her long bang that covered her face. She placed the flower on her ear before get up. She closed her eyes before placing her both hands near her mouth before screaming in happiness. With that she started to run through the wide field. Suddenly a unicorn appeared beside her, gesturing for her to climb on its back. That woman then climbed before suddenly the unicorn starting to form a wing and fly away. They journeyed through the sky along with the other birds following them from behind. They leave a rainbow-like trail before it was vanished second later. After a long journey, they finally landed on the ground. That woman walked a few steps away from the unicorn before lying on the grass. Near her were rocks coming from different shapes and sizes in a random location. The calm wind and the cloudy sky making her eyelid felt heavy. Slowly she started to doze. Croak. Her eyes immediately shot open. As she was about to get up, the ground was shaking suddenly. Then she notices the two big round rocks in front of her changed and turned out to be big round eyes. The ground cracked as she felt that she has risen up to the sky along with a part of the ground. Looking below she realized she was meters away from the ground. The ground she was standing suddenly fall into pieces revealing something black and brown colored. Plus it was slimy too. For some reason the rocks stand still in its location. And you're right, she was now of a black and brown colored toad. If she was a cat right now, she probably has lost 8 of her 9 lives because of this encounter. Thankfully she was human. Gathering all the strength she could muster, she walked around its eyes. Unluckily for her, she suddenly tripped. Shakily got up, she begins to run away. The sky suddenly cracked. The meteors violently hit the ground causing a big explosion. Animals were starting to jump off the cliff. The sound of metal clashing and war cry could be heard. Explosion by explosion filled the surrounding. Still she did not know where that last 2 noises come from. She was too busy running away. Suddenly the ground cracked and revealing waves of tiny toad. Finding herself trapped in the midst of chaos, she only can brace herself for the incoming waves of frogs that were coming to her side. Seconds later, they were already a centimeter away from her face. Kya, Shizuna-sensei, you've wake up. Shizuna was finally awake. She took a deep breath while shaking away her dizziness. Where am I? She weakly asked, noticing her students have moved away from her and screaming. Still feeling dizzy, she turned around only to face a horde of colorful frogs a few inches away from her face. Kya, and then she fainted. Only this time, there seems to be a small bubbles coming out from her mouth. Probably she did not thorough. Why wash her mouth after brushing her teeth this morning? Yeah, that must be it. Nevertheless, her scream was loud enough and managed to wake up another fainted girl near her. Ako-chan. Ako-gr. Imaced as she felt a hand moved her body and placing her head on something. Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself staring at the blonde teacher's face. She then finds out that Naruto has placed her head on his lap. Ako-chan, are you okay? He asked, shaking her body a bit. Naruto-sensei, stop that, I want to vomit. Ako covered her mouth with her hands as Naruto's sweat dropped. I'm sorry. Ako nodded before placing her hands at the side to support her while getting up. While she was busy getting up, she did not noticing Naruto was getting anxious about something suddenly. Ako-chan, I think you should cover your eyes for now, he suddenly suggested. What do you mean? Ako asked before something suddenly jumped onto her body. Staring firmly at the green frog, they hold air gaze for a while before suddenly the frog's eyes rolled over its head and blinked once. That frog's action sent another unforgiving blow to that poor girl's mind. It's winking at me. And then she fainted, along with a small bubbles at the very edge of her lips, just like our familiar bespectacled teacher. Oi, Ako-chan. Naruto's sweat dropped and shaking her rapidly after brushing away the frog away from her body. Wake up. Asuna, who were standing not so far from him, just sweat dropped. She quickly brushed away her thought and continues to deal with the important matter right now. She continued to think about what really happened as she was backing away to avoid the frogs. Finally, having a clear view of her surroundings, she noticed something weird about the frogs' moving pattern. Although they were leaping like crazy, but they never go far away from each other and then return to the middle where Naruto and Akko were right now. Jumping into conclusions, she stated, "Don't you think those frogs seem okay with Naruto?" Quote, "What do you mean, Asuna?" The class president, Ayaka, who heard her, questioned. The orange-haired girl's sweat dropped before explaining and pointing out the obvious to her. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was in the midst of hardship, finally give up in attempt to wake up the obviously fainted girl and teacher. He kneels and brought Akko to his left shoulder, then Shizuna to his right shoulder. After standing up and fixing his position, Naruto make his ways to the other side of the train where the other students are right now. Later he arrived only to find the door shut strongly in front of his face. Through the window, he could see Ayaka's disgusting face and Asuna, who was clearly sweat dropping. "What the hell?" he growled, not because he was angry but because he was tired, of course. "Ayaka, what are you doing? You're going to brought all those things inside," Ayaka growled, pointing her finger behind him. Turning around, he saw a horde of frogs coming his ways. "Those things seem to follow you anywhere you go," she continued. "See those green, slimy and big eyes?" She stopped while covering her mouth after managed to send a chill to her own spine. He moved away from the window before you took her place instead. "Naruto-sensei, if what they said was true, maybe we can do something to get rid of them," you suggested. "So what do we have to do?" Naruto asked. Maybe if we can get the doors open, we can get them off the train," Asuna suggested. "No, this door is automatic. We have to ask the conductor's permission to open the door," you disagreed. "Besides, it was too dangerous." She and Naruto both sighed deeply. Looking at the incoming frogs, Naruto sighed once again before putting down Akko and Shizuna from his shoulder and leaned them at the wall near the door. "Well, I guess I just have to figure this out." Naruto sighed and stretched his sore shoulders. This is a pain in the butt. Despite saying that, he was smiling before running away from the door and pushing himself through the frogs. They noticed him and followed him immediately. He ran to the other side of the train after another until he was near the end side of the train. One thing he was certain is that he was nearly ran out of energy, but the frogs just kept chasing after him. Damn it! He turned around midair. After landing to the ground, he kept jumping backward. "Hey, you didn't know any other frog, did you? I mean the one that can talk?" he asked, but he was getting no answer from them except the continuously croaking "well, obviously." "Ha ha ha," as expected. He turned around and ran normally. Then it became quiet suddenly. Noticing that, he stopped running. What? Turning around, he found himself alone in this side of the train. The bags and other belongings are scattered everywhere, but the frogs were nowhere to be seen. Disappeared, to be precise. There were no traces either. He falls to the ground and breathing heavily while unbuttoned his shirt. "Damn it, what just happened?" he sighed. "What are you doing, Naruto-sensei?" He lazily looked at the source of the voice that comes from Setsuna. "Ah, Setsuna-chan." He waved his hands before noticing Negi was behind her. "Hey Negi." Mustering all strength he could, he managed to crawl his ways to them. Seeing that, Negi quickly rushed to his side. "Naruto-ni-san, what happened? Are you hurt?" Negi asked worriedly. "No." Naruto shook his head, finally losing his strength and landed near Setsuna. "I'm Naruto-sensei," Setsuna called as she kneels. "What happened?" I'm hungry." A chopstick swiftly caught a prawn along with a lump of rice. At the speed of light, the prawn and rice were already sent inside the black hole. Feeling unsatisfied, the chopstick caught another lump of rice, but this time was bigger and sent it mercilessly into the black hole. As if it was enjoying it, all what was left was sent to black hole at once. The black hole closed and a faint roar could be heard coming from it. "This is very delicious. My favorite." A sound of something dropped could be heard. "Phew, I'm full." "Whoa, slow down Naruto-sensei." Fuka laughed. "Ha ha ha, sorry." Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed. This lunch box was too delicious. "Akko, Fumika," Shina, Yu and Yuna laughed at his antics. He was sitting in Yu's seat. Beside him was Yuna, who was reading a magazine. In front of him was the Narutaki twin, who was watching him eating earlier. Yu and Shina were just standing there while watching them. Akko was sitting at Haruna's seat, still feeling a little dizzy after waking up not so long ago. So you mean Chachimaru, who was the one making your box lunches? Shina asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah. He nodded before drinking the water bottle from his bags. He then whisked sleeve. I think she was one of the best. You should try it. Ooh. Naruto-kun praised Chachimaru. The twins giggled. Naruto, however, obviously didn't realize that. That's good. She didn't like to talk much with us. Yuna explained, eyes suddenly glittering. So, what's she like? She asked, getting the other girls interested. Naruto, however, just raised his eyebrow at that question. I mean when she was with you and Evangeline. She quickly corrected the question. Well, Cha-Cha-chan was a good and loyalty friend, he explained. Even though she didn't admit it, Cha-Cha-chan was important to Evangeline, he continued. And she was a good cook and friend. I think that's all. He finished it with thumbs up. What? That's the same thing. Misa came out of nowhere, suddenly interfered. When someone asked something about your special, you should tell something like how pretty she is or something like that. She explained as the other girls nodded. Oh. Naruto nodded as if he understands what she was talking about. I don't understand. He simply said, causing the girls to sweat dropped. Gah, you're so oblivious. Misa growled, snatching away Yuna and sit in her seat. Now imagine I'm your girlfriend. That was very fast tactics, Misa. You already have a boyfriend. Leave some for us. Shut up you guys. I was showing them some examples here. Misa blushed slightly but quickly brushed it away. If I'm your girlfriend, then your friend asked you about me, what will you tell him? She asked. I don't know. Naruto shook his head. Besides, why should I tell him? Is as hard. Misa sweat dropped before finally getting. What? But, do you want to be Naruto-sensei's girlfriend instead? Misa asked. No, I mean. Flustered, Madoka finally gave up and decided to play the role as Naruto's friends. She changed her hair into long backward spiky hair while putting a sunglasses and a toothpick at the edge of her lips. Yo boss, Madoka greeted in a rough-like voice. Boss, Naruto asked and sweat dropped before getting a pinch at his arm by Misa. Naruto nodded nonetheless and decided to play along. Hey, what's up? He shakes hand with Madoka. Whoa. She whistled. Who's that girl with you? You're damn lucky. She laughed while Naruto sweat dropped. Y'all want to introduce her to me or something? She asked. Now honey. Misa suddenly holds his hands while leaning at his arms. Her action brought some emotional thing toward the girl who was watching. Or to be exact, 20 or more girls who were watching, including from the other classes. Do you have something nice to say to your friend? She fluttered her eyelashes at him. Well boss, what do y'all like about her? I mean, what did you notice about her? Madoka asked. Oh, you mean what did I notice about her? As if he had understood, he gave a quick glance at her. Nodding his head, he gave a confident answer. I think she has gained some weight lately. Madoka just sighed as the girls who were watching hung their head. It is not known whether they're happy or sad. The Narutaki twins just giggled. Akko, Shina and Yu just laughed. From far, Negi and Asuna were sweat dropping and laughing a bit. Meanwhile, Naruto was still trying to get away from Misa's grip while avoiding barrage of punches thrown by that flustered girl. In that commotion, there was a certain girl who laughing qui. Tly before a cheery sound could be heard. Attention everyone, we will be arriving in Kyoto shortly. Please ensure that you do not forget your belongings. Thank you. The short announcement ended before excited voices could be heard from the passengers. All right everyone, please get ready to disembark. Negi said excitedly. After managed to pry away Misa grip and apologized to her, Naruto grabbed all his belongings. After setting himself, he threw his fist in the air excitedly. All right, I'm going to discover you, Thousand Master Guy. He exclaimed loudly before punching his chest with the side of his fist. His shout, however, could be heard by everyone as some of them were sweat dropped while the other were just smiled and laughed. Yeah, we're going to. Fumika was about to join the joy. but then noticed something wrong with his word. Thousand Master. Guy, she asked. Naruto cursed before quickly corrected his word. I mean, let's discover thousand of Kyoto's mysteries. He threw his fist once again in the air. Yeah, let's go. A few minutes later they arrived at the train station. When disembarked, the students were lining by the classes before making their way down the stairs before riding the bus. Later they arrived near a couple of buses. The students then were separated by one bus for one class. Shizuna then led the students from 3A as they make their ways to their bus. Usually, the teachers were supposed to enter first to check ensure everything was good to go. But for some reason, Naruto was the only teacher and the only person who didn't enter the bus. Naruto, what are you doing out there? Asuna called him from the door. Hurry up and get in. Okay. Naruto, who was looking around, nodded before moving into the bus. Once enter, he saw the students were already at their seat, doing whatever they want. Unluckily for him, there was no seat left for him. Naruto ni-san. I'm sorry. Negi apologized suddenly. It seems that I've miscalculated the number of people in our group. If only we have a bigger transportation than we. Hey, I don't mind. No need to beat yourself up. Naruto ruffled his Negi's hair. So do you still have that letter with you? He whispered, making sure no one was going to hear him. Yeah, it was safe with us. What do you expect? Chamo held his head highly. Great. Naruto gave them thumbs up. But I wonder how the hell frogs and then a bird appeared suddenly. He sighed. I mean, it was slightly different from the summoning technique, he explained, not knowing he has caught that bespectacled teacher's interest. Summoning technique? Negi asked. Chamo, who was interested, also asked. Yeah, how should I explain this? Naruto began, leaning slightly at the chair. When someone's signs contract with the animal species, it allows them to summon different size and skill levels of creature, he continued. But that depends on someone's energy. Signing a contract with a creature, Chamo said, nodding his head as if he has understood something. That's why you didn't interested in making contract with human. No, we're bound by blood contract. Naruto corrected Chamo. I don't think we can pull that stunt off with a creature like you. He sweat dropped by thinking about that. That was awesome, ni-san. Negi unexpectedly became excited. So what kind of creature you can summon? Well, I can summon those things we saw earlier, Naruto stated while holding his right hand. But meh, I'm not so sure about that right now. Then could it be that those frogs were summoned by someone from your village? Negi said, a bit worried and glad. But we also can summon creatures like you by magic. He sweat dropped. Does that mean our enemy was a person from your village? Or maybe it was the Kansai Magic Association? He let out a long sigh. Or maybe both. I don't think my side was involved in this. Not even related in this incident. Naruto explained to the now confused teacher. When I saw those frogs, I don't think I recognized any of them. He continued. So that mean it must be the work of Kansai Magic Association. He and Negi nodded simultaneously. You've lost me, Chamo stated, causing them to sweat dropped. Anyway, we think we've find a spy from the west. What the hell? Naruto said, almost shouting. You mean among us? Who is it? He asked. Chamo was about to tell something, but Negi surprisingly quick to interfere. It was just a rumor. That's all. Negi laughed. Naruto nodded before crossing his arms over his chest. Okay then, let's just keep our guard for now, he suggested before letting out a long sigh. Damn it, I'm tired and confused already. This is a pain in the butt. Putting that matter aside, he moved toward the girls' direction, while named their seat, obviously discussing about something. But Naruto decided just to let them be and decided to check out the students. Everyone's ready. We are going to our destination right now. Everyone please stay in your seat. Please remain in your seat everyone. Negi told as everyone obeyed his instruction except Naruto, of course. As soon as the bus move out, he suddenly loses his balance and fall face first at someone's chest. Panicking greatly, he quickly moved away his face and found himself staring at the quiet girl, Setsuna's red face. Fixing his position that was just a few inches from her, he quickly moved away before bowing rapidly. Setsuna, however, just huffed before looking away. But then the bus suddenly hit a rock. He suddenly becomes unstable again, but he quickly grabs something to balance himself. He let out a relieved sigh after successfully avoiding himself from crashing onto someone's body again. As the bus turned into a sharp corner, he loses his balance once again. But this time someone was holding his hand. Actually, it was two people who were holding his hand. It was none other than the Narutaki twins. Thankfully, the older sister offered her seat to him, but with terms and conditions, of course. He agreed and gladly accepts it. They sat quietly until they were about to arrive to their location. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Naruto pushed a button at the edge of the camera as Negi, Shizuna and the 3A's students posed. The light emitting from the camera confirms that the picture has been taken. He pushed the button twice more before confirming he already has a good picture. He gave them thumbs up, signaling he's done. The group then fixing their position before separated to look around and inspect their surroundings. Naruto turned around and snapped a few pictures of a bird near a tree in the forest. Looking away from the camera, he inspected his surroundings. He was now standing near a tall pillar at the veranda of the infamous Kiyomizu Temple. This temple is located at the eastern Kyoto. The main hall, where he was right now, has a large veranda supported by tall pillars that juts just over the hillside. The place was surrounded by other temple and pagoda. Also, the trees Suro. Nding the temple area add a beautiful view of this area. Fixing his position, he adjusts the camera's view at the sight of a cherry tree and a pagoda from far. He pushed the button and snapped a few pictures. Looking away from the camera, he making his way toward a group of people consists of a mother with her young daughter. That mother was carrying her daughter in her arms while her daughter pointing at something. Taking this chance, he snaps a picture of them. While he was busy snapping pictures, a figure coming his way with a notepad, a pencil and a camera strapped over her neck. Not bad for, oh, he looked away from the camera and saw a familiar student taking a picture of him. Oh hey Kazumi-chan, I was just doing my job taking picture for our class. He smiled while extending the camera at her. Here, thank you, he said before finally noticing a camera at her shirt. I thought this was your camera. Never mind that. Kazumi dropped that question before pulling out a notebook along with a pen. She opened her notebook as she leaned closely to Naruto, frightened him a little bit. So, what do you think? She asked directly without further ado. What do I think about? He asked, getting confused about her question. About the girls. She corrected her question while holding a digital recorder between them. Is it true that you've taken advantage of your position as a teacher to develop? No. Naruto simply answered, greatly confused right now. What do you mean by that? He asked, Kazumi nodding her head at him before asking another question. I see. There's been a rumor going around about you violently raping a girl during the blackout. Hey, I thought we have settled that blackout thing already. Naruto cried slightly. Did I upset you or something? He asked as Kazumi nodded. She was obviously disappointed by his answer as she scratches her head with her finger. She looked at that blonde teacher before sighing. Reaching a page from her notebook, she tore it away and crumpled it before throwing it. It was landing perfectly inside the bin near them. Sorry for taking your time. She gave him a smile and winked before walking away hastily, leaving a nearly dumbfounded teacher. Sure. Naruto nodded his head slightly before moving his sight at the bin. Getting slightly curious, he walked toward it with a question in his mind. What's that all about? He picked up the crumpled page before opening it. That page seemed to have a few notes about him, merely contained his usual information and all. Not until his eyes caught something near the end of his information. How? To his surprise, at the end of the note, Kazumi writes something about having a picture of someone jumping on the rooftop during the blackout. The word, could it be, was clearly written along with a question mark near it. Damn, he cursed, feeling anxious suddenly. He placed the note at his pocket before moving away. How did she get this picture? He placed his finger at his chin. I thought there's no one at the academy that time. He questioned himself quietly as information crossed his mind. I remember Chamo said something about a spy from the west among the students. He fiercely battled with his mind. Is it really true? He looked around to search for her. Is she was the spy from that rumor? He asked himself. Naruto knew it was bad to suspect his own students, but the information Kazumi has written has been bugging him seriously. As much as he hate it, he don't want fight a girl, especially his student, again. But he didn't sure about that yet. Maybe it was someone else or someone he didn't know. Yeah, that must be it. Sighing, he placed his hand at his nape. I guess I should discuss this with Negi. He laughed bitterly. Man, this getting weird. Clearing his mind with that matter, he decided to focus on his mission here. That is to find out about the Thousand Master that blonde vampire, Evangeline, has been searching for. Now where should I start? He smiled before the image of the vast area of Kyoto, causing him to sweat drop. Naruto snap a picture. Moving his sight away from the camera, he sweat dropped at the sight of a few girls walking toward a medium-sized stone while closing their eyes, which making them wander far away from their target. From what he has been told by one of the crowd, that stone was believed can foretell one's love life. If they manage to go from a rock to another rock, they will succeed in their love life. Or so he was told. I guess this doesn't even involve magic. Moving away, he walked among the sea crowd while his eyes busily looking around for any detail or thing that can help him. So far he did not find anything strange. This seems like a good place as any other places. This was place that can satisfy your own sight. But hey, don't judge the book by its cover. Not after what happened to the 3A's students on the way here. Oh yeah, I wonder where are they right now. He looked around for any familiar faces. Negi was with them, right? As he looked around, he was nearly reaching the stone stairs that led downstairs. Yuahahaha. More. He finally noticed the crowd was looking weirdly at something below. Looking over middle-aged man's shoulder, he spotted a familiar figure numbly walking around in circle near a place called Ottawa Waterfall. It was none other than his student named Yuna. Crap. As he making his ways toward them, he noticed it was more than Yuna who was in that state of condition. He also noticed Negi and Asuna are making a good job at dispersing the crowd. He arrived near the highly sweat-dropped teacher. Hey, what happened here? What happened to them? He asked, noticing a strong odor around them. Did I smell sake here? He sweats dropped. Ah, Ni-san. This is bad. Negi cried. Someone has been putting sake on top of the waterfalls. He explained as Naruto sweat dropped. Gee, they were drunk. Hey, what should we do? Asuna asked. Let's head back to our bus. It will be bad if the other teachers knew about this. This trip will be suspended. Naruto suggested as he kneeled down near the drunken girls. Evangeline will bite my head off if that happens. He cried and instructed you to help him carry the girls. Thankfully no one ever suspected anything much about them. This is pain in the butt. Naruto scowled just when he lied down on top of big pillow. He focused his sight at the ceiling of the tatami room. However, his mind was thinking about something else. It was something more important than his empty stomach. The chi was about Kazumi, who somehow said that she had a picture of someone jumping on the roof. He reached the note and stared it. How did she know about it? Then again, he thought, maybe it was someone else. He got up and sat on the pillow. Is there really someone else that night? He raised his eyebrows. Chamo said that he and Negi have found a spy from the west. Could it be it was her or another person? But did a spy threw away? You're damn right, it was confusing as hell. Naruto nodded his head, agreeing with that statement before lying down once again. But it was for a while tough. It's finally clicks him when he noticed something was just wrong at his surroundings, since he was the only person in that room. Immediately looking at his right where the table is, he saw a figure, or a small figure to be precise. And a pair of familiar eyes stares at him like a dagger. What the? His voice ended as a sound of something crush hardly onto the furniture. It was one of the loudest sounds that night. Oriya. Finally, after a while, I finally get a chance to write this story. I'm sorry I keep you guys waiting. University life sure is the hardest. But meh, it's okay. I think I can get the pace to write. By the way, about this chapter I left kinda a lot of question, I think. One of it was, did Kazumi knew about Naruto's real identity? Another one is, who the hell did Naruto had conversation with? I knew a lot of people didn't understand the story, or question why the plot was like that. Actually, it was meant to be that way. I like to give you guys a sense of curiosity and doubtful when reading my fanfic. If you noticed, some of the question has been answered whether you noticed it or not. I want it to be confusing, a little bit mind-tearing, and all because I want to make this NFIC progress smoothly without too much stray away from the way I want it to be. So, please continue to support my humble fanfic. I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way I didn't know. You guys are the best. And enjoy MNNM extra special for you. 3A's class woohoo. Anyway, let's continue onward. To the next. Yesterday, today and tomorrow. Miso, oh, what happened? Naruto. ? Me fine. I'm gonna walk away. Don't find me in the closet, damn it. Run away. ? Idiot Yane. MNNM extra special. Not arrive yet. Attention everyone. We will arrive. Naruto grabs all his belongings. Yush. I'm coming for you, thousand master guy. Pumping his fist in the air. Kyoto, here I. In Akihabara shortly. Thank you. Naruto. Meiki Asuna Negi. Naruto, I was having a dream actually, all except Naruto. Oh. MNNM extra special. Wrong way. The Junior Shinkansen, Asama 506 inches, will be departing shortly. Naruto, see, come on. Let's go. We will be late. Grabbed Zazi's hand and dragged her along with him. Setsuna, Naruto-sensei, are you sure this is the right way? Slowing down a bit, maybe we're going the wrong way. Zazi. Naruto, jumping into a train, of course this is the right way. Believe me. 6 hours later, Naruto, Setsuna, Zazi. Okay. Everyone, today we're going for a trip to Nagoya Zoo. Yeah, kindergarten kids, yeah. Setsuna, I told you. Zazi. Naruto, ha ha ha. Kid sensei, this man is crying. MNNM extra special. Not arrive yet, 2 inches. Attention everyone. Naruto, yeah. Pumping fist in the air, thousand master guy. Here I come. Today's special offer is oyster for just 20% less than the normal price. Also, all people. Negi scared Ni-san. Why are you shouting his name in the middle of the mall? People will know. Naruto. Asuna, sweat dropped. Naruto, I was having a dream again. MNNM extra special. What if? Naruto, whoa, I never see a house as clean as this. Looking around the house impressively. Chachimaru, really? Naruto, yeah. Did you do this, Cha-Cha-chan? Chachimaru, no. Looking at the other side, Naruto. At the end of the corner. A blonde vampire clad in maid uniform wiping the floor. Noticing she was stared at, she goes to them. Naruto. Evangeline, welcome home, master. Bowing, can I get you something? Chachimaru. Naruto, yes. I want some medicine, please. I think I'm going to have a bad fever. Trip to Kyoto YT and tomorrow. You're damn right, it was confusing as hell. Naruto nodded his head, agreeing with that statement before lying down once again. But it was for a while though. It's finally clicks to him when he noticed something was just wrong at his surroundings, since he was the only person in that room. Immediately looking at his right where the table is, he saw a figure, or a small figure to be precise. And a pair of familiar eyes stares at him like a dagger. What the? Before Naruto could even finish his sentence, that small figure launched himself toward Naruto. This blonde teacher reacted quickly, trying to get up from the pillow, thus losing his feet and finding himself kissing very hard at the wooden cabinet. Meanwhile, that figure sweat dropped at Naruto's quick reflex and cursed himself as he was now flying his way inside a dustbin. Or so he guessed, but it seemed his intuition failed him as he landed hardly at the wall. There was not even a voice coming from those two, as each of them trying to grasp what just happened. Actually, they were now in great pain that even talking will just adding their pain. Meantime, while moving away his face from the cabinet, the blonde teacher did not fail to notice the sound of footsteps coming in his direction. Sweat dropping, he takes any idea that come through his mind as he reached a blanket near him and jumping at that now flat figure before. What happened, sir? The tatami door slides, revealing two in-worker. One was a middle-aged man and another one is a teenager girl. Apparently they rushed to this room as soon as they heard that loud noise. Looking around, they noticed everything in that room was in order except a blonde teenager resting his head on a blanket. That teenager finally notices them, just get up and sitting while hugging the blanket. Can I help you? He yawned, rubbing his right eyes with his right hand. I was trying to sleep here. Today trip was tiring. No. He chuckled as the workers awkwardly laughed. The middle-aged man coughed, clearing his throat up before talking. We want to inform you that he bath preserved to the staff member of Mahora Academy will be ready after this. Oh sweet. Naruto laughed, nodded a little bit. Thank you for the information. The workers bowed, getting ready to leave the room before he called them suddenly. Oh, can you tell the teachers that I'm going to be late? I want to rest for a while. The workers bowed once again and finally leaving him behind to finish unsettled business with that small figure. Fully standing, he took the end of the blanket and pulled it in midair, causing the blanket to spin around along with that small figure. Seconds later, that small figure fall flat on the floor. Cursing continuously, that small figure amphibian get up and ready himself in fighting stance while punching his fist with his palm. You got some nerve messing around with me, you shit. Naruto caught him and threw him midair rapidly. I was right all along. He laughed as that amphibian looked at him weirdly. Naruto caught him and stared at him as if he wanted to eat him. At least that was what the amphibian thought. That amphibian widely known in the world as the pink toad stared at Naruto weirdly. Naruto began to inspect that toad navy blue colored coat with the kanji word at the back. A sheathed katana hanging loosely at the coat suitable with the size of thumb scar along his face. Perfect. Just like someone I know. Naruto smiled, letting that toad go on top of the table. That toad however just looked at him weirdly. Yo, why the hell are you looking at me like that? That toad retorted, it makes me feel like I'm your dinner right now. Naruto finally realized that and laughed. Ha ha ha, sorry. He smiled before sitting in front of that toad. So did anything happen lately? He giddily asked, hoping to find answer. He was replied, with the what the hell are you talking about look from that toad. Not taken back by that look, he asked again but this time a different question. How was Gamakichi and the others? He asked, only to get that look from that toad again. You guys took a lot of beating against Madara last time, right? Naruto began to sweat drop. That toad wanted to reply the same answer but after he saw Naruto's face right now, he just bit his tongue. You did anything happened at Mount Myoboku? Naruto stopped. Do you know Mount Myoboku? He asked without looking at that toad. Getting no answer from that toad, Naruto looked away and let out a long sigh. Ha ha ha, I should have known. He lied down on the floor and laughed. I guess I should have expected this. There's a lot of thing I don't know about this world to begin with. I shouldn't get my hope up too much. He chuckled bitterly, trying his hard to push his thought and disappointment away. So, he began, getting the toad attention. You're from Kansai Magic Association then? He asked, hoping to get the real answer this time. Never heard of that. That toad simply replied, I thought I could get that answer from you, he stated. Naruto raised his eyebrows at this before he get up and facing that toad. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You're trying to attack me earlier, don't you? Hell no, who do you think am I? That toad sat and pulled out a cigarette and light it. You're too damn noisy brat. He placed the cigarette near his mouth. If someone find out I was here, I guaranteed I will really. He stretched the word as he rolled his eyes. Going to get a full course lecture from her? Naruto asked as that toad blew a smoke from his mouth. If you're not from Mount Myoboku and Kansai Magic Association then where do you come from? That toad looked at Naruto sharply as he takes the last sip of the cigarette before threw it away. Just when Naruto going to get answer from that toad, a footstep could be heard not so far from him. Someone's coming. Naruto quickly got up from his seat. That toad clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath before moving away from Naruto. Catch y'all later, brat. That toad blew a ring smoke from his mouth before disappeared in smoke much to Naruto's surprise. Before the blonde teacher could even process the information in his brain, the tatami door has already opened. Naruto-chan, smoking is not a good for your health you know. A late 50 man wearing a yukata who seemed to know Naruto, coughed. I wish I didn't smoke during my younger ages. Tomoshio-sensei. Naruto grinned, brushing the smokes away with his hand. It's not like what you think. Never mind. He laughed softly. So can I help you with something? He asked as that old man scratches his temple as if he finally remembering something. Oh, I want to tell you the time for teachers for using the bath is almost over. he told as Naruto nodded and gave him thumbs up. That old man nodded and wished Naruto good night before leaving the room while reminiscing his glory day when he was a young man. That said, Naruto let out a long sigh as he went to rummage one of his bag for clothes. Taking out his clothes, he placed his clothes near the other bags belonged to the bespectacled teacher, Negi. Wondering where Negi could have gone, he picked up the neatly folded yukata and went to the hot spring immediately. Not noticing the situation he was about to get involved, Naruto closed the door before making his way to the clothes locker. Choosing a random locker at the corner of the room, he took the towel in it and replaced it with his yukata. He was obviously sulking when he remembered what had happened in his room earlier. Nevertheless, he decided to let it slide for a while and enjoy his bath while hoping doing that he might find the answers he needed for his questions. Eva-chan and Cha-Cha-chan are counting on me. I can't let them down. He laughed and pumping his fist in the air. Stripping and only clad with towel around his waist, he stand in front of the door that connected to the hot spring. Charge! He enthusiastically cried as he entered the hot spring in high speed. But froze solidly at the sight in front of him. What? He stuttered, his eyes getting bigger. In front of him was none other than the bespectacled teacher himself with a female student near him, 1 hectare. ND choking his neck while the other touching. I leave it to your imagination. They noticed him and somehow were also freezing at the sight of the blonde teacher who has slowly managed to move his hand and cover his face. What the hell are you two doing here? He screamed as he furiously slammed the door close and ran away, leaving those two people in panic. Currently leaning at the wall near the locker, Naruto calmly trying to regain his composure and recover his currently red face right now. Finding himself slowly recovered, he reached to his short and yukata and began to change. I thought here's no one here this late even doing that thing. He sweat dropped and sighed at how ridiculous his imagination right now. I don't think so, there must be some misunderstanding. He laughed awkwardly. I should I'm tired. A familiar orange-haired student entered the changing room, scowling and sighing heavily. Along with her was also the familiar long black-haired student. Each of them brought a basket along with them. She just laughing softly at her friend's antics as they walk further inside the changing room and head to locker. It can't be helped, right? The black-haired student giggled. We're all excited about having this trip today. Her word managed to crack a smile at her friend's face. Yeah, I guess so. The orange-haired placed her basket inside one of the locker. Who would have thought drinking water from the well could have made someone drunk? She sweat dropped as the black-haired girl giggling, putting her basket in the locker next to her. Turn out it was a wine after all. I nearly lost it when the other teacher asked us about what happened Kanoka. Yeah. Thankfully Naruto-sensei was there. The black-haired student, Kanoka giggled, playful. Why waving her index finger near the orange-haired girl? Right, Asuna-chan. She ended with a wink. The orange-haired girl, Asuna, raised her eyebrows and gave her friend a confused look. Her confused face causing Kanoka to giggle playfully. Asuna just shrugged before proceed by removing the bell, releasing her ponytail hair. Kanoka giggled before removing the sash around her waist. It was then she oticked a single human-height locker near the wall not far from them that are facing their back. A word, cleaning equipment, was written at the locker door. There were numbers of mop and bucket beside the locker. Tilting her head, she thought to herself before giggling. Nay Asuna. She called Asuna, getting her attention. You know they said when your back was facing a locker, it was as if somebody was secretly watching you from the inside, she said, resulting a snort from Asuna. Kanoka was just a few feet away from that locker. Yeah, right, that just some stupid rumor. Asuna laughed while removing her sash. Kanoka just giggled as they continued to take off their clothes. Luckily for them, the phrase, ignorance is bliss, where the lack of knowledge in reference to a situation, particularly a messy one that once revealed one realizes they were much happier being clueless, has helped them. Or more to help him unbeknownst to them, there were really somebody watching them from inside the locker. That was none other than our favorite blonde teacher, Naruto himself. He was current while being static as possible to not making any careless noise or sound. The locker was almost his size and proved difficult for him to move. Not to mention he was only clad in his short and the locker was dusty as possible, making his hand and body itchy. Oh, the torture. Damn it, that was close. He gritted his teeth. What the hell am I doing here? He silently cried. Why, this locker was so small. He thought without opening his eyes. Yeah, I think I just have to wait for them to enter the hot spring. Maybe I can get out and grab my yukata and get out of here, that's the only way. Confirming his great plan of escaping, he unintentionally opened his eyes. Through the hole, he found himself staring at two female in their undergarment. Blood quickly rises to his face as his cheeks get redder and redder. He quickly reverted his eyes and now staring at the nut and bolts near him, which he finds suddenly interesting. Right now, damn it, why? He cried, sniffing a bit. Hey, did you hear that? I think that come from the big locker. Oh crap, Naruto almost shouted. Through the hole, he saw Asuna and Kanoka were a few feet away from him and heading to the locker now. I'm going to die. Uki. Naruto sweat dropped, frantically searching the source of the noise around He changing room by looking through the hole, of course, and without staring at the body of the girls, of course. He has a pride as a teacher to be preserved, of course. Asuna on the other hand was getting closer while Kanoka was holding her arm. Go away, damn it, you two. He cried as he struggled inside the locker. Somehow he didn't notice the abnormality happened at his left leg right now. Only then he noticed it. A cute monkey-like creature at the size of a doll was practically doing thing with his leg. Face faulted at that monkey. It noticed the looks Naruto gave him. The creature replied back with a lustful smile and look, sending a vibration to the blonde teacher's spine as, you do that. The locker door opened with a strong force, revealed. What the hell are you doing? Naruto coughed. Gosh, Asuna. Kanoka scolded lightly before returning her attention back to Naruto. Are you okay, Naruto-sensei? She asked as Naruto nodded. Serve you right, I idiotic pervert. Asuna looked away with a huff before moving to her locker to take her towel, only to find that creature stared at her on top of the locker. What the hell is that thing? A monkey. Ah, was so cute. Kanoka me to her side with her hand on her chest as her eyes blinking excitedly. It was a male, right? She asked Asuna, who just visibly shrugged. Naruto, however, just leaning at the wall, his eyes were away from the girls, mainly practically because of their clothes right now. It's not like he didn't want to defend his innocent, but it was because explaining it here probably isn't going to help at all. It's because he felt like he was going to have a nosebleed any second now. It's only going to get worse. It was then all of suddenly a dozen of the same creature came out of nowhere and somewhat aiming for their undergarments. Reading their movement from afar, Naruto quickly reacted and managed to ram half of the dozen monkey. Damn it. He was too late, however, as they already stripping half of the girl's undergarments. Blushing greatly, he grabbed two of the monkey, but they were too persistent to let the undergarment go. Let it go, you into the thing, monkey. What the hell are these monkeys doing to our underwear? Asuna blushed and cried, hugging her body defensively and smacking Naruto's head at the same time. What is that for? He angrily retorted. The door to the hot spring opened, revealed Negi and Setsuna clad in their towel. Those two took a minute to process the information into their brain. Just before they were about to make a move, the monkeys let go of their grip at the girls' loose undergarments, causing the girls and Naruto to lose their feet and fall to the floor. The monkeys took this chance to quickly strip Asuna and Kanoka's undergarment and finally leaving them completely naked. Ah, Sei-chan. Negi-kun. Naruto-kun. Kanoka blushed. Don't look. You don't even have to tell, Kanoka-chan. Naruto covered his eyes with his both hands to hide his red face. His sight, however, rendered the ponytail black-haired girl wordless. Those damn monkeys. For some reason she was enraged. What the hell are you doing to Kanoka Ojo-sama? Naruto and the others face faulted at her. Brandishing a god-know-where long stick that turned out to be a sword, Setsuna pointed her sword at the monkeys. I'll cut you up. Whoa, Sakurazaki-san, calm down. Asuna began to panic. You're going to injure yourself. Is that thing even real? She yelled as Negi grabbed Setsuna from behind to hold her back, claiming not to hurt the innocent monkey. Naruto-ni-san, help me here, Negi called desperately. She was going to kill the innocent monkey. I'm busy here, Negi. Naruto cried, avoiding another monkey attempt to strip him next. Hey Negi, he called without looking at them. Just let her go. Trust her. His word causing Setsuna and Negi stared at him in shock. Did not having a chance to reply, Naruto dodge-stepped the relentless attack from the monkey. And eventually kicking off one of them from Kanoka. Why yeah, that's true. Setsuna tried to convince them. There are just low-level Shikigami. They're just paper. Trust. One of the monkey took this chance to steal her towel. As a result, Setsuna lose her balance and find herself falling to the edge of the locker. Setsuna. Setsuna was at loss of word when she found herself in the blonde teacher arm. Her face buried against his chest. So close that she can hear his heart beating. Glancing up, she noticed his face were just a few inches away from her. Because of the situation and her position, she couldn't help but blushing deep red at this. Are you okay? Naruto asked, noticing her red face. Setsuna just managed to nod her head. Hold on a minute, you idiotic pervert. Asuna s. Howded as Naruto looking away from them as he let go of Setsuna. Thanks to you, Kanoka was being carried away. What? Looking away from them, she saw half of the monkeys was carrying Kanoka away. In rage, Setsuna shouted as she stormed out of the changing room with a sword in her hands. Setsuna-san, Negi called as he followed her. Asuna was about to go but Naruto stopped her suddenly. Epping on a monkey and blocking a monkey with his hand, he threw a bath towel to her with his other hand without looking at her. Asuna caught it and finally aware that she was completely naked right now. Blushing, she wrapped the towel around herself and stormed out of the room without changing word nor glance. Though she really wanted to kick him right now. When she was out of his sight, he let out a sigh. Luckily they didn't notice the blood coming out from his nose since minutes ago. All the reason he was avoiding his face from them. The sight of 3 naked girls were too much for him. I'm going to enjoy kicking you monkeys' butts. After what you did to my leg. He smirked as he wiped the blood from his nose with his hand. Charging ahead, the monkeys evaded him and stormed out of the room. Just when he was about to chase them, Setsuna came into the changing room. Looking away from her and holding his nose, he asked, Hey, where Kanoka and the others? What happened? Kanoka Ojo s. She blushed and quickly corrected her word. Kanoka was with the other. You don't have to worry about the monkeys anymore, they're gone. Ah, I see. Naruto nodded, hearing a rustling sound from behind. Glancing, he saw Setsuna already in her yukata while holding her basket and a sheathed sword. Excuse me, Naruto-sensei. Setsuna lightly bowed as she walked past and brushing against him lightly. As a result from that, she didn't notice something important had fall off from her basket. Naruto for being, wait, you dropped something, he called, only to find himself alone in the changing room. She's gone, his sweat dropped. Ruffling his hair is what kind of thing he was holding right now. It was white-colored ball-like thing. I better hold this for her now. He threw it to the air and catch it as he make his way to his locker. I wonder why she called Kanoka, Ojo-sama. Though, he wondered as he put on his yukata and tightening the sash. Era Naruto-sensei. Looking behind him, between Negi and Asuna was Kanoka, who was waving her hand and giggling while her other hand was the only thing cover her modesty. Without further ado, he passed Negi a bath towel before he stormed out of the changing room. Along the way in the hall, he covered his face with his sleeve, hoping doing that will cover his red nose. Ah, poor guy. Leaning against the couch near the wall along the hall, the blonde teacher. Naruto ruffled his hair as he took a deep breath. His eyes were set at the lamp on top of him. What a day, he sighed as he fixed the cotton at his nose which he stuck it while ago in or to stop the blood from coming out from his nose. While doing that, he tried really hard to brush away the images that keep coming back to his mind. He inwardly cursed as he thought this sort of thing were bound to happen someday because he was now teaching at the all-girl high school. He has mentally prepared for this but it seems his body did not. It's not like he was a pervert of something. At least that's what he thought. Brushing away that thought for a while, he recalled what's happened today. First there were thousands of frog. Then Kazumi and the water were replaced by wine. Also the pink toad, the homosexual monkeys, and lastly Konoka and Setsuna. As he recalled, he remembered Setsuna was calling Konoka by the prefix of Ojo-sama. And lastly the identity of the spy from the west. So many things happened today, but none of them connected to the location of Thousand Master and Naruto's world. Arg, I don't understand any of this thing. He banged his head softly at the couch. ABO. Oop, the conflict between Kansai and Kanto magic associations. I forgot to ask that old man about that. He wondered, now lying on the couch. But no doubt the frogs and monkeys were one of their work. He nodded, throwing away one of the cotton from his nose into the bin near him. If we were going to stop the feud, isn't that a good thing? Then why are they targeting us? Naruto-sensei, what are you doing here? If you feel sleepy, you should go back to your room. Interrupting his daydream was Konoka, who was standing not far from him. Naruto just smiled as he fixed his position, allowing Konoka to sit beside him. Nah, I was just thinking about our plan. Tomorrow, he said as Konoka clapped her hand together. Oh, what are our activities for tomorrow? She asked excitedly. It was then she noticed the condition of that blonde teacher. Era, you're bleeding. She reached out his face as she took a closer look at his nose. Naruto, however, just laughed and ruffled his hair, paying no attention at their closeness. This was nothing, I accidentally fell when I was walking upstairs. He lied, of course. I'm fine. It's not like I broke my nose or anything. No, you're not. She grabbed his hand as she dragged him away from the couch and now was walking along with her. Come on, let's go to our group room and treat that injury, she suggested. Naruto, however, wanted to pull his hand away from her grip but dropped that thought, seeing how firmly she held his hand. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of one of the many rooms located at the east side of the inn. Hanging at the door was a piece of paper stating this room belonged to Group 5 along with the names of the group members. Please wait a minute, Naruto-sensei. Letting go of his hand, Konoka enters the room. Before Completel, why close the door? She turned around to look at him and wink at him. Don't go away, okay? With that being said, she closed the door. Okay, was Naruto's only response. After waiting for a while, a voice came from inside, telling him to enter the room. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Sorry for interrupting. And Naruto-sensei, what happened? He face-faulted when the girls stormed at him as soon as he entered the room. It was the girls from Group 5, Nodoka, Haruna and you. Are you okay? Nodoka timidly asked. Naruto nodded, scratching his cheek with his index finger. I heard you almost kill yourself. Yeah, don't worry. He gave her a reassuring smile. That was. Are you sure, Naruto-sensei? You look like you could collapse any minute now. Haruna led him to the nearest chair in the room. Naruto just laughed at this. Who did this to you, Naruto-sensei? Yu stoically asked, a worried expression on her face as she looked over his face. I will make sure they suffer, despite her stoic face. He swore he saw her eyes glittering dangerous. I fell down the stairs. No one did this to me though, Yu-chan. He laughed awkwardly. That's scary. I see. Yu nodded, turning her sight at both of her friends. You two go on ahead. I think I'll stay here, she said as Nodoka and Haruna looked at each other. If you say so, Haruna nodded as she walks away to the door along with Nodoka. You're going somewhere? Naruto asked as they nodded. Then just go, Yu-chan. It's okay. I'm fine. See, he jogged around and doing a little exercise. Besides, Konoka already going to check my nose here. Yes I am, Konoka sang while holding the first aid kit at her chest as Yu let out a sigh while catching up with the other two slowly. Oh okay, I understand. See you later guys. If you need our help, just call us, okay? I hope you get well soon, Naruto-sensei. With that, the girls has gone, leaving that blonde teacher and his student alone in the room. Without further ado, Konoka came to his side with the first aid kit at her hand. It's okay Konoka-chan. You don't have to do this. He waved his hand and laughed as Konoka pouted. No can't do Naruto-sensei, you have. To look good if you want her to notice you. She winked, waving her finger playfully at him. Naruto however just raised his eyebrows at that. And no it's okay. See. He pulled out another cotton from his nose. The bleeding have long stopped and left traces only. Kanoka pouted as she placed her first aid kit aside. It was then she notices something at that blonde teacher arm. Sensei, you have a cut on your forearm. She pointed out as Naruto looked at it. I didn't know that. His sweat dropped as Kanoka giggled, pulling out a wet cotton. Sighing, he smiled at her. I guess I'm in your car. Again, thank you for always treating my injuries. Though, Kanoka nodded as she applied the wet cotton at his injured forearm. Naruto flinched a bit as it taking effect. But that's not worry him at all. What worries him was the closeness of that black-haired girl to him. Not to make it awkward and obvious, he decided to throw out a conversation. Kanoka-chan, are you okay? He asked. I mean, after what happened at the hot spring earlier. Did that stupid monkeys hurt you? Yes, I'm fine, she giggled. I don't really understand what's going on, but Sei-chan saved me. Setsuna-chan, huh? Naruto Rai said, his eyebrows as Kanoka nodding her head lightly. She seemed really angry back then. I don't even know where the heck she got that sword. His sweat dropped. It's because she learned kendo. Kanoka explained as he nodded. I see, though it didn't really explain why she has that sword. Though, his sweat dropped. How did you know about that? Are you close to her? He asked. I mean, she's not really interact with others in class. Actually, I've never really talked about it with you. Throwing away the wet cotton, she fixed her position and sat directly in front of Naruto. You know, before I moved in and started living with Asuna and Negi-sensei, I lived in Kyoto, she said while Naruto nodded. Then Kanoka proceeded by telling him how when she was little, she lived in huge and quiet mansion located far away within the mountains. Then one day Setsuna came and became her first friend. Learning kendo since little, she used her skill by protecting Kanoka, such as drive away the scary dogs. Unfortunately, one day, River and Setsuna at her best effort failed to save her. But after that, Setsuna became busier and rarely talked and finally became distant. It's like I had done something wrong. Sei-chan wouldn't talk to me like she did before. I just want us to be friend. I see. Naruto looked aside while ruffling his hair, thinking how serious this is. Noticing that she began to cry, he tried his best to comfort her. He passes a tissue at her after she has calmed down. I don't know about this, but I don't think Setsuna-chan hate you, even don't want to be your friend. He flashed his megawatt grin and gave her thumbs up. Believe it. Kanoka nodded, laughing slightly as she wiped her tears with the tissue. While doing that, she yawned slightly. Noticing that, he laughed. Well, I guess it's time for me to go now. He got up from the chair followed by Kanoka. Where are you going? I'm really hungry right now, so I'm going to look for something to eat. He laughed while sliding the door opened. Thank you for always taking care of my injuries, Kanoka-chan. He placed his hand at her shoulder while staring at her directly. His sudden movement startled her. If you have any problem, you can always talk to me. Okay. Oh, okay, I will. Thank you very much, Naruto-sensei. I'm sorry if I bored you with my story. She bowed. Naruto laughed as he let go of his hand. Nah, because that I felt that I understand a little about you now. He pinched her nose playfully. See you later. Sleep well and get ready for our activities tomorrow, okay? Running ahead, he left the black-haired girl alone at the door, blushing slightly while touching her nose before entering the room and closing the door. Minutes later, after walking for a while, Naruto finally arrived in front of his room. Sliding the door, he noticed that Negi have yet returned to their room. He decided to ignore it, thinking Negi might be with the girls or maybe patrolling around the inn. He remembered Negi did say something like that before that bespectacled teacher go to the hot spring. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a little rest. Rummaging through one of his bag, he pulled out a bottle of water. While inking, he noticed a piece of folded paper in his bag. Pulling it out, while holding the bottle with his hand, he opened that folded paper with his another hand. It was the note that Kazumi threw yearly. That contained something about a person in the campus during the blackout. Sighing, he put the bottle aside while studying that note. Could she be that spy Negi was talking about? He wondered, or throwing that paper aside while ruffling his hair in frustration. Well, whoever that spy is, I guess it's not safe to leave this place unguarded even though we have Negi patrolling around. He nodded to himself, making a hand seal. As a result, 2 clones of himself merged from the smoke. They left the room immediately through the window after he ordered them to help Negi patrolling around. Good thing I have clones. He laughed evilly as he prepared his futon. Sliding into the futon, he did a little stretching. Time to sleep. Clone Naruto jumped off the roof as he landed at the tree branch near him. Kneeling, he looked around as if he was looking for something. For a while, he got up and finally relaxing himself, closing his eyes and stretching his arm while at that. Looking down the tree with his one eye, he called, "Oi, you can quit hiding now." Merging between the bushes near that tree was another Naruto's clone. Smirking, he jumped from branch to branch until he was at his side. Sitting on the tree branch, he sighed. Boo-hoo, I thought I was being pretty good at hiding. Those 2 clones look at each other and laugh. Hey, did you find anything? That sitting clone asked. There's nothing happened at my side except for a few problem. But nothing major. You know what happened when people get drunk? They nodded simultaneously and giggled. It was then they felt so meth. Big brushed against the tree where they're right now. A big figure to be precise. Hey, did you see that? Let's go. Nodding simultaneously, they jumped off the tree and going their way separately but surely was chasing that figure. A minute later, both of them arrived somewhere around the surrounding near the inn as the figure finally landing on the ground. With a shape like monkey, that figure seems to hold a girl. Moving closer, the clone noticed there's another person in front of that figure. Hey, that's Negi. What is he doing there? Moving closer, he finally saw that figure and that girl clearly. That's Kanoka and that damn homosexual monkey from the hot spring. Both of the clones gritted their teeth, getting ready to move. But that monkey figure was much faster as it already leaving them and leaving Negi with a group of monkey. Damn it, I'll go after that monkey and Kanoka. One of the clones jumped off the tree and landed on the ground, running all the way after that monkey. Roger. The other clone nodded, jumping onto the large rock and finally landed on the ground near Negi. Ni-san, help me. Hey, get away from him. Grabbing 2 monkeys simultaneously, he threw them away. Negi held out his wand at that monkey figure and began incanted. Ross telephone Mas Scir, Negi-sensei. Negi. Turning around, Naruto saw Asuna and Setsuna running in their direction. Throwing away the last monkey, Naruto quickly interrupted Negi, causing him to cancel his magic. Oi, what are you doing, you? Chamo was interrupted as he was brushed away from that bespectacled teacher by Naruto. Hey Negi, what was Setsuna doing here? He whispered at Negi as both of those girls arrived. You were about to blow your secret. It's okay, Ni-san. She was our ally. Huh, was Naruto only answer. Huh, Naruto-sensei, what are you doing here? Setsuna asked. I could ask you the same question. What do you mean by our ally, now? He sweat dropped, noticing that monkey figure has gone. Damn, they're gone. Come on, we've got to chase her. Asuna suggested as she ran ahead. Nodding their head, the others start to follow her. Damn it, where did they go? You're clearly underestimate me, Asuna-chan. Naruto smirked, pointing his finger between the trees far away from them. Followed his finger direction, they saw another Naruto emerging between trees. That's Naruto-sensei, Setsuna gasped, looking at Naruto weirdly. Then who is this person in front of us? She asked as she heard his laughter. Turning around without stopping from running, he faced Asuna and Setsuna. We got a lot of thing to talk about, Setsuna-chan. Tapping both of the girl's shoulder, he disappeared, leaving only a trail of smokes and a shocking girl behind. The sky was slightly bright as the moonlight, the dark sky of night. The leaves from the tree followed the calm wind. The noise of cricket and the sound of wind broke the silence of the night. The bright sky could be seen through the windows. Almost everyone in the inn were sleeping peacefully right now. There are others who are still awake watching the scenery, playing games and many more. Either way, all of them seem to enjoy themselves. Well, not for everyone though, because our favorite blonde teacher is still awake and having trouble to sleep. His slightly red eyes proved it. Damn it, I can't sleep at all. He cursed as he rolled around in his futon to look at his watch. 2 a.m. Great, it's been 2 hours and I have to get ready for today activities at 5 inches. He laughed, crying a bit. Using his right hand to support his head, he looked around the room. Negi still hasn't come back. Being a ninja, he was trained to all kind of situation. Trained to read and study the atmosphere and surrounding. Such as right now, he began to feel uneasy at this. Something's wrong. He was getting ready to get up but then stopped suddenly. His eyes widening as he quickly got up. This is. Wait. Jumping over a rail. Group chased that monkey figure who turns out to be a girl wearing monkey costume. Joining Naruto's clone, they were led into the train station and onto a train just before the doors snapped shut. Of warding was planted around the train station so no ordinary people can't even get close. Which brought a question in Setsuna's mind, how Naruto's clone can even enter this place. Stop. I guess it's time for the second of my charm chants. That girl in monkey costume enchanted. Charm-san. Charm-san. Facilitate my escape. A monkey on her shoulder throwing the charm forward. All of a sudden, it began to gush out high-pressure water and quickly began to flood the whole car. Setsuna was taken away by the high-pressure stream as she were swept away to the door. Setsuna-chan. Luckily, why Naruto saw this and quickly covered her with his body as they hit the door. Naruto's clone taking quiet the impact as he disappeared, leaving that girl in shock. Struggling for air, she thought to herself how worthless she was right now for failing miserably to save someone. However, the thought of having herself almost losing Konoka once again, gave her strength. Using her sword skill Zankusen, she slashed and destroyed the door. And with the water level lowered, allowing them to breathe. I'm sorry Naruto-sensei, she thought to herself. Did you see that, monkey girl? You'd better give up these attacks and hand over Ojo-sama. You're not half bad, the girl in monkey suit laughed. But I'm not giving Konoka Ojo-sama back. She ran away as Setsuna hot in pursuit, leaving the off. R2 face faulted at the new information. Setsuna called them as they finally snapped back into reality and followed her. Along the way, Setsuna explained to them the reason behind Konoka's kidnapping. After she was done, they finally caught up with the monkey girl, only to find her out of her suit now. Not bad chasing me this far. But no further, it will end now. She threw away a charm. Setsuna lunged forward and ready to strike. I won't let you, damn it. Charm-san. Charm-san. Facilitate my escape. Third charm technique. Kyoto Dai character burning. A big wall of fire with the shape of Japanese character, Dai, appear. Blocking Setsuna way, she was taken aback by the intense heat of the wall of fire. Laughing at her victory, that woman explained. That's no ordinary flames. Those flames will repel any normal person that come in contact with it. She stuck out her tongue at them and laughed. Well then this is goodbye. She laughed, preparing to leave. Little that she know about what's coming. Futon Datapa. Quote, a sudden massive gust of wind came out of nowhere and hitting the wall of flame. All of them covered themselves as they watched the wind extinguish the fire. That woman gritted her teeth as they noticing that the fire and wind now are slowly gone. That's. Negi pointed his finger in front of them. Kneeling with his back facing Setsuna was none other than Naruto. Clad in black shirt and black trouser. Asuna and Setsuna blushed ever so slightly at his sudden entrance. He got up and gave them thumbs up before looking at that girl with a glare. Glar. That was so intense that she almost felt there was a dagger at her throat. Oi, that's my student you're taking. He said. I promised that girl if she ever need my help, I will help her. As her teacher, I demand. Taking a fighting stance, he shouted. Screw this, I'm kicking your butt. Hell yeah, you're so awesome Ni-san. Chamo squealed as Negi came to his side with sparkling in his eyes. Took you so long, you idiot. Despite saying that, Asuna was smiling gratefully. That's a story for another time. Naruto-sensei. Setsuna called as Asuna helped her get to her feet. What are you doing? She whispered to herself. Who are you? I'm helping you guys and I'm your substitute sensei. More people for me to hurt. That girl smirked. Well I guess the more. Hey Ni-san, Chom. Ignored her completely and called Naruto, getting that teacher attention. That girl seems to be. I don't think that will be as easy as you said. She's not stupid. Setsuna interrupted as Naruto nodded. Then what do you suggest? Asuna asked before getting a response from Negi. The group went to discuss. It was then that girl finally realized she was completely being ignored. Gritting her teeth and cheeks flushed, she held out her charm and started enchant. However, she was stopped by a single shot coming from Negi's wand. I won't let you. Kanoka-san was my student and my precious friend. As that, Naruto gasped, brushing his hair away from covering his eyes. He saw Negi held out his hand with a card floating on his hand as Asuna engulfing in some sort of bright light aura. It seems, Setsuna was also captivated by that. Snapping his finger in front of her face, he brought her to reality. Let's go. All right. Setsuna nodded, catching up with Asuna and Negi who were already racing to that woman. Asuna, Negi called. I'm going to call your personal artifact, Hamanatsurugi. I think it was some sort of weapon that only you can use. Hamanat Rusugi. Naruto interrupted. No Ni-san, Hamanatsuru. Save the explanation, you idiots. Despite saying that, Asuna smirked as she jumped. All right, give it to me, Negi. Okay. Negi stopped running and began chanting as Naruto and Setsuna ran past him. Activate ability for Kagarazaka Asuna. As a result, a fierce light engulfed Asuna's hand as it's slowly taking shape. Amazing. I feel stronger. I can feel its po. What the hell is this? Vein forming on her forehead as she resists the urge to throw the thing that had formed in her hand. That was a really big paper fan. Focus everyone, Naruto reminded as the duo nodded. Despite the urge to laugh his butt off at this. Now Kagarazaka-san, Setsuna shouted, swinging her sword. Arg, whatever, it's better than nothing. Asuna readied the paper fan. Take this. Asuna and Setsuna attacked, but they were stopped when two big plush bear appeared out of nowhere and blocked their attacks. One of them grabbed Setsuna's hand while the other did the same to Asuna's. Biwahahaha. That girl laughed hysterically. You were never a match for them. They're pretty strong, you know. Appeared in the middle, Naruto planted a round kick on the plush bears, causing both of them to stumble and lost their grip on those girls. Actually, this was pretty easy. Naruto winked at her, cursing. She hauled Kanoka over her shoulder. Impossible, how can you beat my Enki and Yuki just like that? She gritted her teeth. Who are you? Asuna slashed her paper fan at one of the plush bear, causing it to explode into clouds. Me, I'm her sensei. He pointed his finger at that girl as Setsuna and Asuna landed beside him. And I'm going to take her back. What are you? Some kind of hero in a movie? That girl jumped backward and ran away. Give us back Kanoka Ojo-sama. Enraged, Setsuna went after them. Damn it, oi perverted idiot, Asuna called. What is it, Asuna-chan? Letting that chan prefix and the way he emphasized it slide, she rolled her eyes as she get into her fighting stance. Go after them. I can take care of this. Yeah, right. Naruto looked at the bespectacled teacher beside him. Negi, can I trust you to keep Asuna safe? Okay, Ni-san. What are you implying, perverted idiot? I can take care of myself. Asuna asked, looking annoyed, despite that she was blushing slightly. Naruto, however, just shot his megawatt grin at her. Of course you can. Ust don't want to see my students get hurt, you know. With that he took off to chase the others. Okay, let's finish this, Asuna-san. Negi take a stance, preparing his wand and pointing it at the other plush bear. Meanwhile Asuna swung her paper fan and managed to hit its head. On the other hand, enraged Setsuna charged toward the girl that carried Kanoka. But suddenly someone blocked her attack. As she was balancing herself, she studied the person that blocked her attack that easily. A gothic Lolita-dressed girl stands amidst the smoke. She was holding a long sword while her other hand was a short dagger. She dusted her dirtied clothes because of the collision. Itai, I think I hurt myself, she said in a composed manner. It was then Naruto arrived. And Naruto, are you okay? He asked, as the ponytail black-haired girl nodded. Ah, who are you? Hello, I'm from the Shinmaryu. Nice to meet you. That gothic girl bowed slightly. Why, you're a Shinmaryu swordsman. What? Naruto being blank of course at this moment. Yes, me name is Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi-chan. Can you please tell your friend there to return my student? I'm sorry Sensei, Monkey-chan is counting on me. Why you? Who the hell are you calling Monkey-chan? From far, that Monkey-chan girl retorted. I'm sorry. She bowed slightly before looking at Setsuna. But it seems that you're my senpai from Shinmaryu. I've been assigned to protect her. So I've to take it seriously. Senpai swordsman. Naruto pondered to himself while stroking his non-existent beard. So Setsuna is also a swordsman, huh? He asked ONL. Why to find himself watching Setsuna and Tsukuyomi already clashes swords. Damn it, you've started already. That was fast. Naruto-sensei. Setsuna called, jumping away from her opponent attacks. Kanoka Ojo-sama. Baka being captivated by the clash of two swordsmen, the Monkey-chan laughed. Ora, who are you calling monkey? Chance. Sidestepping, he brushed away from Tsukuyomi attacks. An attempt to stop him, much to her surprise. He was now few meters away from that monkey girl. She ran away. Stop him. My monkey army. School student, apprentice swordsman and a perverted idiot after all. Setsuna were having a furious battle with Tsukuyomi while Naruto were having a hard time getting away from the monkeys. Well, bye. Sagitta Magica air capture. Damn it, I forgot about this little brat. Turning around, she saw Negi shot 11 arrows of wind binding and it was heading her ways. Luckily her decision to use Kanoka as her shield, making Negi redirect his attack. That's not fair. Please let go of Kanoka-san. Why you Kanoka Ojo-sama? Kanoka, ha 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 ha. Ari, I see it now. It seems that you'll back off as soon as it looks like the hostage is going to get slightly injured. The Monkey-chan laughed. Wah, this girl certainly came in handy. I should just keep using her like this. You bastard, what are you planning to do with Kanoka? Asuna said, struggling to get away from the plush bear that was holding her up. Let me see, I guess we'll use drugs and spells to control her. Monkey-chan smirked at the idea. She'll be nothing but a mere puppet who listens to our very word. Personal slave, she laughed. I'm looking forward to it though. Hey. What did you say? Asuna was getting mad as well as Negi. Setsuna glared dagger at that girl. Well, I guess we win this time. Monkey-chan slung Kanoka over her shoulder, revealing her bottom. Hoo. Kanoka Ojo-sama bottom has sure become pale. Cute, isn't it? As expected of. What the hell are you thinking? All attention were focused on this particular someone. Standing shakily with monkeys clinging around him is none other than the blonde teacher, Naruto. His hair were covering his eyes, thus covering his expression. What are you guys thinking? East and West Magic Association's conflicts. They looked at him, eyes wide. I don't understand a bit about that thing. Still, she's just one girl. Why are you targeting her? Quote, Ni-san, Kanoka I know was so kind. Whatever happened, she always keep that smile on her face. She always take care of her friends, never once she doubted them. Always treating our injuries even if something bad happened. She never blame anyone, not a single person. She just want to be with the one she loves and treasure her friend. Naruto-sensei, drug and spell, personal slave, mere puppet, listens to your very word. You're kidding me? That kind smile, if that happened, we'll never able to see it again. All the things we've been through are vanished just like that. Like hell we'll allow that. Naruto. He lowered his face. His fist is clenched tightly. I won't allow that. As her sensei, as her friend, I'll definitely won't allow that. He gritted his teeth. Everyone was feeling anxious for some reason. If you have any problem, you can always talk to me, okay? Oh, okay, I will. Thank you very much, Naruto-sensei. I have sworn to protect them no matter what, even if I have to hit you, a girl or anyone. So if there is anyone who's trying to hurt my students, he gritted his teeth and taking a fight stance, emitting aura resulting those monkeys to fly away. Red aura slightly engulfed around him. I'll beat them to pieces. Monkey-chan was taken aback by that as she finally noticed that blonde teacher changes. His pupil were red slit. The whiskers-like mark seemed to have thickened. Not just her, everyone else were taken aback by this. Naruto Ni-san, Naruto-sensei. Naruto, is that you? Asuna gulped. What is it, Asuna-chan? Wait a moment. Out of sudden he appeared before her in the plush bear. Using his right hand, he created a spiraling sphere. Rasengan. Without having a chance to react, That spiraling sphere hit the plush bare face, causing it to explode. The impact sent Asuna almost flying away, but he managed to catch her. Normally she would retort, but instead she just focused inspecting his face and thickened whiskers, which he notices. Falling in love at first sight, Asuna-chan. He laughed as she gave him "What are you talking about" face and got away from him. I don't think I will resort to this though, these monkeys not even strong. But, he laughed a bit before looking at that monkey girl. Involving innocent people in this stupid clan quarrel, clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, he shouted. It's what really pisses me off. With that he rushes to that girl. Oh oi Naruto. Asuna went after him. Setsuna. Negi. Setsuna nodded. I got it. With. W. What the hell with this? The monkey girl who W. Air on pins and needle stuttered at the sight of them heading their way to her. Damn it. Time to rue. You're too late. Naruto suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. W. What how? Sweating horribly, she got away from him. Flan's exarmation. Negi magic hit her, blasting her and Konoka away and shredding their robe at the same time. That leaving themselves without even a single thread. Ilst Asuna delivered a hard blow to that monkey girl using her fan. Setsuna managed to catch Konoka before they hit the ground. Negi and Naruto stand in front of Asuna and Setsuna in defensive position. Damn it, why these brats are so strong, the monkey girl said, covering her body while shakily trying to get up. I'll get you for this, Tsukuyomi, we're going. She summoned a giant monkey which grabbed both of them. We will meet again, sensei. She smiled evilly at Naruto. That blonde teacher, however, just watching them fly away. With that they disappeared into the night. That was a lame retreat. Chamo commented. Naruto couldn't help but snickered at this. Looking away from the sky, he turned his attention at Setsuna, who was cradling Konoka. Asuna and Negi were surrounding them. Negi put his coat to cover Konoka. Konoka, Ojo-sama, Ojo-sama, Setsuna called, shaking Konoka softly. Are you all right? Ah, Negi's sudden shout startled almost everyone. Could it be she'd used drugs and spells on Konoka-ne-san? That getting Naruto acting immediately. What? Let me see. He kneeled down beside Konoka. He places his hand on her forehead. While the others were watching those two, Setsuna couldn't help but glance at her sensei. She studied his facial features that seems to be different from what she remembers. His pupil and iris color, and the obvious one was his thickened whiskers like mark. At that moment, his features slowly turns to normal, much to her surprise. Naruto-sensei, she thought to herself. Ah, Naruto's voice brought her back to reality. Looking back at the person in her arm, she saw Konoka has slowly opened her eyes. Naruto chuckled as he removed his hand away and get up. Good morning, Konoka-chan. Ha! Thank goodness, Asuna cried a little and let out a happy sigh. Slapping Naruto's arm while at that, Naruto shot a looks at her but smile however. Negi and Chamo was smiling happily. Good morning, Sei-chan. Why yes, Konoka Ojo-sama. Sei-chan, I had a dream that I was kidnapped by some strange monkeys, but Sei-chan, Negi-kun, Asuna and Naruto-sensei came to save me. The others just look at each other and smile. Thank goodness it was just a dream. It's all right now, Konoka Ojo-sama. Setsuna smiled. Seeing that, Konoka smiles sweetly and widely. I'm happy Sei-chan didn't hate me at all. Isn't that great, Konoka-chan? Naruto grinned and gave her thumbs up. Konoka nodded and smiled happily. I wanted to talk to Kono-chan as well. Realizing the prefix she used, Setsuna backed away from Konoka, blushing ever so greatly. I apologize. And I'm merely thankful that I'm able to protect Konoka-cha Ojo-sama. She bowed. I'm sorry. With that being said, she ran away from them. That was fast. Negi's sweat dropped. Sei-chan. Wait. I suppose it's not easy for her to suddenly get along with Konoka, Asuna said. Negi just sweat dropped and giggled slightly. Sakurazaki-san, she called. We'll go take a look around Nara together tomorrow, okay? It's a promise. That managed to slow Setsuna down, but she continues to run nevertheless. Asuna take that gesture as, okay, though. Don't worry Konoka, it's going to be okay. She gave Konoka a reassuring smile. Was Konoka only answer though. Man, this is pain in the butt, Naruto scowled. But all's well that ends well, right? He winked at Asuna. Negi nodded. Right, I guess. Asuna looked away, blushing lightly. Idiotic pervert. But, Kanoka spoke. Wait, why am I dressed like this again? Crap. Well, Kanoka, you know this and that. Asuna's sweat dropped, shooting a glare at Naruto that reads, "Help me, you idiotic pervert." Well, Naruto smiled. I guess I go after Setsuna. It's not nice letting a girl walk alone late at night. He send a star. Rai winked at Asuna before running away at full speed, leaving a very annoyed girl behind. Or don't you run away and take some responsibilities, Naruto, you idiotic pervert. Naruto cocked his head slightly. A receiver was placed between at his ear. He used the support of his shoulder to hold it while rummaging his trouser pocket. He pulled out a nicely folded and slightly crumpled paper and a few changes. He unfolded the paper that revealed a number while his other hand inserted the coin. He reads the numbers in his mind as his finger pushing the number button. Done putting the numbers, he hold the receiver correctly by his hand. While waiting, he looked around his surroundings. He was now at one of the few payphone on the wall outside the inn. Near him was couple of wooden benches with a vending machine between them and a street light just a few meters away from it. The wind was calm but cold for sure, indicating that it was late night. A click sound could be heard from the receiver indicating that the line has successfully dialing that numbers and someone is picking up the phone. Ah, hell, you're late. What are you thinking calling me out this late? You got some nerve to mess with the undead mage, th. Despite the threat, Naruto easily dodged it and smiled. Hey, you sure got energy for someone who stay up this late, little Eva-chan. Cuckoo, of course. I am the queen of the night. The lord. Oh hey, who are you calling little? Naruto laughed as Evangeline continued to curse over the phone. After a while they finally calmed down. Pathetic servant, so what do you want? Naruto nodded to himself before he coughed to clear his throat. Well, like you asked, I called to give you my report. Oh, very well, my servant. Did you find anything? He insert another coin before leaning against the wall. Well, I didn't find anything so far. Other than a few local beliefs and rumor. This place make a good trip for everybody. He placed his another hand at his nape. Ah, tomorrow we're going to Nara. I heard that place was famous and everybody was very excited about it. He laughed. I'll keep my eyes open just in case. Very well. Hey Eva-chan. He interrupted, getting a silence from her. Although today is the first day of the trip, it's been really exciting and fun. Well, minus the few commotions we caused. But I really wish you and Cha-Cha-chan could join us. There were a moment of silence before Evangeline suddenly broke into laughter. What are you talking about, idiot? With this curse, I can't go too far away. Beck, that's why. Naruto interrupted this time. I will do my best to remove that curse, okay? He laughed. Sure, it's a pain in the butt, but I don't mind at all. We'll solve this together, alright? What? As I said, I know that, you useless servant. You don't have to tell me twice. Well, do whatever you want, I don't care. Evangeline scowled over the phone. Naruto took this opportunity to tease her. Ah, you're so cute, Eva-chan. What are you? Consider yourself lucky, you pathetic weakling. If I was there you would have tasted the wrath of the undead mage, the queen. Coolly brushing that thread away, he spoke. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask you this, Eva-chan. What is it? And make it quick or I will hang up. The phone you hold right now is mine, right? Since I dialed my number using this payphone. He asked. Before I was leaving, I left my phone at Cha-Cha-chan and I told her to keep it in case of emergency. He asked, scratching his temple with his finger. If he was at her side right now, he will see Evangeline was sweat dropping slightly. So how come my phone is in your hand right now? He asked. Silence. It was silence except the beep sound could be heard at the receiver. Did she hang up? He wondered to himself as he moved the receiver away from his ear. Glancing at the payphone, he finally notices that the time is up. I guess that it for now. He placed the receiver back to its holder while making a mental note to bring more coin with him next time. Looking up, the sky seems to have lightened a bit, meaning it almost dawn. It almost morning, huh? He sweat dropped. He stretched his body while thinking to himself. Man, a lot of thing happened today. Today. He pinched his forehead, sweat dropping greatly. What the hell am I thinking? I got a lot of thing to think about. He scowled as he felt his head hurt right now. Overthinking maybe. Ah, whatever. Whether it was yesterday, today or tomorrow, I'm looking forward to see it. He pumped his fist air in the fist. And so, that blonde teacher managed to clear his head upon that confusion as he groggily walked inside the inn, mentally ready to face a new day. And so he lived happily ever after yet. In the end I didn't get any sleep at all, huh? Yada, I'm finally finished writing this chapter. Everyone, thank you for always supporting my fanfic. 1 year hiatus is long enough. However, thank you so much everyone. By the way, on to this chapter. I left not so many question I think. A new character, a new mystery, a new development. Hee my bad though for always leaving those question behind for you. Oh, and for those who were wondering, yes, this a harem. But in my book, I preferred it to go with the flow of the stories. A relationship that takes time to develop. Step by step, right? Ho 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 ho. Oh, whatever. I hope you guys continue to vote for the rest of Naruto's pairing. The stories involving those girls almost start. So I really appreciate that you guys take time to vote. Thank you so much everyone. 3A's class, yeah. Oh well, time to start the next chapter. Let's go. All's well that end well. Sorya. Ya nay. MNNM extra special. What if 2 inches? Tut 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 tut. Clack. Naruto, ah hell. Operator, hello, this is Men. May I take your order? Naruto, ah yes. 1 chicken burger and fries please. See. MNNM extra special. Asuna, take this. Slapping her big paper fan monkey girl, ah. This is nothing. Setsuna slashing her with the back of the sword. Monkey, is that all you can do? Hit me with all you got. Asuna, why you? Take this. Slapping her big paper fan monkey girl, ah. More. Naruto, you're just a masochist, aren't you? MNNM extra special. What if 3 inches? Naruto, ah hell. Evangeline, you're late. Onidisturb you. You can go to sleep now. Eva-chan. Trip to Kyoto, all's well that end well. P.S. I need a beta reader. If anyone interested, please help me to improve my writing. Thank you. Ni-san. Wake up. Eyes shot wide open upon hearing that loud noise. The blonde teacher. Naruto immediately got up, causing his pillow and blanket to fly and landed around the room. And it's almost landed on the person that wake him up too. As he got up, he lost his balance, which ended up with him fall face flat and kissing the tatami hard. Half asleep and suffering a headache, as he got up, he put his right hand on his face while looking around with his slightly red eyes. His sight, however, were showered with rays of light, blinded him temporarily. He used his hand to shield his eyes as his sight slowly recovered. Finally noticing he was standing near the window. It was morning already. Crap, I do fall asleep after all. Good morning, Ni-san. Directing his eyes away from the window, he directed his sight at the person who has been standing near him while holding a blanket that almost landed on him earlier. That person was none other than the bespectacled teacher, Negi, who had already clad in his uniform. Ooh, good morning, Negi. He greeted back and sweat dropped, finally realized something and face faulted. I'm late, huh? Not really. Sweat dropping, Negi shook his head lightly. Everyone is gathering in the hall first floor for breakfast. After that, there will be some time before we're going to Nara. Hearing this, Naruto sighed in relief. I see. Naruto smiled in relief. Thank you for waking me up. Though. He come to Negi and ruffled his hair. Negi nodded and giggled happily. Hee, it's okay, Ni-san. Negi said. Ni-san, Asuna-san and Setsuna-san are doing their best yesterday. It's only fair I have to do my best too. You little brat. Naruto laughed. Play. Fully bonked the bespectacled teacher's head. Ah, how was that letter? He asked after moving away from him. It's safe with me. Negi pulled out the envelope containing the letter from his jacket's pocket. Although, I didn't have the chance to give the letter yesterday, but I'm doing my best to keep it safe. Negi, good job. Naruto gave him thumbs up and laughed. Negi scratched the back of his head, embarrassed yet happy by that blonde teacher praise. Anyway, I better get ready now. I'm already late. Very well. Negi handed Naruto the blanket he held before walking away to the sliding wooden door. We will be waiting at the hall at the first floor. Okay. Got it. With that said, Negi got out from the room, leaving Naruto's behind. After stretching and cleaning the bed, Naruto went to his bag and bring out his clothes before heading to the bathroom with a question in his mind. Where the hell is Chamo? I didn't see him with Negi just now, he wondered to himself before face faulted. Knowing him, that perverted ermine probably hunting for undergarments now. He brushed the thought away. Whatever, he smiled, before sneezing as soon as the cold water hit him. Damn it, Warg, I'm so sleepy. Naruto mumbled to himself, scratching the back of his head while at that. Already clad in his uniform, he was now heading toward the hall. Knowing he was late, he looks at his wrist. Finally noticing he forgot to wear his wristwatch. He reached his pants pocket to pull out his cell phone. I forgot. I gave my phone to Cha-Cha-chan. He sweat dropped before realizing there was something else in his pocket. What th? Good morning, Naruto-sensei. Looking away, he saw it was Setsuna who was greeting him, bowing slightly. Oh yo, good morning Setsuna-chan. He sidestepped to the wall, making sure not to block the other people. What are doing here? Where are going? He asked. Setsuna raised her eyebrows before speaking. I'm on the way to the hall for breakfast. Aren't you going there as well? She asked. Yeah well. He laughed, bringing his hand that reached the pocket to his temple. Pulling along the thing in his pocket. As Setsuna saw it, her face flushed scarlet for some reason as she backed away for some reason. Naruto caught and raising his eyebrows at her. Something's wrong, he asked. That's. She stuttered as Naruto finally realized she was looking at his hand. Directing his eyes at his hand, he finally noticed it. In his hand, there was something in white color with round shape. What the hell is this? Blinking his eyes innocently, he brought it near his face to inspect it. That got Setsuna's sweat dropped and panicked. Especially other people around was looking at them weirdly. This thing is lightly handkerchief maybe. He guessed. He realized it finally as he got closer to Setsuna. Hey, you dropped something last night. I was about to give it to you but you were gone. It's okay Naruto-sensei but, Setsuna came closer to him, blushingly gritted her teeth. Although she feel bad when her blonde teacher making a hurt expression. This is not a suitable place. Why is that? He raised his eyebrows, softly looking at the white round thing at his hand. It was then the worst case thing happens. It took him for a moment before finally realizing it. Setsuna was way earlier noticing it since she was looking away, blushing heavily. The white round unfolded by itself, revealing to be a nice clean white of women undergarment known as pantsu. What the hell? He face faulted. To make it even worse, unluckily for them, a young beautiful well-endowed adult woman that just walked past them noticed it. Kya, she screamed, getting people's around them to their attention. He was a pantsu thief. That got everyone's attention to the fullest. Children were hiding, women were running away while the man were pulling anything around them as long it can be used as weapon before rushing to the poor teacher. Their eyes were like a predator's hunting their prey. The hell I am. Naruto blushed, cheerfully throwing it to the ground. Why is this always happen to me? Naruto-sensei, said one of Mahora Girls Junior Academy's students. Pantsu thief and a teacher at Mahora All-Girls Academy One of the men that arrived, cracking his knuckle. Damn brat, I'm jealous. For some reason it brought him to his knees, punching the ground jealously. That got everyone else sweat dropping at him. Not just him, few of the men were also clearly jealous and doing the same. Young boys these days, this is my fault. Setsuna pinched her forehead, sighing. Everyone, it seems this is a misunderstanding. What do you mean misunderstanding? The woman that screamed earlier, asked. Why yes, I don't have anything to do with pantsu thief or whatever. Naruto defended himself, managed to convince few of them. Among them was, I thought I heard a commotion so I came here. He bowed. I am the manager of this inn. He smiled, sweat dropping slightly. Excuse me, may I know what the problem here is? He asked. Kya, one of the students screamed. Averting their sight from the blonde teacher, they saw something white jumping away from the girl who was blushingly protecting herself. That thing was dashing through between peoples before finally jumping toward Naruto. It steals the pantsu away from his hand before dashing away. Naruto and Setsuna however knew it immediately that it was the white ermine, Chamo. Setsuna taking this a chance to get them both out of this mess. Everyone. That was the real Pantsu thief. She pointed at the white ermine who has already far away from them. What is that? So that means that animal was the Pantsu thief. Damn it, I lost too. The manager let out a sigh. All right everyone, case solved. This man is innocent as he is, he said, dispersing the crowd. After much apologized, the last person of the crowd walks away. It was now calm as if there was nothing happens. The duo let out a sigh at how mess this is. I'm amazed by how far this misunderstanding escalated, said Setsuna. The blonde teacher just shrugged. The manager coughed, getting both of their attention. Excuse me, as representative I apologize for the inconvenience. He that was there bowed. Naruto laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Meh, it's okay. All's well that ends well, right? Right, Setsuna agreed. Thank you. The manager and workers fixed their position. Don't sweat it. Naruto flashed his megawatt grin before turning serious. But what was that about? Pantsu thief, and all. Actually that rumor has been going around few days ago about someone stealing their undergarment. The manager explained. Not that it was actually just a rumor though. So did the culprit has been caught? Setsuna asked before the manager nodding his head. Yes of course, rest assured it has been taken care of. He bowed. I hope you two will enjoy staying here. You bet we will. Naruto smiled. The manager let out a relieved sigh. Smiling he came closer to the blonde teacher while reaching his pocket for something. He pulled out a letter and gave it to the blonde teacher. Naruto gladly took it before inspecting it. What is this? He asked. Setsuna couldn't but to steal a glance at it though. This letter allows you to use and reserve our famous hot spring anytime you want. You can bring anyone along with you for your liking. With the word anyone emphasized, the manager smiled, knowingly and slightly nudging his elbow at the blonde teacher. Anyone like your girlfriend here? That got Setsuna's cheeks flushed. What? I'm not, she stuttered. Naruto on the other hand being oblivious just nodded. Thanks, but are you sure about giving this to me? Naruto asked. This is well a VIP treatment. It's the least I can do for troubling you two. The manager bowed. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave now. With that, the manager along with the inn worker walked away leaving the duo alone. Setsuna sighed. Well, that's settled. What are you going to do with that letter, Naruto-sensei? She asked. Naruto just shrugged, putting the letter inside his pocket. I feel bad returning it to him. I guess I'll use it with Negi. With that said his stomach grumbled. He blushed while scratching his cheeks. Setsuna couldn't help but snickers at this. She gestured for them to continue walking. As they walked, Naruto decided to strike a conversation. Although it troubles him a lot. Setsuna-chan, he called. Yes, Naruto-sensei, she asked. I'm sorry about that Naruto's sweat dropped. Trying to find the right word but not found. Setsuna realized what he wants to talk about thus interfered. It's okay Naruto-sensei. It was my fault to begin with, said Setsuna who was slightly blushing. It won't happen again next time right? She smiled. Naruto's eyes widened slightly before returning to normal as he was smiling right now. Gotcha, not going to happen again. He gave her thumbs up and giggled. With that, the conversation ended with them walking to the hall. Naruto was busy rubbing his tummy not noticing a pair of dark brown eyes were watching him. Unluckily for the eye's owner, Naruto caught it. Something's wrong Setsuna-chan. That taken Setsuna aback, as she looked away and blushed. Nothing, said her. Naruto nodded before looking away his hands at the back of his neck to watch the beautiful scenery. The black single ponytail-haired girl once again stole a glance at him. Shutting her eyes and clearing her throat, she spoke but with a lower tone. Naruto-sensei. The blonde teacher didn't speak but that certainly got his attention. I want to thank you for your help yesterday. If not for your help, we may not be able to save Konoka Ojo-sama. Don't mention it. Naruto laughed. Konoka-chan was my student and our friend after all. I see. Setsuna lowered her gaze and smiled. Thank you for always taking care of Ojo-sama, said her. Causing Naruto to chuckle. Yeah well although she was the one always took care of me, He walked closer enough to Setsuna to make sure no one else can hear to their conversation. Gee, what were they thinking using drug and spell on her? That's what really pissed me off. He unconsciously gritted his teeth. Setsuna stays quiet, taking a glance at his whiskers like Mark. Anyway, he spoke, snapping her out of her daydream. Why are you running away last night? He chuckled as that girl blushed. I have my own reason. She lowered her gaze just enough for the sunlight to cover her eyes. She must hate me right now. I'm really ashamed by myself, told her. But then she heard her teacher snorted suddenly. What? She asked. You are so funny, Setsuna-chan. He smirked, rubbing his finger against his nose. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't really know what happened between you two. But, said him without looking away from the scenery. She's really glad that she was able to talk with you. He laughed. Heck, I never see her smiles like that, so she must be really happy. You must be a good friend to her. Setsuna sighed. Kanoka-cha, realizing the prefix she was about to use. She blushed and immediately fixed it. Ojo-sama. Naruto caught it, just laughed. Hee, no need to beat yourself around the bush though. I trust you two will work this out. But if you need my help, just tell me, okay? He flashed her his megawatt grin and gave her thumbs up. I'm looking forward at you calling her Kanoka-chan again. He laughed. Setsuna smiled and blushed, nodding her head slightly. The beautiful scenery escaped their eyes as they were now just a few meters away from the hall. All right, Mahora Middle School students. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Ah, they're already started, Setsuna stated. Let's go. Without further ado, Naruto ran ahead, leaving that girl to catch after him. Finally arrived, he looks at the sight in front of him. The hall was full of Mahora students from all the classes. They were eating and excitedly chatting about the day of the trips, the plan after this, and etc. However, this is not for 3A's class. Majority of them is still confused. Heck, they didn't even know what really happens yesterday. Among the tables occupied by them was Negi. He made his way toward him while smiling, mainly because of the food served at the table. Ah, Ni-san, Negi greeted. Hey, Naruto ruffled that bespectacled hair. Hey, is that my seat? He asked, directing his eyes at the empty seat beside Negi. Yep, please take a seat. We're just started having breakfast. Negi gestured. Without further ado, the blonde teacher took a sit beside him. Man, I'm really hungry, Naruto giggled before yawning. You look a bit sleepy, Naruto-kun. Rubbing his eyelid with his finger, Naruto looked at Kanoka, who has been standing there, a food tray on her hands. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Ah yo. Good morning, Kanoka-chan. He flashed her his megawatt grin, causing her to giggle. Thank you for last night. I don't really understand what happened, but I know you, Negi-kun, Asuna and Sei-chan came to help me. Kanoka said. Nah, it's okay. Anything for you, Kanoka-chan. Naruto chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Isn't that right, Negi? Yes, although I was just following them. Ah, Sei-chan. Kanoka smiled at the swordswoman, Setsuna sitting not so far from them. Naruto just watched as she slowly got up and walked away. Ah, why are you leaving? Don't be embarrassed. Let's eat together, Kanoka suggested. Setsuna, however, just increased her pace and eventually started running. Sei-chan, why are you running? Setsuna-san. Negi and Kanoka went after her. I'm not running away, Setsuna shouted as they chase her. Their antics caught the others' attention as they were laughing at them. Now, what's that all about? That's the first time I've seen Sakurazaki-san with. Right, I wonder if something happened between them last night, said Maki. What, are they having fun without letting me in on it? Commented Yuna. Kukuku, that's it, I'm definitely not sleeping tonight, Shina claimed, getting the support from others. Ha ha ha. From far, Naruto just laughed, sweat dropping as well. The person in front of him, Asuna, also the same as him. Couples of idiots, commented Asuna before sighing. Ha, they're so noisy. It's just early in the morning, she complained. Well, feel free to join them, he commented, getting a glare from her. As for me, I'm just so hungry right now. He reached the chopsticks and bowl of rice in front of him. Itadakimasu. He began to eat. Asuna sighed, looking away from him to the others. Despite saying that, she actually was smiling. Looking away, she continued to eat that impressed by how fast that blonde teacher can eat. Stealing a glance at his whiskers like Mark while at that, Naruto slumped on the chair, rubbing his stomach that seemed to budge, burping while at that. He just finished eating a full tray of food with extra helping. He even impressed by himself. Putting that aside, he watched as the students gradually got out from the hall heading their ways to their room before the next activities. That blonde teacher found himself getting sleepy every second as he felt his eyes were heavy right now. He caught a glimpse of Asuna and Negi who were just walked out from the hall and talking to each other before he finally dozed off. Naruto-kun. His eyes shot wide open as a strong force landed on his lap and chest. Coughing a little, the sight finally enters his eyes. The older sister of the Narutaki's twin, Fuka, is now sitting on his lap. The younger sister, Fumika, was trying hard to pull her sister away. Haruna, Nodoka and Yu was just a few feet away from them. "What are you doing, Fuka-chan?" he asked. Without moving away, Fuka blushed and giggled. "I've come to claim my reward for giving my seat in the bus yesterday," said her. Naruto remembered it finally just sweat. Dropped and laughed lightly, not noticing the glares of jealousy throws at Fuka by a few of the students. Haruna just smiles as Nodoka looks like she was determined for some reason. On the other hand, Yu was placing her finger at her chin, looking directly at them. Looking envy. Naruto caught it just sweat dropped. "Hey, get out. You're causing trouble for Naruto-kun," Fumika timidly said, pulling her older sister's arm. "All right," Fuka pouted as she got off that blonde teacher's lap. "Nay, Naruto-kun, are you coming along with any group today?" Fumika nodded, asking the same. I don't know," said him as he watched Nodoka slowly came to Negi and Asuna's side. "I remember now. The group will be split up today for activities around Nara," he thought to himself, noticing the white ermine. "Chamo is now with Negi. After what happened yesterday, we might get attacked again today. I have to keep my eyes open. Boo-hoo, you're no fun, Naruto-kun." Despite saying that, Fuka was smiling. "Come on, Fumika, let's persuade Negi-kun to come with our group today." She dashed off. Wait for me," her younger twin chased after her. Smiling at that, he got up from the chair. Noticing Maki was dashing toward Negi now. "Then, I'll have to leave my clones to keep. Negi-kun, come along with our group, okay?" Maki shouted. Just a minute, Maki-san. Negi-sensei is coming along with my group today." Ayaka came out of nowhere interjected. Said Negi, who was at lost at word. "Yeah, Negi-kun is coming along with my group," Fuka announced, getting a glare from the class president. As they were now arguing about who will claim that bespectacled teacher for today, they didn't notice a person who has been mustering all her courage. Naruto, who was been watching from far, just laughed. "Ah well, I'll leave him to sort this out." Naruto walked away to his room, whistling all the way. "But you know," he stopped. "What is this feeling of defeat by a kid?" He hung his head with his hand supporting him at the wall. "Is this what's the man feels earlier? Damn it," he cried, groggily walking back to his room to fix his somewhat broken heart and dignity. On the way, he met with Shizuna. "Hello, good morning, Naruto-kun," she greeted, but seeing him, she quickly got to his side. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Haha," he weakly laughed. He shook his head, flashing her his megawatt grin after that. "Anyway, do you need anything, Shizuna-san?" asked him. "Ah yes, here." Shizuna handed him a paper which he took it. "This is he list of the teachers that will going to accompany the groups in Nara," explained her as Naruto nodded. "Thanks," he smiles at her before looking at the list. "Let's see, I'll be coming along with Kufei-chan's group, huh?" "Yes. After this please assemble at the entrance. There'll be a briefing between teachers." With that explained, Shizuna took her leave. Moving along, his sight is still fixed at the list. Negi is coming along with group 5, that'll be Asuna's group. He reads it. There's Yu-chan, Nodoka-chan, Haruna-chan, and his eyes widened slightly. Setsuna-chan, and lastly, Kanoka-chan. Quiet, the team you got here. Negi. He chuckled and sweat dropped. Anyway, this group looks the most likely to be attacked by that monkey girl. But that doesn't mean they will not target the others. That blonde teacher sighed. I guess I'll stick to my plan. Nodding to himself, he ran to his room. Once arrived inside, he locked the door carefully. Standing at the center of the room, he made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he whispered. As a result, couples of his clone are created. After explaining, they disappeared, leaving trails of leaves. He rummaged through his bag. After pulling out something and stuffed it into the pocket inside his jacket, he got out of the room after locking it and heading to the entrance now. A group of tourists excitedly took a picture of a group of deer scattered along the road. A deer separated from one of the many groups, finding itself attracted to the cookie held by someone. The deer sniffed it a bit before finally taking a bite. The person that held it let go of the cookie and pet the deer. A certain bespectacled teacher, Negi, watched them from far, feeling envy. Noticing a deer not so far from him, he happily walks toward it. This is so cool. He pet it. Look at me, Asuna-san. ACKK. The deer bit him. Asuna, who was watching, just laughed awkwardly. Sheesh, he's just like a kid, commented her. Era he is, Asuna. Kanoka giggled. Suna just shrugged as they both went to help him. Setsuna just watched them from far. On the other hand, Nodoka was happily and lovingly watching that bespectacled teacher. Her two friends, Yu and Haruna, were satisfied at her, judging by the look they gave her. Well done, Nodoka. Those two kicked her from behind. You said Nodoka once she had recovered. I've changed my opinion of you. I didn't think you had that kind of courage in you. Haruna excitedly stated. Yes, I was moved, Yu said with a drink near her mouth. Hey, thank you. It's so wonderful to be able to wander around Nara with Negi-sensei. Nodoka smiled sweetly yet wore a sad expression. I've no regret left this year. Idiot. Haruna slapped the timid girl in the face. How come you can be satisfied with just this? You must have yearned for more. This is where you to start putting the pressure on. Hi, was Nodoka blank's statement. What do you mean by putting the pressure on? You asked. This time we go on offensive. That bespectacled proudly explained. Right here, right now. That's great, Haruna. Yu was taken aback and amazed by her friend's boldness. Then what do you suggest? Asked Nodoka. That bespectacled student laughed to herself. Fixing her glass, she came closer and pointed her finger in front of that timid girl. Confession. That got Nodoka coughed immediately. Her cheeks were flushed scarlet. Yu was amazed by that, nodding to herself. Haruna stand proud at herself, nodding her head. It's only for a while though, as they were now noticed someone else is also coughing. Following the direction of the voices, there was a man wearing a formal attire with a hat covering half of his eyes. Luckily for him, his back were facing them. Noticing he was being watched at, he hurriedly ran away, leaving them wondering who he is, but was quickly brushed away. They're planning for a great plan right now. On the other hand, the man has stopped running nearby a pole, not so far from them. He placed his support himself as he catch his breath, not aware of the weird looks by the people around him. Damn it, that's so close. He took off his hat, revealing himself to be none other than the blonde teacher, Naruto. I should have just tell them I was coming along with them, but then again, it would cause confusion to the other groups. He chuckled, taking a sit at the nearby bench. He then remembering what he said to his clones earlier. Listen everyone, each of you will guard 3A's group and remain hidden. I will guard Asuna and Negi's group, so one of you have to take over my place to come along with Kufei-chan's group. Naruto explained as his clones nodded. Is that all, boss? One of his clones asked as Naruto nodded. Easy peasy. They're counting on us. All of them smirked to each other before disappeared, leaving the real Naruto alone. End of. But what's that all about? It seems I've heard something I shouldn't have known. He looked up to the sky, closing his eyes while pinching his forehead. Confession, huh? Like, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused, kind of confession, huh? Using his oblivious brain, he deducted. He stroked his chin for a while before punching his fist against his palm. Yeah, that must be it. He laughed. Anyway, time to change the way I'm disguised. Ninja's way, he claimed as he got up and walked away. Once there were no one around, he went into the woods far from them. Now, who should I be? He wondered. Got it. He channeled his chakra and made a hand seal. Henge no Jutsu. As. Disappeared in leaves. A few seconds later he arrived in the alley at one of the building near to the park entrance that led to the bench he sat earlier. He brushed the dust off his clothes as he got out. Now let's find those guys. Later, he arrived in some sort of junction that connected to some place surrounded by trees. He scans his surrounding without stopping from walking. Where are they? I'm sure. I'm sorry Kanoka Ojo-sama. Sweat dropping. He watched as the swordswoman, Setsuna, ran past him. Kanoka was chasing after her while carrying a food called odango in her hand. I have. Ah, Sei-chan. Why are you calling me Ojo-sama? Kanoka asked, but Setsuna was already far away. Wait for me. She increased her pace but unconsciously tripping on a rock. She closed her eyes and hugging her food closer, waiting for the impact. Kanoka-chan. Naruto rushed to her side and successfully caught her before falling down. Ah, Naruto-sensei. Kanoka opened her eyes but were shocked when she see his face. Who are you? Shoot. I almost blew up my cover. Naruto mentally sweat dropped. Naruto-sensei. No. I'm Manatsu Kanobu. He made that up. Kanoka blinked twice before getting away from that blonde teacher in disguise. Thank you so much and I'm sorry Oji-san. She apologized and bowed, but Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. Just be careful next time. This is a rocky road. He laughed as Kanoka bowed once again. So what is Mahora's students doing here? We're having field trip. This is our second day. Oh. Naruto nodded. I think it's safe to leave her behind for now. Sei-chan already keeping. Os-chan. She called but Setsuna ran away. Wait for me. Let's eat together. Please understand Ojo-sama. I have tasks that need to be done. Hee good luck you too. He laughed. After searching for a while, he encountered Asuna, Haruna and Yu. Those two librarian friends currently dragged Asuna away. What are those three doing now? He sweat dropped. Oi, just a minute. What are you doing? Asuna cried as they kept dragging her. Peoples were looking at them weirdly. It's okay. It's okay. It's not okay. Asuna cried. At least explain it to me. Where are you taking me? Tisk tisk tisk, said Haruna. We can't interfere in this great plan. Indeed. You take a sip of her drink. It takes everyone cooperation to make it happen, explained her. Cooperation. Yu and Haruna nodded as Asuna sighed. That's it, I give up. I don't know what you are talking about, said her as those two let go of her. I'm sorry Asuna, I'll explain it to you later. Haruna winked at her but Asuna just shrugged, crossing her arms over her chest. Yeah, whatever. So where are we going now? Asked Yu. I don't know. That bespectacled girl laughed as Asuna's sweat dropped. Sheesh, you too, said Asuna as she walks toward a bench. Haruna was sweat dropping while scratching the back of her head. Let's just sit here and wait for the others. She took a sit, the other following her and took a sit beside her. Where are Kanoka? I'm sure she was with Sakurazaki-san just now, she asked while looking around. That means Negi is with Nodoka, huh? They're split up now. What should I do? Naruto thought to himself before nodding. Negi, I trust you to keep that letter safe. He took a sit on a bench across them. He looks up the sky and using his hand to shield his eyes from sunlight. He fluttered the shirt front with his thumb and forefinger, hoping to circulate the air against his chest. It's so hot today. Arg, it's so hot. Asuna slouched against the bench. That's right, Haruna commented, waving her hand at face. Here. Yu handed her drink to Asuna which she gladly took it. Thank you Yu. Asuna took a sip before returning it. I don't know what is that man thinking wearing sommet. Hing like that on a hot weather like this. She sweat dropped. I think I've seen him before but I didn't remember it well. Yu said without looking away from her drink. Same goes for me. You guys sure know a lot of people. Asuna weakly reply. I wonder about the others. They're probably enjoying themselves, Haruna said. Asuna just shrugged. Right. Naruto softly said, looking away from the sky. From far he saw someone was heading toward him at high speed. What is that? He asked, only to find himself crushed by a tight hug. That took the girls out of surprise as well. The person hugging him was a young beautiful lady. She has a fair skin, long eyelashes, oval face, red lips and a curly black hair. In other words, she was perfectly like a model. Manatsu-tan. Who? He asked, finally realized their closeness. Why you're too close. He got away from her grip and now standing. Who are you? You're so mean Manatsu-tan. She cried. Manatsu-tan is so mean. Awa. Hey don't cry. Persuaded him, noticing the looks those girls gave him. Damn it. Why is this happened? Hey, I'm just kidding. Ha ha ha. Really? She wiped the tears from her eyes with her wrist. Why you bet. Ha ha ha. Naruto awkwardly laughed. Who is she? Separated sister, niece, old friend, childhood friend, colleague. I don't believe it. Huh. She looked away, pouting. You better believe it. Naruto gave her thumbs up, sweat dropping horribly. Then, she leaned in. Kiss me. What the hell? He backed away but that lady kept getting closer. What's up with this plot development? He cried, as he was busy avoiding her. He didn't notice a pairs of eyes watching them. That were from Asuna, Yu and Haruna. What's up with those two? Asuna's sweat dropped. You just kept drinking. Wooa. They must really love each other, Haruna commented. It must be nice huh? You're so lucky Asuna-chan. Huh, what do you mean? Asuna raised her eyebrows. Wait Chan, it's true right, you can always being lovey-dovey with Naruto-sensei. Haruna said, causing you to choke on her drink. What's up with this plot development? Said Asuna and you simultaneously. I thought we had settled in the class after the blackout already. Cried that blushing orange-haired girl. That's right. Please stop believing in such false rumor Haruna. That's not true. Pouted Haruna. But it will be wonderful if it is true. Hya, I'm so jealous. Sheesh besides, who would have liked that pervert anyway? Asuna looked away, crossing her arms over her chest. That idiotic pervert. You crossed her arms over her chest. Nodding her head agreeably. Back to Naruto. For some reason he felt like there were 2 arrows just shot to his back. What is this feeling? I don't know what but damn it calm. Entered but quickly brushed it away from his mind to focus on the matter that was more important. That lady. You why are you doing this? He cried. What's wrong with kissing my future husband? Shish. He lunged forward to hug him but he quickly avoided it. Now be a good man and accept my love. She chuckled darkly and licking her lips before lunging forward again. This lady is crazy. He cried. I'm sorry Manager-san. Sidestepping from her, he ran away in high speed. Wait for me, more. She chased after him. Naruto leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. He was now near the wall outdoors of a house somewhere around Nara. The effect of the transformation jutsu wears off returning to himself. Loosen his necktie. He fluttered the shirt front with his thumb and forefinger, hoping to circulate the air against his chest. I'm beat. Normally he's just a cute child like everyone else says but sometimes, he has such. Who is it? I thought I recognized that voice. He wondered as he peeped. That's Nodoka, Asuna, Chamo and Setsuna too. Where are Negi and the others? Is that so? Asuna face faulted as Chamo giggled. That's true at first I thought he was just. I think it's because Negi-sensei has something we don't. He has something he's for, so he's always looking ahead. Wow Nodoka-chan. That blonde teacher thought to himself. I'm satisfied just by looking at him from far. That's all the courage I have, said Nodoka. The others just looked at her. But today I thought I'd try and tell him how I felt. She stopped. And what happened? Asuna asked. Setsuna just looked her. He, it's nothing. I want to thank you, Asuna-san, Sakurazaki-san. I thought you were a scary person but that's not true is it? Nodoka giggled. Well, Asuna's sweat dropped but smiles nevertheless. Okay, I feel relieved now. Well, I'm off. Feeling determined, she walked away. Wait, Asuna called but she was already far away. Sheesh, what are we going to do now? Fufufu, this is a golden chance for Aniki. I say we go investigating. No, let's go peeping. Don't bother to change the word, you pervert. Asuna pushed her hand against Chamo's face. So, what do you think Sakurazaki-san? Me. That question taken her by surprise. I think we should follow her. She must be heading toward Negi-sensei right now. The others must be with him too. Got it. Come on let's go. They walked away. Confirming they're gone, Naruto came out, standing at the place they stood earlier. They're heading back to Negi now, huh? He placed a hand at the back of his neck while looking at the orangey sky. I should head back too. Their bus pickup will arrive in any time now. Besides, it looks like there aren't any attack from the enemies today. They wouldn't even dare with this crowds. He looked at the large crowd of local and tourists near along the road, probably heading back to their hotels or homes. Well, I leave the rest to you, Negi. Naruto's sweat dropped at Negi, who was looking like a dead fish while Chamo was eating his food. Naruto kept changing from Negi to Chamo, exchanging. Did something happen? Is this your doing? Glare with that ermine. It caused the ermine to sometimes choke on his food. Hey Negi, are you okay? Naruto snapped his finger in front of Negi's face. Negi did snapped out of it, but he was now holding his head, jumping around like crazy. Naruto held him and shook him lightly. Oi Negi, snap out of it. What's wrong Negi-sensei? Ayaka and few of 3A's student arrived. Negi-kun, did something happen this afternoon at Nara Park? Maki asked. What? No, nothing happened. No one confessed to me or anything. Confession. Naruto, Ayaka, Maki and the others shouted comically. Naruto lied, of course he already knew that. Confessed. Ayaka shouted. No way. Is that true? Who is it? So what did she say? Naruto asked. Did she say sorry for troubling you all this time? He asked as the others gave him a weird look. No, I was wrong. Not that kind of confession. He sweat dropped. Damn it, so I was wrong. Then let me do this. Again. He coughed, clearing his throat. Confession. He comically shouted. Phew hoo pie. Attention to him, sweat dropped and laughed. The others were too busy with Negi now. Who confessed to you, Negi-kun? No, not. Confess. I mean, cook. That's right. A cook is putting a cock in the soup and Sakana, I'm sorry. I've got meeting with Shizuna-sensei. Please excuse me. In panic Negi ran away. Wait a minute Negi-sensei. Who confessed to who? Damn, he's broken down. Naruto's sweat dropped as he stooped down. Hey Chamo, can you look after him and snap him out of it? I'll keep. Got it, Ni-san. Chamo chased after Negi. Just don't bite him, Chamo, said Naruto. Asuna and Setsuna were watching not so far from them. Naruto-sensei sure has his hands full, doesn't it? Setsuna smiled in pity. I wonder if that Negi brat will be okay. Asuna wondered. Naruto heard that, smirked. Ooh, feeling worried Asuna-chan. He laughed. Asuna just shrugged. Of course, he's just a kid. Yeah. Naruto's sweat dropped. But he's a strong kid. I trust he'll able to work this thing out. Just trust him. Naruto-sensei, Setsuna whispered. You? Asuna looked at him. Noticing he was also looking at her, she blushingly looked away, with her arms crossed her chest. I know that. You don't have to tell me. You idiotic pervert. Naruto just chuckled at her. Anyway, what is that confession you guys kept talking about? I didn't understand one bit. You're surely lacking some delicacy. Naruto-sensei. Setsuna smiled while sweat dropping as the teacher looked at her innocently. Was his only answer. Anyway, Asuna interfered. What are you going to do now? Things are getting out of hand. This time she smirked, placing her hand at his shoulder. But I trust you'll able to work this thing out, Naruto-sensei, said her, causing him to snicker. Did you have a grudge on me or something, Asuna-chan? He smirked as she let go of his shoulder. You don't have to tell me. I know that. Yeah, whatever. You're still. Naruto nodded and gave her thumbs up. After those two out of his sight, he walked to the center. Alright everyone, please calm down. This is bad, Naruto-sensei. We lost sight of him. What should we do? Said Yuna. Stop chasing him and just let him go. Naruto's sweat dropped. I don't know what kind of confession you guys are talking about. I can't let this slide. I will not let this continue. Ayaka claimed. I'll protect his innocence. Ignoring me, aren't you? I'm not sure about that, Naruto-sensei. But it seems that someone among us confessed to Negi-sensei. Yuna looked away to hide her blush. It's I like you kind of confession, she mumbled under her breath. She noticed that blonde teacher gave her a blank expression, causing to blush furiously. Whatever. More importantly, it was a romantic kind of confession. Naruto face faulted. Gee, that's He fall to his knees and punch the floor. What is this feeling of defeat again? He sniffed. Yuna stooped to help him but he got up suddenly. I'm just joking. Naruto-kun is so funny. Fuka giggled. You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Naruto-kun? Maki smiled awkwardly as Naruto smiled. Not really. Said him. It's just a rumor, right? It's not like he confirms it. But I'll agree with Ayaka-chan. We can't let this rumor slide. This is not good for his name and record. It is true, Naruto-sensei. Ayaka said. I never saw Negi-sensei like that. It ache my heart. Thus I shall crush that person who confessed to him. She balling her hands into fists, gritting her teeth. Let's not start with that, okay, Ayaka-chan. I'm sure there's non-lethal method to confirm this. Naruto's sweat dropped, stroking his chin in hoping to find any idea that can stop them before this matter got worse. How about you go investigating? That's a good idea. No, that's right, said Ayaka, placing her finger at her chin. There's definitely someone in 3A's class who can do something about this. Did you mean? Yes. Who? That why asked. Someone who is. Well, as long as you find what are looking for. Don't mind me. He chuckled. Then I take my leave now. Just don't get too noisy. That would be troublesome. He walked away while stretching his arms. Phew, I'm beat. A good bath at the hot spring would be nice. He closed his eyes and giggled but then noticed something's wrong. What is this? I feel like getting further and further away from my room. He ndered to himself and something finally clicked. Ayaka and Yuna is dragging him away from behind and taking him to somewhere else. Hey, where are you taking me? He sweat dropped. You're coming is Naruto-kun. Maki swirled before winking at him. Haha, I knew it. That was too easy. Naruto face faulted and sweat dropped. We've arrived. Yuna exclaimed as they let go of Naruto. Ayaka slid the door open as Maki. Yuna and her went into the room. Oh, at least knock the door, guys. I was really surprised. Came the voice inside the room. Whose room is this? Naruto asked, peeping slightly from the entrance. He saw Chisame was sitting on the chair near the window, enjoying the scenery. Sitting at the coffee table was a student who was busy cleaning her camera as Asakura Kazumi. Kazumi-chan, he shouted, blushing slightly. Hey Naruto-sensei. Kazumi winked and bowed slightly before switching her sight to the others. So did you need something? She asked. Ayaka angrily blushed and nodded, clearing up her throat with a cough. Ayaka told her the story as the others except Naruto surrounded them. What? Obscene conduct between a teacher and student. Shouted her just as the story enters her ear. That's true, Asakura. It's terrible. That'd be a pretty big scoop. If it turns out to be true, that is. Kazumi smiled and posed with her camera. As official camera wong, and of 3A and the Academy breaking news divisions, you can leave it to me. Asakura Kazumi. If there is a scoop, I'll bring it to light and away from darkness. Oh, that's a flashy. Still, that's awesome, Asakura, Fuka commented. Kazumi just smirked, getting a notebook and a pen from her bag. So, she flipped the notebook open and readied the pen at the paper. Okay. Who's the suspect? Nita, Saruhiko, any witnesses? She asked as she looks directly at the blonde teacher. He shrugged before crossing his arms over his chest. I'm sorry, Kazumi-chan. I don't know anyone. He sweat dropped and face faulted. I don't even know why I'm here. I see. Kazumi scribbled something in her notebook. Actually Ayaka explained as Kazumi nodded and scribbling in her notebook. Ooh, today during the activities at Nara Park someone confessed to Negi-sensei. That's not obscene at all. Kazumi shouted. What do you mean? It's way beyond allowable, shouted Ayaka back. At any rate, we need you to find out who did what to Negi-sensei. She gestured her hand at Naruto. In addition, we give you Naruto-sensei. He will help you, said her. Naruto smiles and scratches his cheek with his index finger. Give I thought so. I knew this is too easy. He laughed dryly. Well, whatever. We better hurry and clear this misunderstanding up. Let's go, Kazumi-chan, said him while smiling as he walked out of the room. We're counting on you, Asakura. Naruto-sensei, shouted the girls. Kazumi without looking back waved her hand at them while catching up to Naruto. Kazumi walked ahead as Naruto followed her from behind. If it's not a scoop, I'm not interested, said her. But well, who knows, maybe something like this lead to a big story. Doing ordinary news items the public wants to read is also a reporter's job, I guess. I see. Naruto spoke. Kazumi heard that, nodded. That blonde teacher looked away to the scenery, recalling something in his mind. That was the Kazumi's note de she threw yesterday and his suspicions on her and the person who was spy from the west. I should calm down. She is just a reporter collecting her story. I shouldn't have suspected her. Although I'm just a temporary teacher. She is my student after all. I don't have any reason to suspect my student. He sighed softly. Naruto-sensei, Kazumi called. Looking away from the scenery, he saw that class reporter was staring at him. Are you okay? You look uneasy. Ha ha ha, no. I'm just feeling hungry. Naruto lied as he chuckled while rubbing his stomach. Anyway, do you like it being a reporter? Then you must be good at collecting information, huh? Yeah, normally if the story is pretty interesting, I try to find the story that can hook the readers immediately, explained her. Oh okay, I got it, said the blonde teacher while laughing, recalling the state of Mahora Academy students, especially his class. There's a lot of that kind of story around. There's always a story with them, said him as they turned around the corner. I'm surprised you just go along with them, Naruto-sensei. Seriously, those guys, she stated, causing Naruto to laugh. Meh, I don't mind. If I get to know all of you, then no harm done. Besides, I don't feel it's troublesome, said him while scratching his cheek with his index finger and sweat dropped. Hey, we have walked for a while now. Where are we going? It is confession then, that can only mean one person. Huh, you'll see, watch and learn, Naruto-sensei, she said while nodding her head as they approached a room. You're pretty interesting, Naruto-sensei, she chuckled when she saw the blank look that blonde teacher gave her. She knocked and slides the room's door open before greeted. Hey, I'm coming in. Are you in there, Hanya? Sitting while sipping her juice was Nodoka. Ah, good. You're alone. Yes, Asakura. What is it? Said Nodoka politely before finally noticing Naruto standing at the door. Naruto-sensei. Good afternoon. Please come in. She gestured that blonde teacher to sit at the coffee table. Yo, Nodoka-chan. No wonder I feel familiar with this room. Naruto chuckled as he took a sit in front of her. Anyway, where are the others? Oh, they still didn't come back, said Nodoka while passing him a juice box, which he gladly took it. After thanking her, Naruto silently drank it as he watched Kazumi rush to Nodoka with a tape recorder. Is it true that you slept with Negi-sensei? Asked her. That caused Naruto and Nodoka to choke on their drink. The heck, Naruto shouted while Nodoka is blushing and stuttering. What do you mean? I didn't do anything like that. Nahaha, sorry, I'm just kidding. You confessed to him today, didn't you? Stated Kazumi, causing Naruto to choke on his drink again. That girl is Nodoka-chan. Then the rumor, it's true, shouted that blonde teacher, making the timid girl blushing even more. It's amazing how you're so oblivious, Naruto-sensei. Kazumi's sweat dropped before getting rewarded with a blank and confusing look from him. Laughing dryly, she turned her attention back to that timid girl, Nodoka. So how was it? How did it go? Asked her. Nodoka answered with silence, but she kept glancing at Naruto. That blonde teacher caught it, just smiles, realizing the reason she did that. All right, I'll be going now. I'm really hungry. He obbed his drink before walking toward the door. Thanks for the drink, Nodoka-chan. Waving his hand at her, he walked out the room and closed the door. He leaned himself at the nearest wall before letting out a sigh. Confession, huh? She's so brave. No wonder Negi's broken down. It must be a real shock for a 10-year-old boy. I said I trust him, but this is just, he thought to himself while crossing his arms over his chest. I wonder what I should say to him, said him. Not so far from him, he saw you and Haruna are walking to their room. Ah, look, Naruto-sensei. Yeho, called Haruna. Naruto-sensei. Good afternoon. Yu greeted and smiled as they both walked toward him. Naruto-sensei, are you okay? You look like you're in trouble. Hey, you too. Naruto chuckled. Nah, I'm fine. I'm just really hungry right now. said him as Haruna nodded and giggling. Yu was staring at him for a while but eventually nodded her head. Nevin Kazumi got out from the room with Nodoka, following her from behind. Ah, they're here, said him quietly as he goes to that reporter's side. Ah, this could be troublesome for sensei, so please keep it secret, said Nodoka. Ha ha ha, okay, I got it, Kazumi Law. As she walked away leaving them behind. I'm supporting you, so give it your best, Miyazaki. She went away and now walking along the halls. Well, I've finished gathering my material. Man, I can't get a story out of this. She let out a sigh. This is going to cause a real mess if I let everyone else hear this, so I'd better keep it to myself. She smiled, pressing a button at her tape recorder. I'll just let the romance continue at its own pace. Sorry, Ainsho, Kazumi-chan, said someone behind her softly. Turning around she saw it was Naruto. Hey, Naruto-sensei, can you please keep it quiet? And don't let anyone else know about this. Especially Ainsho, pleaded her. Of course, my mouth is shut tight. You can count on me. He gave her thumbs up, making the girl laugh. Naruto smiled as he watched her laugh. You're nice person, Kazumi-chan, said him. Now that taken the girl aback and blushing slightly. What are you talking about? She asked, but Naruto didn't answer that because there's something that caught his attention. Looking away from him, she saw Negi was a few feet away from him. Lucky, maybe I should get. Hey, that's him. Naruto starting to run. Before he go, he looked at Kazumi. Hey, don't worry, I'll keep it secret between us, okay? With that he finally gone to meet the bespectacled teacher, leaving a slightly curious reporter. Negi wandered around outside aimlessly. When he got to the top of the stairs, a cat followed him. Onto the streets, the cat ran past him. And across the road without looking. A truck with increasing speed was in the middle of the road. When he saw the cat was about to ran over by the truck, he ran towards the cat to save it. The moment he reached the truck already right in front and few feet away from him. Negi, Nar, Yuto shouted as he saw it right in front of his eyes. Thanks to that bespectacled quick reflexes, he hugged the cat tightly and held out his wand and began chanting. He's not going to make it. Damn it, the blonde teacher growled. As fast as lightning he was already hugging Negi, who was about to finish chanting. Flans Paris Arielis, Negi said as they landed on the road. As Futon Datapa, another gust of wind came this time but was more violently as it hit the truck. The effect balanced the truck as it slowly declined and finally touched the ground. Naruto fall to his knees and catching his breath while Negi went to the truck driver. The driver left them after much convince and calmed down by Negi. Naruto finally got up and, now standing beside him while that bespectacled let the cat go. I leave you for a while and look what happened. The blonde teacher raised his eyebrows at Negi, his arms crossed over his chest. I'm so sorry about that. Negi apologized, looking at his feet. I'm sorry for worrying you, Ni-san. We're lucky that there's no one here. Naruto interrupted, wearing a serious face ever than before. Negi stared at him, his eyes start to tear up. Hat was then the blonde teacher broke into a smile. At least the driver is unharmed and you managed to save the cat. He lowered his face to meet Negi's face and ruffling that bespectacled teacher hair. You did a good job there, Negi. He smirked. And you too, Chamo. Ni-san. Negi and Chamo both launched themselves at Naruto and hugged him. Oh oi, not so tight. Despite saying that, Naruto was laughing. Alright you two, that's enough. It's getting embarrassing. Foo, there's nothing to be embarrassed of about guys bonding, said Chamo. Guys bonding? Asked Naruto, clearly sweat dropped as Chamo nodded. Well, whatever. Where are you two headed just now? I don't know, Ni-san. I was following him and been wandering around aimlessly, said Chamo. Oh really? Asked Naruto. Negi smiled awkwardly and nodded. That blonde teacher looked at the kid and smiled. Don't worry, I have something that can help you ease your mind. He pulled a paper from his jacket pocket and shows it to them. Check this out. This paper entitled me to use the hot spring anytime I want. Whoa, that's great, Ni-san, exclaimed Negi excitedly. Isn't it? We're all tired right now. We should go now, Naruto suggested, walking ahead with Negi following him from behind. Can I come to Ni-san? Asked Chamo with a pleading eyes, causing Naruto to smirk. Of course. After all, you did help me this morning, said Naruto without looking at him. Huh, I did? Chamo asked. His question however is not answered since Negi and Naruto was too excited about the hot spring. I think the hot spring is ready reserved for teacher right now, but oh well, whatever. As long as I can get to the hot spring and see some treasure. That white ermine giggled perversely. Wait for me, Ni-san. He chased after them. As they were now on the way and entering the inn, they failed to notice a girl looking at them unbelievably. This is my best ultra super scoop ever. Yahoo! Naruto and Negi jumped into the hot spring, creating a huge waves as water splashed everywhere. They emerged from the water before looking at each other and laughing. Clad only with the towel, he walked toward the big rock at the middle of the hot spring. Negi watched as Naruto climbed it. Once arrived at the top of the rock, he shouted, "I'm the owner of this hot spring," he exclaimed as Negi clapped his hand. What a pervert," said Naruto dryly. He's already climbed down the rock and with Negi right now. So are you feeling okay now, Negi? Asked him. Yes, I feel slightly better, said Negi. Oh, that's good. Why? Oh, you should just let your problems washed away by these hot water. Naruto chuckled and shaking his head left and right. No, that's impossible. How should I say it? He soaked into the water, placing a towel on top of his head. Negi is doing the same. You see, when people grow up they have to face all kinds of problem. It's not impossible to solve it, but yet there's also some problem that can't be solved. But hey, you have to try instead of running away. Ni-san, I don't understand. What do you mean? Negi's sweat dropped. Oh, you too. I thought I was the only one that didn't understand, said the face-faulted Naruto, causing that bespectacled teacher to laugh. But you get what I'm trying to say, right? Instead of running away from your problems, you should face it. Solve it one by one, not cramping it all together, said him while stroking his chin. How should I put this? It's okay, Ni-san. I understand. I will try not to run away from my problems. Negi giggled. Hey, glad that you understand. Naruto smirked, reaching out Negi's hair and ruffled it with his hand. Man, I'm very tired. A lot of thing happened today. Naruto yawned. I'm so sleepy. We should go back to our room then, Ni-san. Nah, it's okay. Naruto yawned once again, his eyes felt heavy. Wake me up when you're done, okay? Said him, finally doze off. It's so comfortable. The hot water is so comfortable. Surprisingly, my head feels light. I feel like lying on the pillow. This is my dream, right? I could sleep all day like this. But something feels wrong, I should wake up. The pillow feel way too real. Ni-san. Naruto woke up, only to find out that his face is buried into someone's chest. Without further ado, he jumped away and landed on the tile, his face is beet red. What the hell happened? I woke up only to find myself staring at Che, never mind that. Said him, having a nosebleed. Since when? What are you doing here? Shouted him, looking away from the person in the hot spring who was with Negi. His arms is covering his nose. Shizuna, sensei. Shizuna giggled. Negi was about to go help him, but Shizuna stopped him. I'm sorry, Ni-san. Shizuna sensei suddenly walked in and rushed to you. It's so true. Naruto-kun, actually I want to meet you, Naruto-kun. Negi-kun. What? Getting a hug from her. But couldn't you just wait and meet us outside? Cried Naruto. Please understand. I'm slowly dying here, Shizuna sensei. Actually, I have a request. She placed her finger at her chin. I want to see your magic. Magic. What do you mean? He. Naruto-kun, Negi-kun, said Shizuna. You are a mage, right? Shoot. Naruto cursed in his mind. His nose has stopped bleeding. Single quote. How did she know? Did the old man told her? Shizuna sensei. Negi called, getting their attention. Did your chests get smaller? What? How rude. I'm the 4th largest in the class, you know. Shizuna shouted. 4th largest in the class? Who are you? Negi demanded. Ha. I guess you've worked it out. So I've got no choice. One moment I'm Shizuna sensei, and the next I'm the breaking news reporter. Said her, grabbing her hair. Or to be precise, wig. Breaking news reporter. Then, Naruto deduced before shouted. Don't tell me you're. She threw away her wig, revealing her true self clad only with the towel. My true identity is 3A seat number 3, Asakura Kazumi. Asakura-san. What the hell is going on here? Cursed Naruto. Awa, this is bad. Aniki. Chamo, who has finally got out from the pile of rogue, shouted. She found us out. Erase her memory. I hate to say it, but that's the only way, Negi. I understand. Ross telephone. Whoa, hold your horses. Kazumi holding up her phone. Can you see this phone? Don't you dare make a move. She show them the interface at her phone screen. With one press of this send button, I'll send your secret straight to my homepage for the world to see. She chuckled. As she was busy explaining, Chamo see this as a chance. He jumped, and by using his tail he slapped the phone away from her hand. What? Ni-san. Got it. Naruto caught the phone and flipped it open. I don't know what happened or what your motive is, but you disappoint me, Kazumi-chan. Stated him as Kazumi lowered her head. I'm sorry, Kazumi-chan, but you have to start explaining or else I have to delete everything inside your phone, said him. Unbeknownst to them, he was face-faulting in his mind. I would if I know how. What kind of interface is this? Heck, I don't even know what to do with her phone. But I should just stay quiet. That's right. Please, Asakura-san, pleaded Negi. Kazumi looked at Naruto and Negi back and forth before finally admitting her defeat. I know that I do it because of the scoop. It's all for the sake of the scoop, she explained. And my ambition. Your ambition? Negi repeated the word as Kazumi nodded. Yes, that's right. I'll have the eyes of the world on me with the discovery of a real live mage. I'll have exclusive interviews, and the newspapers and magazines of the world crawling at my feet. We will be famous. I don't want that. I have no interest in going worldwide. If everyone finds out about me, I will be turned into. But think about the profit we'll get. I guarantee the equal of share of it. Naruto-sensei, Negi-sensei. I understand what you mean, Kazumi-chan, said Naruto, getting the girl's hope up. But it's still wrong. It's not about the profit and all. What do you mean? Asked Kazumi as Naruto let out a sigh. Anyway, what do you think, Negi-sensei? I mean, it must be boring being a teacher here. Wouldn't it better to be able to use magic whenever you need to? She suggested at Negi. The bespectacled teacher was on pins and needle and affray. About people find out his identity, yet she still pushed him. Finally his mental snapped and he began wailing. Oh crap, was the only thing Kazumi and Naruto managed to say before a loud voice echoes inside the hot spring. I don't want that. I want to be teacher. Negi cried as his wind magic went berserk, sending anything near him flying away. Shush, Negi, calm down. I'm here with you, right? The blonde teacher persuaded, but avail. His hand was covering his ear while the other hand was placed in front of him to shield himself against the furious wind. Kazumi's phone is still at his hand. Awa! The wind sent Kazumi flying away. Help me. Damn it. I'm sorry, Negi. Kazumi-chan. Naruto made a hand seal, creating a clone of himself. Channeling his chakra, he and his clone Umpton now standing on the water without sinking. His clone rushed toward Negi and pinched that bespectacled teacher's cheeks hardly. On the other hand, the real one ran to the rock and jumped when reaching the top. He caught Kazumi just in time. I got you. Both of them said that simultaneously. The wind has stopped and now his clones and Chamo is busy comforting Negi. While the real Naruto has landed on top the rock while carrying Kazumi in bridal style. And Naruto-kun, you've finally used magic. I should take a shot about this. Come on, give me back my phone, asked her giddily. Naruto, however, answered her with sweat dropped. Well, about that, he flipped the phone open that located at his hand that support her shoulder. It's already broken when the wind hit us. I'll make sure to pay for it. What? She took it away from his hand and inspected it. Aw man, after all the hard work I've done. Despite saying that, she smiles softly. Oh well, it looks like I'm no match for a mage. She laughed. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Gaining profit by selling people's secret is wrong. That person and others people might get hurt without we even notice. He smiled at her, causing her to blush lightly. You told me you really like it to be a reporter. You're really tried your best. And you're so kind at the same time. You hid other people's secret for their own and other people's good. Don't let your ambition clouded your mind, okay? Naruto-kun. She blushed and looked away. I get it already. I'll stop. That's good. He jumped off the rock and landed softly on the ground. He carefully placed her feet at the ground as he helped her balancing herself. So you've been calling me Naruto-kun just now, didn't you? Oh yeah, since everyone else is calling you that, it's only fair I did the same. Explained her with a wink as Naruto smiled. However, I'm not going to stop until I find out your secret, Naruto-kun. I think you're already found out a few of them already, Kazumi-chan, said him as he walked toward Negi, leaving the confused girl behind. His clone dispersed, leaving a trail of smoke behind. He approached Negi and ruffling his hair. There, I'm sorry Negi. Naruto-ni-san, I want to be a teacher, said Negi between hiccuped. What are you saying, you brat? Rather than me, you're already a teacher. Naruto laughed. A great mage has to be strong, you know. Others people are depending on you. Negi nodded, wiping his tears away. Anyway, I leave it to you two to settle this thing out, said the blonde teacher. Oh, and consider this as your punishment, Kazumi-chan. Just as soon as he said that, voices came from the door that lead to the hot spring where they were right now. It was the voice of the students of 3A class. That's unfair, Naruto-kun. With that he disappeared from the hot spring, leaving those three to whatever it is going to happen next. Seconds later, he reappeared at the changing room. Voices can be heard inside the hot spring. It was chaotic for sure. Laughing to himself, he took his belonging inside the locker and walked out from the room as he thought to himself. All's well that end well, huh? Finally, I'm done writing for this chapter. Woohoo! In this chapter, Naruto gets more interaction with his students. Thank you everyone for your countless support and reviews. You guys sure are awesome. There's not much question I guess in this chapter except the appearing of the manager and her fiancé. Don't worry though, they plays a minor role in this Kyoto arc. Second, the poll for Naruto's pairing. I'm going to end it after a few 3A students, yeah, me ha ha ha. On to the next chapter then. Panic. You're mine, okay. Me oh ho kissy h ho ha ho asuna pervert. Naruto help me guys. Question mark. Wait. Ya nay. Single quote.